Beneath the sands of time, hidden in locked vaults, and buried in forgotten ruins lie objects that should not exist. Objects that defy the timeline we have been taught. Artifacts that mock the neat and orderly story of human civilization. For centuries, archaeologists and historians have insisted that humanity's journey followed a predictable path. From stone tools to bronze, from primitive huts to cities, from ignorance to enlightenment. But every so often, a discovery shatters this illusion. Every so often, something is unearthed that doesn't belong. A hammer inside rock millions of years old, a map that charts Antarctica before it was covered in ice, microscopic objects crafted with impossible precision. These are not just curiosities. They are evidence, or at the very least, tantalizing clues, that our history is far older, far stranger, and far more advanced than we have been led to believe. Imagine holding in your hands a piece of stone carved with knowledge of the stars, crafted thousands of years before the first telescope. Picture gazing upon a crystal skull, shaped so flawlessly that even modern engineers struggle to explain how it was made. Consider the shock of discovering a device, built over 2,000 years ago, that functions like a computer, a machine far ahead of its time, dredged from the bottom of the sea. These artifacts do not fit the story we have been told, and yet they exist. They demand answers. And the uncomfortable truth is this: mainstream archaeology rarely gives them any. Why? Because to accept these artifacts at face value means rewriting everything. It means acknowledging that human civilization did not begin 6,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. It means admitting that advanced knowledge, astronomy, mathematics, engineering, even perhaps electricity, was in use long before the first official empires rose. It means that the rise and fall of civilizations is not a straight line but a cycle, with forgotten ages of brilliance erased by cataclysm and time. And perhaps most disturbing of all, it raises questions about whether we were alone in this journey, or whether knowledge was given to us by beings we no longer remember. For the seekers of truth, these mysteries are irresistible. For the gatekeepers of official history, they are dangerous. A single artifact, if proven authentic, can topple centuries of carefully constructed narratives. This is why so many discoveries are quietly dismissed as hoaxes, anomalies, or simple misinterpretations. But what if they're not? What if behind the veil of denial and ridicule lies the real story of who we are? Tonight, we step into that forbidden realm. This is not a journey through the pages of your school textbooks. This is not the sanitized version of history approved by academic committees. This is a descent into the shadows, into the places where history has been erased, rewritten, or hidden away. Together, we will examine the artifacts that should not exist, the evidence that forces us to reconsider everything we think we know. Some will astonish you, others will disturb you, and a few may shake your beliefs to their core. As we embark on this exploration, consider the stakes. If even one of these artifacts is genuine, if even one truly represents technology or knowledge out of time, then the official history of mankind is false. If the Antikythera mechanism is more than an oddity, then the ancients possessed scientific knowledge equal to or greater than our own. If the Baghdad battery is not just a clay jar but a working device, then the ancients harnessed electricity 2,000 years before Benjamin Franklin. If the Dropa stones are not mere carvings but records of visitors from beyond our world, then human history is not only older, it is intertwined with forces we still cannot explain. And yet, the mystery runs deeper. For every artifact that reaches public attention, countless others remain buried, literally and figuratively, hidden in museum basements, locked away in private collections, or buried beneath. Miles of bureaucracy. Stories of discoveries that vanish overnight, skeletons whisked away before proper analysis, documents sealed in secret archives never to be seen again. Why? What is so threatening about these objects that they cannot be studied in the open? This is not a new phenomenon. Throughout history, knowledge has always been a battlefield. The burning of the Library of Alexandria, the suppression of ancient texts, the destruction of indigenous records by conquerors, all of these were acts of erasure. Erasure not of superstition, but of wisdom. Erasure not of fantasy, but of fact. Perhaps some of these artifacts survived the flames and the floods, only to be discovered centuries later, baffling those who stumble upon them. Perhaps what we are left with now are fragments, scattered pieces of a puzzle that once formed a very different picture of the human story. As you watch, I ask you to keep one thought in mind: truth is often stranger than fiction. The most fantastic science fiction story pales in comparison to the possibility that human civilization rose and fell long before the one we inhabit now. What if the legends of Atlantis were not just stories but memories? What if myths of gods, giants, and visitors from the sky were not fantasies, but fragments of forgotten history. Over the course of this journey, we will examine dozens of artifacts that defy logic, each one carrying with it a whisper of the past that refuses to stay silent. We will weigh the evidence, consider the theories, and confront the uncomfortable possibility that our world is built on ruins older than we dare admit. We will see how these discoveries connect across continents, how cultures separated by oceans tell the same stories, and how the truth has been hidden in plain sight for those willing to look. This is not about blind belief or conspiracy. It is about evidence. It is about the willingness to look at the impossible and ask, what if? It is about questioning the narrative handed down to us and daring to see beyond the walls of consensus reality. Because if history can be erased once, it can be erased again. And only by uncovering these anomalies can we begin to piece together the truth. So let us begin. The journey into erased history starts here, with the artifacts that should not exist, the forbidden objects that challenge the foundation of human knowledge. Once you see them, once you understand their implications, you may never look at history the same way again. History, as it is officially told, is meant to be simple. We are taught that the human story begins with small bands of hunter-gatherers, slowly learning to cultivate crops and tame animals. Around 6,000 years ago, the first city-states appear in Mesopotamia, Sumer, the cradle of civilization. From there, the narrative unfolds like a ladder. Egypt rises with its pyramids, the Indus Valley thrives with its grid-planned cities, China and Mesoamerica grow in parallel, and eventually Greece and Rome bring philosophy, mathematics, and empire. According to this neat and orderly timeline, civilization is a young experiment. Humanity stumbled through hundreds of thousands of years of ignorance, only to suddenly leap forward within the last few millennia. But there is a problem. This story is too clean, too convenient, too linear. Real history is rarely so simple, and the deeper we dig, literally and figuratively, the more cracks begin to appear in the narrative. Archaeology itself admits that human beings in our modern form, Homo sapiens, have existed for at least 200,000 years. Yet if we take the textbooks at face value, it seems humanity spent 95 of that time doing nothing beyond survival, only discovering writing, agriculture, and architecture within a blink of an eye in cosmic terms. Does that make sense? Could fully intelligent humans, with the same brains we have today, really have wandered the Earth for hundreds of thousands of years without ever building cities, without ever developing sciences, without ever leaving behind more advanced artifacts? This is the first tension between the official story and the anomalies we are about to explore. Because outside the neat lines of the timeline lie mysteries, temples that are older than agriculture, cities buried beneath the sea, astronomical alignments that seem to predate civilization itself. These discoveries suggest that humanity may not have been so stagnant after all. They hint that cycles of rise and collapse, brilliance and destruction, may have occurred long before what we call recorded history. And yet, the mainstream account resists. The academic establishment insists on the ladder model: primitive to advanced, simple to complex, always forward, never back. When something is found that doesn't fit the ladder, it is ignored, redated, or explained away. But the artifacts remain. They whisper of a different story, one where civilizations far older than Mesopotamia may have thrived and then fallen, leaving behind fragments that baffle us today. To understand the shock of these anomalies, we must first understand the baseline of what archaeology claims. According to the Standard Model, the Paleolithic era stretched for hundreds of thousands of years, humans hunting, gathering, and making stone tools. Around 10,000 BCE, we entered the Neolithic, when agriculture was supposedly invented in the Fertile Crescent. Permanent settlements and farming changed everything. By 3000 BCE, true cities appeared, and from there, everything we know as civilization, writing, mathematics, monuments, governments, emerged almost simultaneously across different regions of the world. This is why many textbooks confidently state that civilization is only about 5,000 years old. But if this model is correct, how do we explain Göbekli Tepe, a temple complex in Turkey built over 11,000 years ago, long before agriculture? How do we explain the Sphinx showing signs of water erosion that would place its construction thousands of years earlier than dynastic Egypt? How do we explain underwater ruins off the coasts of India and Japan that seem to predate known history? Each of these discoveries is like a stone thrown into the calm pond of accepted history, sending ripples that threaten to overturn the entire structure. Archaeologists respond by saying such anomalies are misinterpretations. That Göbekli Tepe was simply a primitive ritual site, that the Sphinx erosion is just wind and sand, that underwater ruins are natural formations. But such explanations often feel like stretching a blanket too small to cover the bed. They conceal one corner only by leaving another exposed. The truth is, the more we discover, the more the official timeline seems less like a fact and more like a fragile consensus. And that consensus is fiercely guarded. To suggest that civilizations could have existed earlier is to challenge careers, reputations, and entire academic systems. Imagine what it would mean if we admitted that humans had cities 12,000 years ago, or technology capable of carving granite with laser-like precision. Entire volumes of textbooks would need to be rewritten, entire assumptions dismantled. It is not just a matter of evidence, it is a matter of worldview. That is why these artifacts are often brushed aside as curiosities or even suppressed as hoaxes. Yet, there is something deeply human about the urge to question. To look at an artifact and feel that it doesn't belong. To notice patterns that do not fit. To wonder if the truth is being hidden, or worse, erased. This curiosity drives the forbidden archaeology movement. It is not about rejecting science. It is about demanding that science remain open to evidence, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. Consider the timeline not as a ladder, but as a circle. Civilizations rise, reach heights of knowledge, and fall, often wiped out by natural disasters or global cataclysms. Over time, memory fades, leaving behind only legends of gods, floods, and golden ages. When survivors rebuild, they do so without the knowledge their ancestors once held. To them, the past becomes myth. But the stones, the artifacts, remain, waiting to be rediscovered. This cycle model makes far more sense of the anomalies than the ladder model ever could. And here lies the drama of our journey. The official story says we have nothing to fear, nothing to question. But the forbidden story says we are walking among ruins older than we dare admit, that our species is far older, and our achievements far deeper than the textbooks reveal. If true, it means humanity has lived through forgotten chapters, civilizations erased not only by time but by deliberate denial. So before we begin examining the artifacts themselves, the impossible maps, the strange machines, the mysterious skulls, it is vital to recognize why they matter. Because they are not random oddities. They are pieces of a much larger puzzle. They are cracks in the timeline. They are clues that suggest the human story is not linear, but cyclical, not simple, but vast. If the timeline is wrong, then everything built upon it is fragile. Our understanding of history, of progress, even of what it means to be human, could be incomplete. This is why the stakes are so high, and why each artifact we will uncover in this journey is not merely an object. It is a challenge to the foundation of knowledge itself. The official timeline is the stage upon which we are told to perform our understanding of history. But tonight, we will pull back the curtain. We will look beyond the stage into the shadows, where forbidden artifacts whisper a very different tale. And once you hear it, the official version may never seem convincing again. Every great mystery begins the same way, with a discovery that doesn't fit. Archaeology is supposed to be a science of patterns, pottery styles, burial methods, tool shapes, all of which can be placed neatly on the shelf of time. But then, once in a while, something appears that shatters the pattern. A discovery that cannot be explained, that resists categorization, that whispers of a reality far stranger than the textbooks allow. These are called out-of-place artifacts, or OOP arts, objects that seem to exist outside their proper time, artifacts that appear thousands or even millions of years before they should. And every time one is found, it forces us to confront a chilling question. What if history is wrong? Imagine you are an archaeologist, digging through a site, carefully documenting layers of soil. Each layer corresponds to a time period. Stone tools in the bottom, bronze fragments above that, then iron, then modern refuse. Everything fits the sequence, until suddenly, in the deepest layers, you find something impossible. A metal sphere so perfectly balanced it resembles precision engineering. A human footprint fossilized in rock that should predate humans by millions of years. Or worse, a crafted tool encased in coal that geologists insist is 300 million years old. These discoveries should not exist, and yet they do. OP arts come in many forms. Some are technological, machines, tools, or devices discovered in contexts where no technology should be present. Others are artistic, carvings or maps that depict knowledge supposedly unknown at the time. Still others are architectural, structures so precise and complex that they rival or even surpass our modern capabilities. Each type raises unsettling questions. and together they form a pattern that mainstream archaeology refuses to acknowledge. Because if these artifacts are real, then the entire structure of human history, the official ladder from primitive to advanced, begins to collapse. But here is the tension. Archaeology thrives on order, not chaos. When confronted with an OOP art, the standard response is dismissal. It must be a hoax, they say, or a misinterpretation, or contamination of the dating process. These explanations serve as shields, protecting the consensus from collapse. And yet, many of these artifacts have been studied, tested, and remain unexplained. The more we investigate, the more we realize that not every OOP art can be written off. Some demand answers. The very existence of the term out of place reveals the bias. Out of place compared to what? Out of place only compared to the narrative we've constructed. Perhaps it is not the artifact that is out of place, but our timeline that is out of sync with reality. If humanity's story is truly cyclical, if great civilizations have risen and fallen before, then these artifacts are not out of place at all. They are remnants, survivors, fragments of lost ages. Consider the implications. If an artifact predates the civilization that supposedly created it, then either our dating is wrong, or there was an earlier civilization capable of such creation. If a map shows lands that could not have been known, then someone, somehow, had the knowledge long before. If microscopic objects are discovered in ancient soil, then either natural processes are mimicking technology, or technology itself existed long before modern times. Either way, the artifact is a challenge, a riddle that refuses to be ignored. And yet, ignored they are. Stories abound of artifacts locked away in museum basements, never displayed to the public. Items that vanish into private collections, never studied again. Finds that are quietly reinterpreted into something ordinary. Why such resistance? Because OOP arts do not just challenge history, they challenge authority. To admit their reality is to admit that the guardians of knowledge do not have all the answers, that history is not a closed book but an open mystery. Of course, not all OOP arts are genuine. Some are hoaxes, products of imagination or deception. This is often used as justification to dismiss the entire category. But science should never throw away the whole basket because a few pieces are rotten. The real task is to separate the hoaxes from the genuine enigmas. And when we do, what remains is undeniable, a core set of artifacts that cannot be explained away, no matter how uncomfortable they are. This is why OOP arts fascinate us. They are not just objects, they are keys. Keys that unlock hidden doors in the story of humanity. Every one of them is like a whisper from the past, saying, "You do not know the whole truth." And that whisper is powerful. It is why entire communities of independent researchers, explorers, and alternative historians dedicate their lives to uncovering these mysteries. Because they sense, deep down, that the official story is incomplete. Imagine, for a moment, that all the OOP arts we will explore in this journey are real. What picture do they paint? They paint a world where ancient people were not primitives but scientists, engineers, and explorers. A world where knowledge was not discovered in a linear progression but rediscovered after each collapse. A world where technology rose and fell, where maps of the globe were drawn and redrawn, where monuments were built with precision we still cannot match. That is not the world of the textbooks. That is a world erased from memory, a forbidden history. As we continue, you will see how these OOP arts connect like puzzle pieces. A strange map in Turkey, a mysterious device in Greece, golden figurines in South America, crystal skulls in Mexico, separated by oceans, yet telling the same story. They hint at a shared knowledge, perhaps even a shared origin, that transcends geography. They force us to ask whether humanity has always been alone in its journey, or whether we have been guided, or remembered, by forces long forgotten. The artifacts we are about to examine are not isolated curiosities. They are chapters torn from a larger book, pages that survived when the rest was burned. Each one is controversial, each one dismissed by skeptics, but each one refuses to disappear. And as we turn to them, we must keep in mind the bigger picture. OOP arts are not random. They are the cracks in the dam of history, the leaks that reveal a flood of knowledge waiting to break through. The journey into OOP arts is not about belief, but about evidence. Not about fantasy, but about daring to confront the impossible. And so, as we leave the comfort of the official timeline behind, we step into a world where artifacts defy explanation, where the past collides with the present, and where the boundaries of what we know blur into mystery. Our exploration begins with one of the most famous OOP arts of all, a map that should not exist. A map that charts lands long before they were known, drawn with a precision that defies its time. The Piri Reis map. In the year 1513, a Turkish admiral named Piri Reis unfurled a map that would one day shake the foundations of history. To his contemporaries, it was just another chart of the known world, used by sailors navigating the dangerous waters of the early age of exploration. But hidden within its lines, drawn in ink on gazelle skin, lay secrets that even today defy explanation. For the Piri Reis map not only depicted the coastlines of Africa and South America with remarkable accuracy, it also showed something that should have been impossible. It showed Antarctica. At first glance, this may not sound unusual. After all, Antarctica is one of Earth's continents. But here lies the mystery. Antarctica was not discovered by modern explorers until 1820, more than 300 years after the map was drawn. Even stranger, the Piri Reis map does not show Antarctica as we see it today, buried under miles of ice. Instead, it depicts a coastline free of ice, as if drawn from a time when the continent's landmass was exposed. Mainstream historians argue that Piri Reis simply copied from older maps, some dating back to ancient times. But if that is true, where did those earlier maps come from? Who charted Antarctica in a period when, according to science, it had been covered in ice for thousands of years? According to geological studies, Antarctica's coastline would have been ice-free at least 6,000 years ago, perhaps much longer. That would place the knowledge contained in the Piri Reis map deep into prehistory, long before any known civilization was capable of global navigation. The implications are staggering. If the map is accurate, it means that some unknown civilization had the ability to chart coastlines with precision rivaling even modern cartography. Remember, in 1513, European sailors were still making crude, often wildly inaccurate maps. Entire continents were drawn distorted, coastlines were misplaced, distances were inconsistent. Yet somehow, Piri Reis possessed fragments of a map that not only captured South America's eastern coast with near-modern precision, but also extended into the icy lands no European had ever seen. Skeptics, of course, try to explain it away. They claim the supposed Antarctic coastline is simply a misdrawn part of South America. They argue that what enthusiasts see as Antarctica is just statistic error. But careful studies, including those by cartographers in the 20th century, suggest otherwise. The details match too closely to be coincidence. The shape of the land beneath the ice, revealed only by modern sonar mapping, appears to correspond with what Piri Reis drew centuries earlier. How could this be possible? One theory suggests that Piri Reis had access to a library of ancient charts, maps that survived from civilizations long vanished. He himself wrote in notes on the map that he compiled it from many older sources, some of which he attributed to ancient times. Could it be that the knowledge of global navigation was preserved in fragments, handed down from age to age, resurfacing in Istanbul at the dawn of the 16th century? If so, we are forced to consider who first created those ancient maps. Were they the Egyptians? The Phoenicians? Some forgotten seafaring culture erased by time? Or could it have been a civilization far older than all of these, one that existed before the end of the last ice age, when Antarctica's coast was still free of its frozen shroud? Such a culture, capable of charting the globe, would append everything we know about prehistory. But there is another, even more provocative theory. Some suggest the knowledge was not human at all, that the precision of the map indicates a bird's-eye perspective, even, perhaps, a satellite view. To imagine ancient people charting coastlines from the ground is one thing. To imagine they could view entire continents from above is quite another. Could it be evidence of lost technology, or even contact with beings who possessed it? This is why the Piri Reis map remains one of the most tantalizing OOP arts of all. Unlike a single artifact found in the ground, the map is a document, a record of knowledge. It is harder to dismiss as a hoax because it exists in historical archives. It bears the name of a known historical figure, and it was created in a period we can verify. Its provenance is real, and yet, the knowledge it contains appears impossible. The implications stretch beyond Antarctica. Some researchers point out that the Piri Reis map suggests a familiarity with longitudes, a geographical measurement that was not supposed to be discovered until centuries later. Others note that the scale and proportions rival maps created after centuries of surveying and exploration. The idea that a 16th century admiral could have compiled such data without access to advanced knowledge strains credibility. And yet, the map exists. It sits in the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, mute and undeniable. Historians dismiss it with a shrug, but those who dare to look deeper see in its lines the faint outline of erased history. A history where global seafaring, precise cartography, and knowledge of lands beyond the horizon existed long before Columbus, long before Rome, perhaps long before Mesopotamia. The question is no longer whether the Piri race map is real. It is. The question is, what does it represent? A mistake of the cartographer's hand? Or the last surviving trace of a world that once knew far more than we do? For those who believe in the official story, the map is nothing but a curiosity. For those willing to question, it is a doorway. Because if ancient civilizations once knew the shape of Antarctica, if they could measure coastlines with modern precision, then our history is not what we think. We are not the first. We are not the pinnacle. We are merely one chapter in a much older book. And the Piri race map is only the beginning. If a chart drawn on gazelle skin can hold such secrets, what of other artifacts buried in the sands of time? What of objects that harness electricity thousands of years before its discovery? What of machines that turn up in shipwrecks, built with precision gears long before the Industrial Revolution? As we turn the page to our next mystery, the past grows stranger still. For in the deserts of Iraq lies a small clay jar that may contain the spark of an ancient technology we never expected to find. The Baghdad Battery. In the heart of Iraq, near the ruins of ancient Mesopotamia, the so-called cradle of civilization, archaeologists unearthed something that should not exist. It was not a monument, not a carving, not even a piece of pottery with strange markings. It was a clay jar, small and unremarkable at first glance. But inside this jar was a riddle, a copper cylinder, a tightly fitted iron rod, and evidence that the container had once been sealed with bitumen. To the naked eye, it resembled little more than an ancient vessel. Yet to those who studied it, the possibility was staggering. This was no ordinary jar. This was a battery. Known today as the Baghdad Battery, this object dates back nearly 2,000 years, perhaps even further. Its simple design is unmistakably similar to the principle behind a modern galvanic cell, the very foundation of electricity. Pour a weak acid like vinegar or lemon juice into the jar, and the copper and iron begin to react, generating a small electric current. The idea that ancient people might have harnessed electricity long before Benjamin Franklin flew his kite, long before Edison and Tesla revolutionized the world, is almost unthinkable. And yet, here it was, a clay jar that hummed with the whispers of lost science. When first discovered in the 1930s, the Baghdad Battery puzzled researchers. At first, some thought it was merely a storage jar. Others suggested it was used for holding scrolls. But when its components were examined more closely, the design was undeniable. It was functional. It could generate power. The question then shifted from "what is this?" to "why was it made?" What use could an ancient people possibly have for electricity? Several theories emerged. Some suggested electroplating, the process of coating objects with a thin layer of precious metal. Indeed, artifacts in the region showed signs of such techniques, and the battery could have provided the small but steady current required for the process. Others proposed it was used for medicinal purposes, perhaps to deliver mild shocks in healing rituals, much like early experiments with electricity in modern times. A more mystical theory claimed it was used in religious ceremonies, that the strange hum or spark it produced was interpreted as divine power, a literal manifestation of the gods. But skeptics were not satisfied. They argued the Baghdad Battery was never meant to be a battery at all, that its resemblance to a galvanic cell was coincidental. They suggested it was simply a storage container, and that the idea of electricity in antiquity was wishful thinking. Yet experiments repeatedly showed the same result. When liquid electrolyte was added, it produced electricity. Whether or not this was its intended purpose, the device worked. And in science, function cannot be ignored. Now consider the implications. If the Baghdad Battery was truly designed to harness electricity, it means the ancients understood a principle we assumed was discovered only in recent centuries. Imagine workshops in Mesopotamia where artisans electroplated jewelry under the flicker of torchlight. Imagine temples where priests shocked initiates with the spark of divine fire. Imagine knowledge, technical, practical knowledge, circulating among cultures we dismiss as primitive. The thought alone is enough to redraw the boundaries of history. Even more intriguing is the possibility that the Baghdad Battery was not unique. Some researchers suggest it may have been one of many, part of a larger system. If so, what else did these devices power? Were there lamps, tools, or even machines now lost to time. The discovery of only a single example may simply be a fragment, a clue left behind from a greater technology erased by centuries of conquest and decay. The mystery deepens when we recall where the artifact was found. Mesopotamia was the land of Sumer, Babylon, and Assyria, civilizations already steeped in myth and legend. This was the land of Enki, of star gods and cosmic teachers, of the first recorded laws and the first written stories. If electricity was known here, then perhaps the myths of divine power and heavenly fire were not purely symbolic. Perhaps they were echoes of real, tangible knowledge passed down, guarded, and eventually forgotten. There is also the uncomfortable question of continuity. If the Baghdad battery is genuine, why did the knowledge vanish? Why did later civilizations not expand on it, develop it further, and build the technologies that would have changed the course of history? Unless, of course, it was deliberately suppressed. Throughout human history, sacred knowledge has often been restricted to the elite, to priests, rulers, and initiates. What if electricity was known only to a few, used sparingly for ritual or prestige, and then lost in the chaos of invasions, wars, and empire collapse? The battery may not have been forgotten by accident, but erased by circumstance. And here lies the true power of the Baghdad battery as a mystery. It is not merely a clay jar with copper and iron. It is a symbol, a reminder that our ancestors may have walked paths of knowledge we no longer remember, that the story of science is not a straight line from ignorance to brilliance, but a circle, a cycle of discovery, loss, and rediscovery. Each artifact we find is like a voice calling out from the past, "We knew more than you think." Skeptics can argue endlessly about the purpose of the Baghdad battery. Was it really for electroplating? Was it medical? Was it ritual? But the undeniable fact remains: it works. And that single fact is enough to place it firmly in the realm of the unexplained. Because if even one ancient culture harnessed electricity, then the timeline of human progress must be rewritten. The Piri race map showed us knowledge of the globe long before modern cartography. The Baghdad battery now shows us knowledge of energy long before modern science. Piece by piece, these OOP arts form a pattern. A picture begins to emerge of civilizations not primitive at all, but advanced in ways we barely recognize. Civilizations are raised from memory, their artifacts surviving only as whispers. And the whispers grow louder. For if electricity could be harnessed in Mesopotamia, what other technologies might have existed in the ancient world? The answer lies not in clay jars, but in bronze gears, corroded fragments pulled from the depths of the sea. A machine so sophisticated that it stunned scientists, a device that should not exist. The Antikythera mechanism. In 1901, off the coast of a small Greek island called Antikythera, a team of sponge divers made a discovery that would forever haunt archaeology. At first, it seemed like little more than the remains of a sunken Roman ship, statues, pottery, coins. But among the corroded cargo was something utterly unlike anything else, a lump of bronze and wood, fused together by centuries beneath the sea. It looked unremarkable, a twisted mass of gears and fragments. Yet inside this corroded husk lay a secret. It was not a statue, not a weapon, not an ornament. It was a machine. What came to be known as the Antikythera mechanism would eventually stun scientists. As researchers carefully examined and reconstructed its shattered pieces, they realized they were looking at an object that should not exist, a clockwork device of impossible sophistication, dating to more than 2,000 years ago. The mechanism contained gears with precise teeth, interlocking in ways that mirrored the movements of celestial bodies. By turning a crank, the user could predict eclipses, track lunar cycles, and chart the positions of planets with astonishing accuracy. In essence, this was the world's first analog computer, built in ancient Greece, centuries before the birth of modern engineering. The sheer precision of the Antikythera mechanism is what makes it so baffling. Its gears were cut with a level of accuracy rivaling that of 18th century clockmakers. The device included a differential gear system, a concept thought to have been invented in the Renaissance, more than a millennium later. To imagine such engineering in the hands of people who, by mainstream accounts, were still chiseling marble with hand tools and debating philosophy in open-air forums is almost impossible. And yet, the device is real. Mainstream historians cautiously attribute it to Greek inventors, perhaps inspired by the genius of Archimedes or other Hellenistic engineers. They suggest it may have been used to teach astronomy or assist sailors navigating the seas. But even if this is true, the question remains: how could technology this advanced appear so suddenly, in such isolation, only to vanish for more than 1,000 years? Why was there no progression, no evidence of similar devices leading up to it or evolving from it? The Antikythera mechanism stands alone, like a ghost from a forgotten age. This is where the mystery deepens. Some scholars believe the device was not unique, that it represents only the one that happened to survive. If so, there may have been countless others, lost to decay or destruction. Imagine libraries filled with such machines, cabinets of bronze gears tracking the heavens, scientific instruments rivaling anything produced before the Industrial Revolution. If that were true, then the Antikythera mechanism is not an anomaly. It is a remnant of a lost technological tradition. But others take the enigma further. They ask, how did the Greeks acquire this knowledge in the first place? Did they stumble upon it themselves, through sheer genius? Or were they inheriting fragments of an even older, forgotten science, one passed down from civilizations erased by time, perhaps even predating Egypt and Mesopotamia? Could the Antikythera mechanism be a survivor of a chain of knowledge stretching back thousands of years, hidden in myths of gods who taught men the secrets of the stars? Adding to the intrigue is the symbolic weight of the machine. The ancients did not merely track the heavens for curiosity. To them, the movement of the stars and planets was tied to fate, to prophecy, to divine will. A device capable of predicting eclipses would not only be a scientific marvel, it would be an instrument of power. Those who possessed it could command authority, claim divine knowledge, or even manipulate the fears of the masses. Was the Antikythera mechanism a tool of science, or of control? Skeptics, as always, attempt to demystify it. They argue that the Greeks were brilliant mathematicians and engineers, fully capable of producing such a device. They point to writings by Cicero and others that hint at mechanical models of the cosmos. And yet, none of those supposed models survive. The Antikythera mechanism remains the lone physical proof, and its complexity still shocks modern engineers who study it with X-ray scans and 3D reconstructions. Even with today's technology, recreating it requires extraordinary craftsmanship. To say it was the product of a society we call ancient raises more questions than it answers. Perhaps the most chilling question is this: why did the knowledge vanish? If the Greeks truly possessed such technology, why was it not passed on, improved, and used to propel civilization forward? Instead, after the device was built, history fell silent. No further machines appear. No evidence of gears this sophisticated emerges until more than 1,000 years later, in medieval Europe. It is as if someone pressed a reset button on human progress, erasing centuries of advancement in a single stroke. Some theorists suggest war and conquest destroyed the knowledge. The burning of the Library of Alexandria, the collapse of Hellenistic kingdoms, the rise of empires uninterested in science, all could have buried the technology forever. Others, however, whisper of deliberate suppression. Perhaps the device was too powerful, too disruptive, and was hidden away or forbidden by ruling powers who feared what it represented. After all, if knowledge is power, then such knowledge could topple thrones. Whatever the truth, the Antikythera mechanism stands as one of the clearest challenges to the orthodox timeline of history. It proves that people in the ancient world were capable of feats far beyond what we credit them for. It suggests that our ancestors may have had access to sciences that vanished, leaving behind only corroded relics at the bottom of the sea. When we look at the Antikythera mechanism, we are forced to confront a haunting possibility: that our modern world is not the first to stand on the brink of technological brilliance. That there may have been others, civilizations advanced, sophisticated, ingenious, whose knowledge was wiped from the pages of history, leaving us to rediscover it slowly, painfully, and always with the nagging feeling that we are walking a path already traveled. And yet, even as this machine whispers of the heavens and the lost sciences of antiquity, it is not the only OOP art to suggest such mastery. For in the frozen wastes of Russia, explorers uncovered another enigma: tiny, microscopic spirals of metal that suggest manufacturing techniques we can barely explain. Were they relics of a forgotten people? Or proof of something even more disturbing: technology far older than humanity itself? The next step in our journey takes us deep into the Ural Mountains, where the impossible becomes undeniable. In the remote wilderness of Russia's Ural Mountains, far from the great cities and centers of power, prospectors searching for gold in the early 1990s stumbled upon something that would baffle science. They were not archaeologists, nor historians, just ordinary workers panning and drilling in the streams and riverbeds of the region. Yet what they uncovered was so small, so precise, and so utterly inexplicable that it has since become one of the strangest OOP arts ever recorded. Among the sediments, mixed with gravel and silt, the prospectors found tiny metallic objects, spirals of wire, perfectly coiled. Some measured a few millimeters in length, while others were microscopic, less than 1/10,000th of an inch. To the naked eye, they looked like nothing more than flecks of debris. But under magnification, their true nature was revealed. Minuscule spirals of tungsten, molybdenum, and other metals, crafted with an astonishing level of precision. These were not random fragments of metal. They were engineered. The Ural microspirals, as they came to be known, should not exist. Estimated to be between 20,000 and 300,000 years old based on the strata in which they were found, they predate not only recorded history but also the very emergence of Homo sapiens as we know them. In other words, these objects seem to come from a time when, according to mainstream science, no advanced civilizations, indeed, no civilizations at all, should have existed. Yet the evidence sat right there, under the lens of microscopes. Metallic spirals crafted with technological precision. How were they made? And more importantly, who made them? The metals themselves provide the first clue. Tungsten and molybdenum are not materials easily worked by primitive societies. Tungsten, in fact, has the highest melting point of any element, over 3,400 degrees Celsius. To shape it requires industrial furnaces, the kind only developed in modern times. To find it arranged into microscopic spirals in sediments hundreds of thousands of years old is, by every measure, impossible. Unless, of course, we are missing something fundamental about our past. One theory suggests that the spirals were once part of nanotechnology, perhaps components of some machine far beyond our understanding. Their size and precision resemble elements we associate with modern electronics, miniaturized parts designed to conduct or regulate energy. If true, then these tiny artifacts hint at a level of technological sophistication far greater than anything imagined for prehistoric humanity. They would suggest not only an advanced civilization but one operating on a scale that rivals, or even exceeds, our own. Another explanation, no less shocking, is that the spirals are not human in origin at all. Some researchers argue that they may be remnants of extraterrestrial probes or machinery, evidence that Earth was once visited by beings whose technology left behind fragments too small for the naked eye to notice. These spirals, they claim, are not OOP arts in the human sense, but literal alien artifacts, traces of exploration or monitoring equipment left in the deep past. Of course, skeptics dismiss such theories. They argue the spirals are nothing more than natural formations, perhaps crystallizations of metal or the byproducts of industrial contamination. Yet tests have shown they are not naturally occurring crystals. Their spiral design is deliberate, their composition controlled, their manufacture intentional. Nor can industrial contamination explain their presence in strata dated to tens of thousands of years before the rise of modern industry. The deeper researchers looked, the less sense it made. The mystery grows darker when we consider their age in context. If the spirals are truly 100,000 or 200,000 years old, they would predate not only Sumer and Egypt but the entire lineage of what we call civilization. They would even predate Homo sapiens' global dominance. That would mean either that an unknown human-like species achieved technological mastery long before us and then vanished, or that the Earth was once home to visitors whose machines left behind traces we are only now beginning to discover. And then comes the haunting silence. After the 1990s, research into the Ural microspirals largely disappeared. Laboratories confirmed their existence, noted their strangeness, and then the topic faded into obscurity. Some say the findings were suppressed, buried by institutions unwilling to challenge the orthodox view of history. Others suggest the mystery was simply too bizarre, too uncomfortable, and was quietly shelved as an unsolvable anomaly. But for those who look deeper, this silence is telling. For if the spirals truly are what they appear to be, then our entire story of human origins must be rewritten. Imagine, for a moment, what this implies. Tiny spirals, engineered with metals requiring extreme heat, crafted on a microscopic scale, found in sediments older than any known civilization. This is not the work of accident or chance. This is evidence of design. Evidence that, at some point in the deep past, someone or something possessed technology that should not have existed for hundreds of thousands of years. When we place the Ural microspirals alongside the Piri race map, the Baghdad battery, and the Antikythera mechanism, a pattern emerges. Each artifact, in isolation, is an anomaly. But together, they paint a disturbing picture. Fragments of advanced knowledge scattered across history, appearing in times and places where they should not. It is as though pieces of a great puzzle are hidden in the ruins and the soil, waiting for us to see the larger image. And perhaps the most unnerving aspect of the Ural spirals is their scale. The Piri race map shows us global knowledge. The Baghdad battery hints at practical energy. The Antikythera mechanism reveals mechanical genius. But the spirals, they suggest something deeper, something microscopic, even nanotechnological. They hint not only at advanced science, but at advanced miniaturization. And if that is true, then we must ask, was the technology of the ancients not just comparable to ours, but perhaps even beyond? It in ways we can scarcely imagine? The orthodox story of human history tells us we are the pinnacle, the endpoint of a long climb from caves to cities to space travel. But the Ural spirals whisper a different tale, one where the cycle is not a climb, but a circle, where civilizations rise, master incredible technologies, and then fall into silence, leaving only traces behind. Where perhaps we are not the first, but merely the latest. And if that thought chills you, prepare yourself. Because while the Ural spirals force us to look at the microcosm, the next mystery drags us back into the macrocosm, the massive, the monumental, the utterly impossible. In Bolivia, atop a high plateau, lies a stone city so precise, so inexplicable, that even with our modern tools, we could not build it today. A city where blocks weighing hundreds of tons were carved and fitted with laser-like precision. A city called Puma Punku. High in the Bolivian Andes, at an altitude of nearly 13,000 feet, lies the windswept plateau of Tiwanaku, and within it, the ruins of Puma Punku, a site so mysterious that even among archaeologists, it stands apart. At first glance, Puma Punku may look like nothing more than scattered stones, a collection of massive blocks tumbled by time. But upon closer inspection, what emerges is a puzzle so profound that it defies every explanation offered by mainstream history. For here, in a remote corner of the world, lies evidence of construction so precise, so impossibly advanced, that many believe it should not exist. The blocks of Puma Punku are not ordinary stones. Some weigh over 100 tons, cut from quarries miles away. Moving them across rugged terrain, without wheels or beasts of burden, would be a feat even for modern machinery. And yet, the builders of Puma Punku did it with apparent ease. But it is not merely the weight of the stones that astounds, it is their precision. Each block is cut with flat surfaces, right angles, and intricate patterns that lock together like pieces of a giant three-dimensional puzzle. The level of accuracy has led many to compare it not to ancient masonry, but to the work of high-tech engineers with diamond tools and laser-guided machinery. The most famous of these are the so-called H-blocks, massive stones carved into complex shapes with repeating dimensions. Their cuts are straight, their corners sharp, their inner details machined as if produced on an assembly line. To create even one block with such perfection would be extraordinary. But dozens of them exist, each nearly identical, as if mass-produced. How could an ancient culture, lacking iron tools, the wheel, or advanced technology, have achieved this? Mainstream archaeologists claim that Puma Punku was built by the Tiwanaku civilization around 1,500 years ago. But this explanation falters under scrutiny. The Tiwanaku, by all accounts, were skilled farmers and artisans, but they left no evidence of advanced tools or machinery. They had no system of writing, no record of how Puma Punku was constructed, and no technology to explain the engineering marvels of the site. To suggest that they built it with nothing more than stone hammers and primitive chisels stretches the imagination beyond breaking point. Then there is the issue of the site's destruction. The blocks of Puma Punku lie scattered as though thrown by some cataclysmic force. Some are overturned, others shattered, as if a massive earthquake or explosion tore the complex apart. Legends among the local Aymara people tell of gods who constructed Puma Punku in a single night, using divine power to move the stones. Could this myth preserve a memory of some lost technology, or even an event so violent that it scarred both the land and the people who lived upon it? One of the most startling features of Puma Punku is the presence of drill holes, perfectly round, evenly spaced, with depths and diameters that suggest the use of advanced drilling equipment. In some cases, grooves run along the stone surfaces as if made by saws. These are not the rough, uneven marks of stone tools. They are mechanical in nature. They look industrial. If we found such markings in a modern factory, no one would question them. And yet, they exist here, carved into ancient stone on a windswept plateau. Skeptics argue that these marks can be explained by persistence and ingenuity, that the builders could have achieved them with simple tools and endless labor. But engineers who have examined the stones disagree. They point out that even with modern diamond-tip drills, achieving the same level of precision would be difficult. To suggest that a primitive culture did it without such tools is to ignore the evidence of the stones themselves. The enigma deepens when we consider the alignment of the structures. Puma Punku is not a random scatter of blocks. Its foundations show evidence of astronomical precision, aligned with solstices and celestial events. This suggests not only advanced engineering, but advanced knowledge of astronomy, the kind of knowledge usually attributed to much later civilizations. Once again, we are forced to ask, how did the builders know? Who taught them? Some researchers propose that Puma Punku is far older than the official timeline suggests. They argue that it may predate the Tiwanaku entirely, perhaps by thousands of years, built by an unknown civilization that vanished long before recorded history. Geological studies of weathering on the stones hint at great antiquity, with erosion patterns suggesting exposure far longer than 1,500 years. If true, Puma Punku could date back to the end of the last ice age, or earlier. Others go further still. They suggest that Puma Punku is not merely evidence of a lost human culture, but of something more extraordinary, contact with beings beyond Earth. The precision, the technology, the scale, all point, they argue, to intervention by advanced intelligences. To many, Puma Punku is one of the clearest candidates for ancient alien architecture, a place where the fingerprints of the gods can still be seen etched into stone. Whether one accepts such theories or not, the mystery of Puma Punku remains unsolved. No experiment has convincingly shown how the stones could be cut, transported, and assembled with the tools known to ancient peoples. No records exist to explain its construction. The stones themselves defy every attempt at replication. And so, the site endures as a riddle, silent, immovable, waiting for someone to unlock its secrets. But perhaps that is the point. Perhaps Puma Punku is not just a ruin, but a message. A marker left by a civilization, human or otherwise, to remind us that history is deeper, stranger, and more cyclical than we dare admit. A marker that forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth, that what we call primitive may in fact conceal brilliance, and that what we call modern may only be rediscovery. From the impossible stones of Puma Punku, our journey into forbidden archaeology continues. For while these megaliths challenge our understanding of construction, another mystery challenges our understanding of technology itself. In ancient India, texts speak of flying machines, vimanas, soaring across the skies in an age we call myth. But what if these stories were not myth at all? What if they were memories of machines as real as any aircraft today? For centuries, the myths and epics of India have spoken of wonders so great, they blur the line between legend and history. Among these stories are tales of flying palaces, machines of the gods, and aerial battles fought in the skies thousands of years before the first modern airplane ever lifted off the ground. These machines had a name, vimanas. And if the accounts are to be believed, they were not mere figments of imagination, but descriptions of real, physical technology that existed in humanity's distant past. The Sanskrit texts are filled with references to vimanas. The Mahabharata, one of India's oldest epics, describes massive flying chariots that could move in any direction, soar to great heights, and unleash weapons of terrifying power. The Ramayana tells of King Ravana's Pushpaka Vimana, a flying palace that could carry hundreds of people, traveling swiftly across the sky. Other texts, like the Vaimanika Shastra, a controversial manuscript said to be based on ancient knowledge, describe the mechanics of vimanas in technical detail, including propulsion systems, materials, and even the effects of aerial travel on pilots. The descriptions are astonishingly vivid. Vimanas are said to have been powered by mercury engines or by harnessing the anti-gravity force of the Earth. Some accounts speak of energy sources that sound eerily similar to modern nuclear power. Others describe them as capable of vertical takeoff and landing, much like helicopters or spacecraft. They could hover motionless in the air or dart with lightning speed across vast distances. These are not the clumsy wooden chariots of myth. They are sophisticated machines, crafted with a knowledge that seems far beyond the scope of ancient humanity. What makes the accounts even more unsettling is the detail given to their weaponry. In the Mahabharata, descriptions of battles involving vimanas include weapons that scorch the earth, causing firestorms and radiation-like burns, effects hauntingly reminiscent of modern nuclear explosions. One passage even describes a weapon that created a single projectile charged with the power of the universe, accompanied by a blinding flash brighter than 1,000 suns. The devastation described afterward, animals collapsing, hair and nails falling out, food contaminated, mirrors the symptoms of radiation poisoning. How could a text thousands of years old describe what sounds so much like nuclear warfare? Skeptics, of course, insist that these passages are metaphorical. They argue that Vimanas were simply imaginative expressions of divine power, mythologized chariots representing the god's ability to transcend the human realm. But others see something more, the possibility that these are not myths, but memories, distorted retellings of actual technologies witnessed in the ancient world. If so, then the ancients were not imagining flight. They were recording it. Supporters of this theory point to the sheer consistency of the descriptions. Across multiple texts, Vimanas are not vague or symbolic. They are described with mechanical features, cockpits, propulsion systems, metallic construction, even onboard controls. The Vaimanika Shastra, though controversial in origin, outlines aeronautical principles eerily close to modern engineering, including references to gyroscopes, radar-like detection, and materials resistant to heat. To dismiss this all as coincidence is difficult. The real question is, if Vimanas did exist, who built them? Were they the creations of ancient human civilizations that have since been erased from memory? Or were they the machines of visitors, gods, extraterrestrials, or beings of another realm, who once descended upon Earth? Ancient Indian texts often blur the line between human kings and celestial beings, describing interactions between mortals and gods as though both occupied the same reality. Perhaps these gods were not deities at all, but advanced beings with technology mistaken for divine power. Even more provocative is the possibility that some traces of this technology survived. In temples across India, carvings depict strange flying objects. In some reliefs, figures appear seated inside domed structures with wings or flames beneath them, resembling rockets or capsules. Could these be artistic representations of Vimanas? Or are they simply symbolic images later interpreted through modern eyes? The mysteries deepen when we consider India's ancient understanding of science. The culture that produced these stories was not ignorant. Indian mathematicians discovered the concept of zero, pioneered astronomy, and developed surgical techniques still admired today. If any ancient civilization possessed the ability to experiment with flight, India would have been a prime candidate. But where are the physical remains? Where are the engines, the metal fragments, the ruins of hangars or landing pads? Perhaps, as with so many other OOP arts, they were lost to time, buried beneath the earth, or destroyed in cataclysms that reset the clock of civilization. There is also the possibility that the technology was never meant for humans at all. Some passages describe Vimanas as gifts of the gods, lent to kings for specific purposes. If true, then perhaps humanity never possessed the knowledge to build them independently, but only witnessed them in or as outsiders used them. To the ancient chroniclers, these machines would have seemed magical, divine, and their accounts of them would be preserved in myth, just as today, we might describe advanced alien craft in terms that future generations could misinterpret. The allure of the Vimanas lies not only in what they suggest about the past, but in what they imply about the future. If ancient civilizations once mastered flight, propulsion, and even energy sources we barely understand, then perhaps our modern age is not an unprecedented breakthrough, but a rediscovery of something already known. Perhaps we are relearning the secrets of the sky, one invention at a time, while fragments of that knowledge linger in the myths of India. And just as the Vimanas suggest aerial mastery, other artifacts point to technological sophistication in entirely different domains. For while ancient texts speak of flying machines, physical objects hint at the mastery of materials far beyond what we expect. In Colombia, for example, small gold figurines shaped like animals turn out, upon closer inspection, to resemble airplanes, complete with wings, tails, and vertical stabilizers. Were these toys, ornaments, or scale models of real machines once seen in the skies of the ancient world? The story of forbidden archaeology moves from the written word to the tangible artifact, from the Sanskrit epics to the Colombian jungles. And the mystery only deepens. Hidden deep within the jungles of Colombia, among the treasures of pre-Columbian cultures, lies one of the most unsettling enigmas of forbidden archaeology, the so-called gold airplanes. At first glance, these small golden artifacts, unearthed from ancient tombs, seem like nothing more than decorative pendants. They are catalogued as zoomorphic figures, stylized representations of insects, birds, or fish. But the longer one studies them, the more an uncomfortable truth emerges. They do not resemble any known creature of the natural world. Instead, they look strikingly similar to airplanes. These objects, often referred to as the Quimbaya artifacts after the culture that crafted them, are typically only a few centimeters in size. They were discovered alongside other golden objects, dating back at least 1,000 years. But unlike typical animal pendants, their forms are mechanical, aerodynamic, and engineered. Many of them feature wings, tails, and vertical stabilizers, components no insect has ever possessed, yet essential to any modern aircraft. Some even display what appear to be jet intakes or propellers, design features that eerily echo the machines we take for granted today. Mainstream archaeologists dismiss them as abstracted animal figures. They argue that the artisans who created them were simply stylizing birds, perhaps with exaggerated wings and tails, and that any resemblance to modern aircraft is purely coincidental. Yet when one compares the gold artifacts directly to the shapes of actual insects or birds, the similarities vanish. Birds have feathers, legs, and curved wings, none of which appear on the pendants. Insects have segmented bodies, antennae, and irregular forms. By contrast, these gold figures display straight, flat wings set at precise angles, fuselage-like bodies, and upright stabilizers that would serve no purpose in an animal, but every purpose in a plane. The mystery intensified in the 20th century when engineers and aeronautical experts examined the artifacts. They found that many of the golden figures displayed correct aerodynamic features, such as delta wing shapes and lifting surfaces, consistent with principles of flight. To test the theory, several engineers built scaled-up models of the artifacts. The results were shocking. When equipped with engines, the models flew. Not only did they fly, they were stable, functional aircraft. In other words, these little pendants were not random ornaments. They were scale models of real flying machines. How could this be? How could a pre-Columbian culture, with no evidence of advanced technology, no knowledge of aerodynamics, and no written language to record engineering principles, produce accurate miniature models of airplanes? The conventional explanation, coincidence, seems weaker with every test flight. The artifacts are not vaguely plane-like. They are so precise that they can actually perform in the air. That level of accuracy is impossible without either first-hand observation of flight or direct knowledge of aerodynamic design. This has led to explosive theories. Some researchers argue that the Quimbaya people, or perhaps their distant ancestors, witnessed real flying machines in their skies. These could have been advanced craft from a lost human civilization, erased from history but remembered in gold. Others believe they were modeled after the technology of extraterrestrial visitors, immortalized in miniature form by artisans who saw them with their own eyes. To a culture unacquainted with machines, such craft would have seemed divine, magical, and worthy of representation in their sacred treasures. Critics counter that there is no evidence of flight in the pre-Columbian Americas. No ruins of airports, no remnants of engines, no records of aerial warfare or travel. They insist that calling these objects airplanes imposes modern ideas onto ancient artifacts. Yet the problem remains. Why do they look so much like airplanes, down to details unnecessary for ornamentation but essential for flight? The skeptics cannot explain why, among thousands of animal pendants, these particular forms defy categorization. It is also telling that the artifacts were found in tombs. In many ancient cultures, items buried with the dead were symbolic, carrying meaning about the afterlife or the soul's journey. If these pendants truly represented flight, not of birds, but of machines, what does that suggest about the beliefs of their makers? Did they associate the soul's journey with technological flight, perhaps echoing real experiences of seeing beings who traveled through the air? Were these pendants more than jewelry? Were they cultural memory cast in gold? Adding to the mystery is the metallurgical skill of the Quimbaya culture itself. Their gold work was sophisticated, employing advanced techniques such as lost wax casting, allowing artisans to create precise, intricate shapes. This technical mastery raises further questions. Did they apply their skill to replicate something they had actually seen? If so, then the gold airplanes are not creative imagination, but direct observation rendered permanent in metal. Even if one rejects the notion of ancient aircraft, the symbolism remains curious. Why choose forms that resemble nothing in nature? Why not stick with clearly identifiable animals, as most other pendants do? The decision to craft such unique designs suggests intention, an intention that modern eyes cannot ignore. And so the Columbian gold airplanes remain one of archaeology's forbidden enigmas. Too mechanical to be dismissed as art, too advanced to fit comfortably into accepted history, they force us to confront the possibility that ancient peoples knew, or saw, more than we can explain. If they are mere ornaments, then the coincidence is staggering. If they are models of real craft, then history must be rewritten. Either way, they open the door to the next, even greater question. If ancient people saw flying machines, Where did they come from? Were they remnants of a lost human? Technology, erased in cataclysm? Or were they visitors from the stars, crossing vast distances to leave fleeting impressions on the cultures of Earth? And if the skies of Colombia once carried impossible machines, then perhaps they were not alone. For across the ocean, in the deserts of Mesopotamia, lie clay tablets that speak of beings who descended from the heavens in fiery chariots, bringing with them knowledge and power. These beings were known as the Anunnaki, and their story may hold the key to understanding the enigma of flight in the ancient world. In the cradle of civilization, where the first great cities of humanity rose from the fertile plains of Mesopotamia, lies one of the oldest and most puzzling mythologies ever recorded. Thousands of clay tablets, etched with cuneiform script more than 5,000 years ago, tell the story of powerful beings who descended from the heavens to shape human destiny. They were called the Anunnaki, the princes of heaven and earth, the ones who ruled before kings, the bringers of knowledge, law, and civilization itself. To mainstream historians, the Anunnaki are nothing more than myth, deities imagined by the Sumerians to explain the mysteries of life, agriculture, and the cosmos. Yet when we read the tablets with an open mind, a different story begins to emerge. For the Sumerians described their gods not as distant, intangible forces, but as flesh and blood beings who walked among them, ruled in their cities, and interacted with humanity directly. The Anunnaki lived, governed, and even quarreled like mortals. They had names, families, rivalries, and specific domains of power. They were not invisible spirits, they were rulers. The epic texts speak of these beings descending to earth from the heavens in great fiery chariots. Some accounts describe thunder, smoke, and flames accompanying their arrival, as though massive craft were landing on the plains. The gods are depicted wearing horned helmets, carrying strange tools, and wielding technology that gave them power over nature. The Sumerians recorded them as the originators of kingship, the architects of irrigation, agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy. It is as if civilization itself was not invented, but gifted. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Anunnaki story is the idea that they created humanity. The Enuma Elish and Epic of Atrahasis describe how the gods, weary of laboring on earth, fashioned mankind from clay mixed with the blood of a god, a genetic fusion, perhaps, between divine beings and earthly material. The result was the first humans, designed to serve as workers for their celestial masters. Mainstream scholars interpret this as mythological metaphor, but some researchers, like Zakaria Sitchin, have argued that the tablets record not mythology, but history, that the Anunnaki were advanced beings, possibly extraterrestrials, who genetically engineered humans as a slave race to serve them. This theory is controversial, even ridiculed, yet it answers questions that conventional history leaves unresolved. How did the Sumerians, humanity's first recorded civilization, leap from Stone Age villages to cities with written language, laws, schools, and complex astronomy seemingly overnight? How did they know of planets like Uranus and Neptune, which cannot be seen with the naked eye? Their star charts depict them with startling accuracy, thousands of years before telescopes existed. Where did that knowledge come from? The Anunnaki, according to the tablets, ruled for vast spans of time, measured not in decades but in thousands of years. Some texts list reigns lasting tens of thousands of years, suggesting either symbolic exaggeration or lifespans far beyond the human norm. These beings were said to have taught humanity agriculture, metallurgy, and even the construction of monumental temples. They established city-states such as Eridu, Ur, and Nippur, which became centers of culture and religion. And when they left, they promised to return. But the Anunnaki were not united. The stories describe conflicts among them, rivalries, wars, and disputes over humanity's fate. One tale speaks of a catastrophic flood, unleashed by the gods to wipe out mankind. Only one man, warned by a sympathetic deity, built a massive vessel to save his family and animals from destruction. This account, recorded thousands of years before the biblical story of Noah, echoes eerily across cultures. Was it myth, or a memory of a real cataclysm, observed by survivors and attributed to the gods? If we accept the possibility that the Anunnaki were real, advanced beings, then the implications are staggering. Were they visitors from another planet, as some have suggested? Perhaps from the mysterious planet Nibiru described in Sumerian cosmology? Or were they an earlier, now lost branch of human civilization, possessing technology so advanced that it seemed divine to those who came after? Even the word Anunnaki itself fuels speculation. Translations vary, but some render it as those who from heaven to earth came. If accurate, this is not the language of myth, it is the language of encounter. The Sumerians did not worship vague abstractions. They chronicled the arrival of beings they believed came from the sky, bringing power and knowledge. Modern archaeology struggles with this interpretation, insisting that the Anunnaki were nothing more than a pantheon of gods, like Zeus or Odin. Yet the precision of Sumerian records defies easy dismissal. Unlike many mythologies, the Sumerians recorded their stories in administrative detail. Lists of kings, dynasties, calendars, and astronomical charts, alongside the tales of their gods. This mixture of history and myth suggests that for them, the line between the divine and the real was not blurred at all. To them, the gods were tangible. What makes this even more fascinating is the cultural echo of the Anunnaki across civilizations. In later Akkadian and Babylonian texts, their roles persist. In the Hebrew Bible, echoes of their legends appear in stories of the Nephilim, the mysterious giants who were the offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men. In South American myths, gods arrive from the skies to teach agriculture and order. In nearly every corner of the world, traditions speak of sky beings who descended to guide humanity. Were they all imagining the same thing, or remembering the same encounter in different words? The legend of the Anunnaki forces us to ask an uncomfortable question. Is our civilization truly the first, or merely the latest in a cycle of rises and falls guided by powers beyond us? If they did walk the earth, where did they go? Did they leave traces, buried beneath the sands of Mesopotamia, hidden from our reach? Or are they still out there, watching, waiting for a moment to return? From golden airplanes in Colombia to sky gods in Mesopotamia, a pattern emerges. Again and again, ancient peoples recorded encounters with beings and machines that should not have existed in their time. Are these coincidences, or fragments of a larger, hidden history? And if the Anunnaki really did create humanity, as the tablets suggest, then we are not simply asking about history. We are asking about ourselves. Who are we? Where did we come from? And perhaps most hauntingly, are we truly free, or still part of a story written long ago by beings we no longer remember? The trail of the Anunnaki leads us deeper into forbidden archaeology. For just as the Sumerians recorded their sky gods, the Egyptians left behind monuments so vast and mysterious that they continue to baffle us today. And at the heart of their enigma lies a structure so perfect, so enduring, that it has become the very symbol of the ancient world, the Great Pyramid of Giza. On the edge of the Egyptian desert, where golden sands stretch toward the horizon, rises a structure that has haunted the imagination of humanity for millennia, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Towering over the plateau, it is not only the most famous monument of the ancient world but also the most enigmatic. To this day, no single explanation can fully account for its construction, its precision, and its purpose. It is more than stone stacked upon stone. It is a riddle carved into the desert itself, one that whispers of knowledge lost to time. Mainstream archaeology tells us the Great Pyramid was built around 4,500 years ago, as the tomb of Pharaoh Khufu. Yet even this central claim is riddled with problems. No hieroglyphs, no inscriptions, and no texts within the pyramid itself declare it to be a tomb. Unlike other royal burials, it contains no ornate carvings, no elaborate funerary art, and no definitive remains of Khufu. What it does contain is something far more unnerving, engineering so precise that it rivals, and in some ways surpasses, modern technology. Consider its scale. The pyramid was originally 481 feet tall, built from an estimated 3 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 80 tons. Its base covers 13 acres, aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. Even with today's tools, achieving such accuracy would be a monumental feat, yet we are told it was constructed with copper chisels, wooden sledges, and manpower alone. Could primitive tools and sheer labor truly explain such a masterpiece? The precision of the pyramid borders on the impossible. Its sides deviate from true north by a mere fraction of a degree. Its base is level to within less than an inch across its massive span. The joints between many of the blocks are so tight that not even a razor blade can slip between them. To replicate such tolerances with simple stone tools and manpower strains credulity. Modern engineers who have studied the pyramid admit that building it today, with cranes and advanced surveying equipment, would be a daunting challenge. Then there is the mystery of the stones themselves. Some of the blocks are made of granite, quarried nearly 500 miles away in Aswan. How were these colossal stones transported across the desert, lifted, and set into place with such accuracy? Rolling them on logs seems impossible given their weight. Dragging them across sand would require unimaginable manpower. The logistics of the pyramid's construction remain one of history's greatest puzzles. Equally perplexing are the internal chambers. The so-called King's Chamber, constructed entirely of granite blocks weighing up to 70 tons each, is roofed with a series of massive slabs arranged to distribute the weight above. How these blocks were hauled into place within the pyramid remains unexplained. Ventilation shafts extend from the chamber at precise angles, aligned not randomly but with specific stars in the night sky, Orion and Sirius, sacred constellations to the ancient Egyptians. This alignment suggests a purpose beyond burial. The pyramid was not merely a tomb, it was a cosmic machine. Some researchers have proposed that the Great Pyramid was a giant energy generator. Its internal layout, combined with the properties of the limestone casing stones and granite blocks, may have created a piezoelectric effect, harnessing the Earth's natural vibrations. Others argue it was an astronomical observatory, its geometry encoding the dimensions of the Earth, the precession of the equinoxes, and the distances to celestial bodies. These ideas may sound radical, but they stem from measurable facts. The pyramid encodes mathematical constants such as pi and the golden ratio with astonishing accuracy. Was this coincidence, or deliberate design? If the pyramid was truly a tomb, why would its builders go to such extraordinary lengths to encode advanced mathematics and astronomy into its structure? Why the near-perfect alignment with the Earth's cardinal directions? Why the use of materials and techniques so far beyond what we attribute to the Old Kingdom Egyptians? And why is there no definitive evidence of Khufu ever being buried there? Some researchers suggest that the pyramid is far older than 4,500 years, perhaps a relic of a lost civilization that predates dynastic Egypt. The weathering patterns on the Sphinx, located nearby, have already sparked debates about much earlier construction dates, possibly as far back as 10,000 BCE. If the pyramid too is older than believed, then it may not be a pharaonic tomb at all, but a surviving remnant of a forgotten epoch of human history, or even something non-human. The Great Pyramid's enigma deepens when we consider cultural parallels. Across the world, other pyramids exist, in Mesoamerica, in China, even beneath the jungles of Southeast Asia. Though separated by oceans and continents, these cultures independently constructed massive, pyramid-like structures aligned with the stars. Was this mere coincidence, or evidence of a shared, ancient source of knowledge? Did the builders of Giza belong to a global network of civilizations, now lost, who understood geometry, astronomy, and engineering on a level we are only beginning to rediscover? Even the casing stones that once covered the pyramid add to its mystery. These white limestone blocks reflected sunlight so brilliantly that the pyramid would have shone like a jewel in the desert, visible for miles. Some legends claim the structure once glowed with power, serving not just as a tomb or temple, but as a beacon, a signal to the heavens, perhaps even to the gods themselves. For centuries, explorers have searched the pyramid for hidden chambers, convinced that secrets still lie buried within. Recent scans using muon tomography have revealed anomalies, voids within the pyramid that have never been entered. Could they conceal hidden passages, unknown chambers, or evidence of the pyramid's true purpose? The answers remain locked in stone. The Great Pyramid of Giza is more than a wonder of the ancient world. It is a challenge, a silent question left by its builders. Who were we, and what did we know, long before history began? To accept the mainstream view is to believe that a Bronze Age society, armed with simple tools, constructed the most precise, massive, and enduring structure on Earth in just a few decades. To look deeper is to entertain the possibility that the pyramid was the work of a civilization with knowledge and abilities we cannot yet explain. And if the Great Pyramid was not a tomb, but something far more profound, an energy device, a star map, a message, then what was it pointing to? What was it trying to preserve? The trail of forbidden archaeology now leads us beyond Egypt, to another culture that built impossibly vast structures aligned with the cosmos. Thousands of miles away, in the jungles of Peru, rise the enigmatic walls of Sacsayhuaman, a fortress of stones so massive and so perfectly fitted that even today, they defy our understanding of ancient engineering. High in the Andean mountains, overlooking the ancient city of Cusco, lies a fortress that seems as though it was built by giants. Its name is Sacsayhuaman, a word that rolls like thunder, fitting for a site that has baffled explorers, archaeologists, and engineers for centuries. Here, massive stone walls rise in zigzagging patterns, each block cut and placed with such precision that they stand firm after hundreds of earthquakes, centuries of storms, and countless attempts to unravel their construction. At first glance, Sacsayhuaman seems like an Inca fortress. Its towering walls, terraces, and strategic location overlooking Cusco suggest a military function. But when one studies the structure in detail, a much deeper mystery emerges. For while the Incas were undoubtedly skilled builders, the construction of Sacsayhuaman goes far beyond anything they were known to have accomplished. Some of the stones used in the walls weigh more than 100 tons, yet they fit together with such uncanny accuracy that no mortar was needed. Even today, a knife blade cannot be inserted between them. The most baffling feature is the irregularity of the stones. Unlike the uniform blocks of the Great Pyramid, Sacsayhuaman's walls are made of multi-angled, polygonal stones, each uniquely shaped, yet each fitting perfectly into its neighbors like pieces of an enormous stone jigsaw puzzle. This kind of precision, across stones of wildly varying shapes and sizes, seems impossible with primitive tools. To replicate it today would require laser-guided cutting technology, computer modeling, and heavy machinery. Yet we are told the builders achieved it with nothing more than stone hammers and chisels. Mainstream archaeology attributes the site to the Incas, who ruled the region from the 13th to the 16th century. But this explanation raises serious problems. The Incas themselves claimed they did not build Sacsayhuaman, they inherited it. Local legends say the walls were constructed in a far earlier age by giants or by the gods themselves. If true, then the site may be thousands of years older than the Inca Empire, a legacy of a forgotten civilization that vanished long before recorded history. The mystery deepens when we consider the sheer logistics. How were stones of such immense size quarried, transported, and lifted into place? Some came from miles away, dragged over steep terrain at high altitude. The builders had no wheels, no draft animals capable of pulling such loads, and no cranes to lift them. And yet, not only were the stones moved, they were raised and fitted with such precision that the walls have withstood centuries of seismic activity. In a land notorious for earthquakes, the interlocking stones of Sacsayhuaman shift and settle without collapsing. It is engineering not just impressive for its time, but superior even by today's standards. The angles and patterns of the walls are equally curious. Their zigzagging design, forming a series of massive terraces, is not merely aesthetic. Some researchers believe the layout was designed to absorb seismic shocks, distributing the energy of earthquakes so the walls would remain intact. If so, the builders possessed an advanced understanding of structural engineering, one that rivals modern earthquake-resistant architecture. How could such knowledge exist in a culture supposedly limited to stone tools and manual labor? Even more tantalizing is the possibility that Sacsayhuaman was more than a fortress. Some believe it was a ceremonial center, aligned with astronomical phenomena. The terraces may have functioned as giant markers, aligning with solstices or star movements. Others suggest the site's layout resembles a giant puma, a sacred animal in Andean cosmology, symbolizing power and guardianship. Still others argue that the fortress was part of a larger energy grid, connecting Cusco with other sacred sites across Peru in a vast, unseen network of power and geometry. Skeptics argue that the mystery is exaggerated, that patient labor and clever stonemasonry can explain the construction. They point to experiments where small teams of modern workers, using simple tools, have shaped and moved stones. But none of these demonstrations come close to matching the scale, precision, and complexity of Sacsayhuaman. Cutting a 2-ton block is one thing. Moving and fitting a 100-ton block into a seamless polygonal wall is another. And doing it repeatedly, across hundreds of stones, defies the imagination. The legends surrounding the site only add to its aura of mystery. According to local tradition, the walls were built by a race of giants in a single night. Some tales speak of gods who wielded rods of power, tools that softened the stones so they could be molded like clay before hardening in place. Could these be memories of advanced technology, sonic devices, energy tools, or methods we no longer understand? Or are they simply myths woven to explain what seemed impossible even to those who lived closest to the site? Modern researchers have noticed something else. The surfaces of some stones bear scorch marks or unusual wear, as if they were subjected to intense heat. This has led to speculation that the builders used advanced techniques involving fire or even unknown energy sources to shape and fuse the stones. Such theories sound outrageous, yet they may be the only way to explain how irregular blocks could be fitted together with microscopic precision. If Sacsayhuaman is not purely Inca, then who built it? Some point to the possibility of a far older civilization, perhaps predating even the known cultures of the Andes. Geological evidence suggests parts of the site may be much older than Inca times, hinting at multiple phases of construction, with the Incas inheriting and modifying what was already there. If so, Then Sacsayhuaman is a palimpsest of history, a monument whose true origins lie buried beneath layers of time. The fortress continues to guard its secrets. Despite centuries of study, no definitive explanation exists for how it was built, why its stones fit so perfectly, or who truly raised its walls. Its presence challenges our assumptions about ancient engineering, about the capabilities of so-called primitive peoples, and about the timeline of human civilization. Standing before the walls of Sacsayhuaman, one cannot help but feel dwarfed, not just by the stones, but by the mystery they embody. Here, as in so many other ancient sites, we confront a paradox. The further we dig into the past, the more advanced it sometimes seems. And as we leave the Andean fortress, the trail of impossible construction leads us onward, across the seas, to another megalithic site where massive stones stand in eerie silence, forming a prehistoric temple older than the pyramids themselves. A temple so ancient that it rewrites the story of civilization, Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey. In the rolling hills of southeastern Turkey, buried beneath layers of earth for millennia, lies a site so ancient and so extraordinary that it has rewritten everything we thought we knew about human civilization. Its name is Göbekli Tepe, Potbelly Hill. At first glance, the name seems almost comical, but the reality of what rests beneath this mound is anything but. This is a place that should not exist, a monument far too advanced for its supposed time, a temple that predates the pyramids, Stonehenge, and every other known monumental construction on Earth. Discovered in the 1990s by German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, Göbekli Tepe stunned the world. Radiocarbon dating revealed that its earliest layers date back as far as 11,000 to 12,000 years ago, around 9,600 BCE. That is thousands of years before the rise of cities, before agriculture, before the wheel, before written language. According to the Orthodox timeline, humanity at that stage was still living as nomadic hunter-gatherers, scattered in small bands, moving from place to place in search of food. Such people should not have had the resources, the organization, or the knowledge to build anything of monumental scale. And yet, here it is, a vast complex of towering stone pillars, arranged in circles, decorated with intricate carvings, aligned with the stars. The site consists of enormous T-shaped megaliths, some weighing up to 20 tons, carefully cut, transported, and erected into circular enclosures. The pillars are not blank. Many are carved with elaborate reliefs: lions, snakes, vultures, scorpions, foxes, boars, cranes, animals both real and symbolic. Some pillars display abstract symbols, enigmatic hands, and humanoid forms. Together, the carvings suggest a world rich with meaning, myth, and ritual. This was no simple shelter. It was a temple, the oldest known temple on Earth. The implications are staggering. How could supposed hunter-gatherers, without agriculture or permanent settlements, build something like this? Such a project would have required hundreds, perhaps thousands, of workers, organization of food and resources, and advanced knowledge of stoneworking. It challenges the core of the narrative we have been told, that religion and monumental construction only appeared after agriculture, cities, and complex societies. Göbekli Tepe flips that theory on its head. Here, it seems, spirituality and temple building came first, and may have even sparked the birth of civilization itself. Mainstream archaeology has tried to absorb the shock. Some suggest that Göbekli Tepe proves people were more organized in the Mesolithic period than previously thought. Others argue that early agriculture must have begun earlier than we believed, allowing groups to settle and build. Yet even these cautious explanations cannot erase the deeper question: where did the knowledge come from? How did Stone Age people, supposedly without advanced tools, align massive pillars with celestial patterns, carve detailed animal reliefs, and engineer such a complex structure? Some researchers believe Göbekli Tepe holds astronomical significance. The placement of the pillars, they argue, reflects alignments with star constellations, solstices, and even catastrophic events in Earth's past. One theory suggests that the carvings record a comet impact around 10,900 BCE, an event some link to the Younger Dryas, a sudden mini-ice age that devastated the planet and may have wiped out advanced cultures. If true, Göbekli Tepe may not just be a temple, but also a memory, a monument preserving knowledge of a disaster that reshaped the Earth. Another puzzle is why the site was deliberately buried. Archaeologists discovered that Göbekli Tepe was not slowly covered by natural sediment, but intentionally backfilled by its builders around 8000 BCE. The enclosures were carefully filled with rubble, as though those who made them wanted to hide and protect the site from future eyes. But why? Was it a ritual act of closure, The end of an era? Or was it an attempt to conceal something forbidden, knowledge too powerful or too dangerous to survive into a new age? Alternative theories go further. Some argue that Göbekli Tepe is evidence of a lost civilization, an advanced culture existing before the end of the last ice age, erased in a global cataclysm, remembered only in myths of Atlantis, Zep Tepi, or the Great Flood. According to this view, the people we call hunter-gatherers were not the builders, but the inheritors, maintaining and perhaps worshipping at a site constructed by a far older, forgotten people. The carvings themselves seem to whisper of this possibility. Vultures carrying spheres, humanoid figures with abstract heads, strange symbols whose meanings remain unknown, all suggest a symbolic language, a system of myth and memory far older than Sumerian writing. Could these be the fragments of a forgotten knowledge system, encoded in stone so that it would survive the ravages of time? Critics insist such speculation goes too far. They argue that careful excavation shows local hunter-gatherers did indeed build the site, and that the evidence of tools and quarries nearby explains the construction. But even if true, it still leaves a burning question. How did these supposed Stone Age people think to build a monumental temple centuries before the so-called dawn of civilization? Nothing about Göbekli Tepe fits into the accepted progression of human history. And perhaps that is the most important point. Göbekli Tepe forces us to admit that our understanding of the past is incomplete. It is a site that should not exist, and yet it does. It tells us that either humans were far more advanced far earlier than we allow, or that knowledge was given, passed down, or inherited from somewhere else. Either explanation is a revelation. Standing among the excavated pillars today, one feels a sense of awe, of deep mystery. The T-shaped stones rise like silent sentinels, guardians of a forgotten age. Their carvings stare back at us across 12 millennia, daring us to understand. Every shovel of earth reveals more, and yet the core questions remain unanswered. Who built Göbekli Tepe? How? And why? Perhaps, in its silence, the site is giving us a message, that history is not as linear, not as simple, as we believe. That civilizations may rise, fall, and vanish, leaving behind only whispers in stone. And if such a temple could exist at the very dawn of history, what else might lie buried, waiting for discovery? From the hills of Turkey, our journey of erased history does not stop. It leads us to yet another enigma, one whispered in legend and feared by explorers. A city hidden in the jungles of South America, built in defiance of time and logic, the fabled lost city of the giants in Ecuador. Deep in the untamed jungles of Ecuador, where thick canopies conceal mountains and rivers swallowed by time, there are whispers of a place that defies logic, a site where the line between myth and history blurs. Locals call it La Ciudad de los Gigantes, the lost city of the giants. For centuries, stories have circulated about enormous beings who once roamed the Andes and the Amazon, leaving behind ruins so vast that no ordinary human hands could have built them. Many dismissed these tales as folklore. But in recent decades, explorers, archaeologists, and adventurers have uncovered evidence that suggests the legends may be rooted in astonishing reality. The story gained international attention in 2012, when a team of researchers, guided by local Shua tribes, stumbled upon strange megalithic structures in the province of Morona Santiago. Hidden beneath dense vegetation and mud were colossal stone blocks, some measuring over 2 meters in height and weighing several tons. Unlike natural formations, the blocks appeared cut, shaped, and fitted together. They formed the remnants of walls, platforms, and what some described as a massive pyramid-like structure. For those who saw them, the conclusion seemed undeniable. This was not a natural hill. It was the ruins of an ancient city, older and stranger than any recorded civilization in South America. But what made the discovery even more shocking were the legends attached to the region. The Shua people had long spoken of giant beings who inhabited the land in remote times. According to their oral history, these giants built enormous structures as their dwellings. Some legends tell of gods or star beings who came down to earth, towering over humans and teaching them knowledge before vanishing back into the heavens. To the Shua, the ruins were sacred, a place not to be disturbed, echoing with the power of those who came before. Photographs and testimonies from the 2012 expedition spread across alternative history circles. Images showed stone blocks with sharp edges, laid in geometric patterns, suggesting deliberate construction. Some explorers claimed to find smooth, polished surfaces and cut marks that no natural erosion could explain. The size of the site was staggering, not just a few scattered stones, but what seemed like the remnants of a massive architectural complex, partially buried and eroded by centuries of jungle growth. Mainstream archaeologists, however, reacted with skepticism. Some argued the stones were natural sandstone formations shaped by erosion, not human construction. Others dismissed the site altogether, claiming the so-called city was nothing more than a misinterpretation fueled by sensationalism. Yet the doubts could not erase what had been documented. The blocks were massive, aligned in unnatural ways, and accompanied by local traditions that consistently spoke of giant builders. Adding to the mystery were reports of oversized artifacts and bones found in the region over the years. Farmers and villagers claimed to have unearthed enormous stone tools, some too heavy for a normal person to wield. Skeletal remains, allegedly belonging to beings twice the height of modern humans, were whispered about but rarely made it into official records. Were these exaggerations, or was someone deliberately suppressing evidence that giants once walked the earth? The very concept of giants resonates across cultures. From the Nephilim of the Bible to the Titans of Greek mythology, from the giants of Norse sagas to the megalithic builders of Easter Island, nearly every culture on Earth tells of beings larger than life who shaped the world in a forgotten age. Could the lost city of the giants in Ecuador be a physical echo of these global myths? A clue that ancient traditions of giants were not allegory, but memory? The scale of the ruins raises another question. If giants built them, where did they come from? Some theorists argue they were survivors of a pre-flood civilization, wiped out in the cataclysm that many traditions describe. Others suggest they were hybrids, offspring of otherworldly visitors and humans, echoing the biblical tales of the sons of God who mingled with the daughters of men. If so, the ruins of Ecuador might not just mark a lost city, but a lost species, a branch of humanity erased from history. Explorers who have visited the site describe an eerie energy, a sense of or mixed with unease. The jungle seems to guard its secrets jealously, reclaiming stone with vine and moss. Some claim compasses malfunction in the area, and strange lights are seen in the skies above. To the Shua, these are signs that the spirits of the giants remain, warning trespassers not to disturb their resting place. The controversy over the lost city of the giants continues. Skeptics dismiss it as pseudoscience, an illusion created by erosion and imagination. Believers insist it is one of the greatest suppressed discoveries of our time. The truth, hidden beneath mud and foliage, remains elusive. Few large-scale excavations have been attempted, partly due to the difficulty of the terrain and partly because of the resistance of local tribes, who consider the site sacred. And so, the ruins sit in silence, their story untold, awaiting a moment when humanity is ready to confront what they truly mean. Whether natural or artificial, whether the work of giants, gods, or forgotten people, the site has already accomplished something profound. It has reopened the question of who we are, and what beings once shared this planet with us. If giants once strode through the jungles of Ecuador, then perhaps the myths of other lands are not myths at all. Perhaps the towering figures carved into stones across the world, from Easter Island to ancient Mesopotamia, are memories of a forgotten reality. And if that is true, then the ruins of Ecuador are not an isolated anomaly. They are part of a global puzzle, a tapestry of erased history stretching across continents. Our journey now turns toward another piece of that puzzle, a phenomenon not of stone, but of Earth itself. Enormous artificial mounds scattered across North America, built by unknown hands long before the rise of Native American tribes. Structures that rival pyramids in scale, yet remain shrouded in mystery. These are the mounds of North America, silent monuments to a chapter of history that official narratives prefer to ignore. Across the heartland of North America, from the Ohio River Valley to the Mississippi floodplains, lie thousands of ancient earthworks, massive mounds, geometric enclosures, and effigy shapes carved into the landscape. To the casual traveler, they may look like nothing more than grassy hills. But beneath the soil lies a mystery that challenges the very foundations of American history. These are the mound complexes of North America, structures that predate modern settlement by thousands of years, built by cultures we barely understand. The sheer scale is astonishing. Some mounds rise over 100 feet high and span hundreds of feet across their bases. The Monk's Mound at Cahokia in Illinois, for example, is larger in volume than the Great Pyramid of Giza, yet it is made entirely of earth, layer upon layer, carried by hand and basket. The Serpent Mound in Ohio, an enormous effigy stretching over 1,300 feet in the shape of a coiling serpent, winds across the landscape with precision that suggests astronomical alignments. These were not random heaps of dirt. They were engineered with purpose, design, and symbolism. Mainstream archaeology attributes these earthworks to the so-called mound builder cultures, Native American societies that thrived between 1000 BCE and 1500 CE. Cahokia, in particular, is recognized as a major urban center, once home to tens of thousands of people. But here lies the controversy. Early European settlers could not believe indigenous peoples had built such vast complexes. They insisted the mounds were too advanced and must have been created by a lost race, often invoking biblical tribes, Atlanteans, or even giants. This belief sparked one of the great historical debates of the 19th century. Newspapers reported frequent discoveries of giant skeletons unearthed within the mounds, beings over 7 feet tall, sometimes with double rows of teeth or massive skulls. Reports from local farmers, antiquarians, and even state records described strange burials accompanied by copper tools, stone effigies, and ornaments of mica or shell. Many claimed the remains were swiftly collected by the Smithsonian Institution and never seen again, fueling accusations of a cover-up. Were these skeletons misidentified, exaggerated, or deliberately suppressed to protect orthodox history? Even today, whispers of giants linger around the mounds. The alignment of certain earthworks, like the Serpent Mound, has also sparked theories of advanced astronomical knowledge. Researchers argue its coils align with solstices, equinoxes, and even lunar standstills, suggesting its builders tracked celestial movements with extraordinary precision. Such achievements rival, and in some way surpass, the star alignments of Stonehenge. How could societies supposedly without advanced mathematics or instruments engineer such cosmic monuments? The symbolism is equally provocative. Serpents, spirals, and geometric patterns recur throughout the mound complexes, motifs that appear in ancient cultures worldwide. Could there be a shared global tradition, a knowledge system stretching across continents? Or are these similarities coincidental expressions of universal human symbolism? Either way, the mounds speak of a worldview far richer and more complex than the simplistic hunter-gatherer narrative often applied to early North American peoples. Cahokia itself raises even deeper mysteries. At its peak around 1100 CE, it was larger than London at the same time, a sprawling city of plazas, temples, and residential districts centered around the massive Monk's Mound. Its society was hierarchical, with elites ruling from atop the mound, conducting rituals that tied the people to the cosmos. Yet within a few centuries, the city collapsed, abandoned for reasons still debated: climate change, resource depletion, warfare, or something more mysterious. Some believe Cahokia was part of a much larger network, a civilization whose memory has been erased. The suppression of the mound's story adds fuel to the fire. By the 19th century, many of the great earthworks were destroyed by farming, construction, and expansion. Those who wanted to preserve them often found themselves dismissed or silenced. The Smithsonian and other institutions downplayed or ignored reports of giants, preferring a narrative that fit neatly into accepted archaeology. To this day, critics argue that evidence contradicting the mainstream story has been systematically erased, leaving only fragments of the truth. And yet, the mounds endure. Places like Poverty Point in Louisiana, built around 1700 BCE with massive concentric ridges, challenge our assumptions about early North American societies. Serpent Mound, with its intricate design and celestial alignments, whispers of advanced knowledge. Cahokia, rising above the floodplain, stands as a monument to a forgotten urban world. Each site forces us to ask the same question: who were the mound builders, really? Were they the ancestors of modern Native Americans, as mainstream scholars insist, or were they inheritors of a much older, lost civilization? The legends of giants cannot be dismissed so easily. Native American traditions themselves often speak of colossal beings, sometimes as allies, sometimes as enemies, who existed in a time before the present age of humanity. The Sioux tell of the Wakantanka, giant spirit beings. The Paiute tell of the Saiti-Ka, red-haired giants who were eventually wiped out. Could these legends reflect memories of real encounters with a now-extinct race? If so, the mounds may not just be monuments, but tombs, silent cemeteries of a forgotten people. What is certain is that the North American mounds remain one of the great unsolved enigmas of the ancient world. They are too large, too precise, too deliberate to be dismissed as primitive works. Their destruction and the controversies surrounding their excavations only deepen the sense of mystery. Whether built by ancestors of modern tribes, by giants, or by a forgotten civilization, they speak of a human story far older and more complex than we are allowed to imagine. And as we leave the grassy plains of North America, the path of forbidden archaeology leads us across the ocean once more, to the Mediterranean, where under the waters of the Aegean and off the coast of Japan, cities lie submerged, entire civilizations drowned and erased by the sea. Could these be the remnants of the cataclysm that wiped out an advanced age, remembered only in myths of a great flood? Beneath the rolling waves of our oceans lies a secret history, a story written not in books but in drowned stone and sunken ruins. Across the world, from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, from the Caribbean to the coast of Japan, explorers have found the remains of entire cities swallowed by the sea. These are not myths or allegories, but physical ruins, streets, walls, and temples resting beneath the waves. They are submerged cities, and they may hold the key to one of humanity's oldest and most persistent legends, the story of a great flood. Nearly every culture speaks of such a flood, a cataclysmic event that erased a world before ours. The Bible tells of Noah, who saved life upon his ark. The Mesopotamian epic of Gilgamesh speaks of Utnapishtim, warned by the gods of rising waters. In India, the story of Manu recounts how a fish saved him from the deluge. Native Americans, Polynesians, and African peoples all carry flood legends. Could these myths be rooted in real memories of rising seas at the end of the last ice age, when glacier melted and global coastlines were swallowed? If so, then submerged ruins might be the final, silent witnesses of civilizations erased by water. One of the most famous examples lies off the coast of Japan's Yonaguni Island. Discovered in 1986 by a diver exploring the seabed, the Yonaguni Monument consists of massive stone terraces, sharp-edged platforms, and stair-like formations descending into the deep. Some argue these are natural rock formations shaped by tectonic activity. But the precision of the angles, the flatness of the surfaces, and the arrangement of blocks suggest human design. Divers have identified features resembling roads, gates, and even a pyramid-like structure. If Yonaguni is artificial, it could date back 10,000 years, placing it in the era before the great meltwater floods. In the Mediterranean, similar mysteries abound. Off the coast of Greece, near the island of Pavlopetri, lies the oldest known submerged city in the world, dating to around 5,000 years ago. Streets, foundations, and courtyards remain preserved beneath shallow waters, a frozen snapshot of life interrupted by rising seas. Yet even older sites are rumored, ruins deep in the Aegean and off Malta, where massive blocks lie beneath the waves, echoing the megalithic temples above ground. Could these be the remnants of a civilization older than recorded history, destroyed when the Mediterranean filled with water after the Ice Age? Further east, in India's Gulf of Kambat, sonar scans in 2001 revealed vast geometric structures lying 120 feet below the surface. Divers reported stone walls, steps, and artifacts including pottery shards and tools. Radiocarbon dating suggested some finds could be 9,000 years old, long before the rise of the Indus Valley civilization. Official archaeology quickly dismissed the discovery, citing contamination and misidentification. But the evidence refused to vanish. To many, Kambat represents proof that a sophisticated city once stood where the ocean now reigns, its memory preserved in India's flood legends of Manu and his ark. Even the Caribbean holds its secrets. Off the coast of Cuba, sonar readings in 2001 detected massive stone structures lying 2,000 feet beneath the sea. Images revealed blocks arranged in geometric patterns, like the remains of an ancient metropolis. The depth is a problem. Such ruins would require them to be at least 10,000 years old, dating to a time when sea levels were far lower. Mainstream scholars remain cautious, some dismissing the findings as natural formations. But if they are real, they point to a civilization wiped from memory, preserved only in whispers of Atlantis. The pattern is unmistakable. Time and again, explorers find ruins beneath the waves, only for mainstream archaeology to downplay, dismiss, or deny their significance. The explanations are familiar: natural rock formations, misinterpreted sonar, coincidental patterns. Yet when these sites are viewed together, Japan, India, Cuba, the Mediterranean, the coincidences pile too high. The world's oceans may be vast cemeteries of civilizations erased at the end of the Ice Age, when seas rose over 400 feet in a geological instant. If so, the implications are staggering. It means our timeline is wrong. It means human civilization is far older than we have been taught. It means that before Egypt, before Sumer, before Mesopotamia, there were advanced peoples living along coastlines that no longer exist, peoples who built cities, carved temples, and recorded their lives in stone. When the waters rose, their world was drowned, leaving only myths of a flood and scattered ruins beneath the sea. Alternative researchers suggest these lost cities may even connect to Atlantis, Plato's legendary island civilization destroyed in a single day and night of catastrophe. While scholars insist Atlantis is allegory, The discovery of real submerged ruins keeps the possibility alive. Could Plato's story be a memory of the Ice Age floods, preserved through oral tradition until it reached Greek philosophy? If so, then Atlantis was not just a myth, it was one of many cities erased by rising seas. The deliberate silence around these sites is telling. Archaeologists admit coastlines were once lower and human settlements would have existed where oceans now lie. Yet when ruins are found, the evidence is often ignored or dismissed. Why? Perhaps because acknowledging them would unravel the carefully maintained story of human progress, a story in which civilization begins only 6,000 years ago, neat and tidy, with nothing before. Submerged cities are messy. They suggest not one dawn of civilization, but many, with entire ages rising and falling, their ruins hidden beneath waves. Standing on a modern shore, looking out across the endless ocean, it is humbling to imagine what lies beneath. Entire cities, once filled with life and sound, now silent and drowned. Streets where children played, plazas where rituals were held, temples where prayers were spoken, all buried in darkness. Their voices silenced, their stories forgotten, their legacy erased by the sea. But the sea cannot keep its secrets forever. With each discovery, with each dive, with each sonar scan, pieces of the puzzle resurface. They whisper of a human story far older and far stranger than we dare admit. And from the drowned cities beneath the waves, our journey carries us to another enigma, one written not in stone, but in fire. Across the world, from Siberia to Arizona, mysterious out-of-place fossils and petrified artifacts suggest an ancient world far older than our textbooks allow. Could these be remnants of civilizations lost not only to the sea, but to the deep passage of geological time? Deep beneath layers of rock and soil, nature has preserved its own silent record of time. Fossils, the mineralized remains of plants and animals, are the keys by which science reads the past. According to mainstream geology, fossils tell us a simple, linear story. Life began in primitive forms and, over millions of years, evolved into greater complexity, culminating in the human story just a heartbeat ago in geological time. But scattered across the world are discoveries that do not fit this neat progression. Fossils and petrified artifacts that seem impossibly out of place, as though history itself has been tampered with. Imagine this. A human footprint fossilized in stone tens of millions of years old. A hammer encased in rock dated to hundreds of millions of years before humans were supposed to exist. Fossilized metal spheres found deep inside mineral deposits. These so-called out-of-place fossils and petrified mysteries should not exist. And yet they do. One of the most controversial finds was reported in the 20th century in Texas, where fossilized human-like footprints were discovered in the same strata as dinosaur tracks. Known as the Palixa River Mystery, these impressions appeared alongside unmistakable three-toed dinosaur prints in Cretaceous limestone, supposedly 100 million years old. For years, believers hailed them as proof that humans and dinosaurs once coexisted, an idea that completely overturns evolutionary timelines. Skeptics quickly argued they were misidentified, carved hoaxes, or natural formations. Some prints were indeed fakes, but others stubbornly resisted dismissal. To this day, researchers still debate whether all the tracks can be explained away, or whether a handful of them remain genuine anomalies. Another startling anomaly emerged in the 1930s, when workers near London, Texas, split open a rock and found a hammer embedded inside. The wooden handle had partially turned to coal, and the iron head was encased in stone. Testing suggested the rock belonged to the Cretaceous period, over 100 million years old. How could a man-made tool exist in rock that ancient? Mainstream geologists argue the hammer must have been a modern artifact that became encased in a concretion of minerals that only appeared ancient. But the question lingers. Could the hammer represent evidence of an advanced civilization long before the dawn of humanity? Then there are the Klerksdorp spheres of South Africa. Discovered in Precambrian deposits over 2 billion years old, these small, perfectly rounded objects of hematite and pyrophyllite display grooves running around their circumference, as though machined. Naturalists insist they formed naturally under conditions of high pressure, but the uncanny precision of their shape and marking sparks suspicion. Did some intelligence shape them? And if so, who could have existed billions of years ago, before even multicellular life is thought to have flourished? Equally bizarre are cases of fossilized objects that appear unmistakably human. In 1817, a block of marble from Philadelphia was found containing what looked like a fossilized human thigh bone. In 1822, near Aix-en-Provence, France, quarry workers reported finding human skeletons encased in limestone believed to be millions of years old. Each case was quietly dismissed, lost to obscurity, or ridiculed into silence. Yet the pattern is undeniable. Now and again, evidence appears that suggests humans, or something very much like us, existed in epochs when they should not have. The petrified mysteries extend beyond bones. Fossilized objects resembling nails, screws, and even metallic tools have been reported sealed inside solid rock. In 1851, workers blasting in Massachusetts uncovered a metal vase-like object embedded in stone estimated to be 600 million years old. In 1912, miners in Oklahoma claimed to have discovered a small iron pot inside a coal seam dating to over 300 million years ago. How could such artifacts appear in layers laid down long before humans walked the earth? Mainstream scientists offer rational explanations: misdated strata, intrusive burial of modern objects, mineral concretions that mimic man-made items. And indeed, some claims have been exaggerated or outright hoaxes. But even if 95% can be dismissed, the remainder, those stubborn, undeniable anomalies, remain unresolved. If even one of these objects is genuine, it changes everything. It means our history is not a clean, linear story of gradual progress, but a cycle, civilizations rising and falling, their traces occasionally fossilized or petrified in stone. Perhaps long before us, other intelligent beings, whether human, proto-human, or something else entirely, walked this earth, built tools, left footprints, and were swallowed by deep time. And here is where the mystery deepens. Ancient myths often speak of cycles of creation and destruction. The Hindus describe vast ages, or yugas, stretching across millions of years, in which humanity rises and falls repeatedly. The Maya recorded worlds before ours, each destroyed by catastrophe. The Greeks spoke of successive ages of man, golden, silver, bronze, each wiped away before the present era. Could these myths reflect a memory of cycles so ancient they stretch back not just thousands, but millions of years? What we call out-of-place fossils may not be accidents of geology, but fossilized echoes of forgotten ages. Ages in which humans, or beings like us, lived, built, and vanished, their remains entombed. In rock long before our first civilization arose. The silence of mainstream archaeology is deafening. For them, to acknowledge even one of these artifacts as real would shatter the foundation of their discipline. It would mean rewriting not just history, but prehistory, geology, and evolutionary biology. So instead, these discoveries are quietly sidelined, dismissed as curiosities, or labeled outright frauds. Yet they continue to surface, from coal mines to quarries, from riverbeds to caves. Standing in a museum today, staring at a fossilized dinosaur bone or ancient petrified tree, it is haunting to imagine what other secrets the rocks conceal. Perhaps a petrified artifact lies waiting in a seam of coal. Perhaps beneath our feet, locked in stone, are relics of an age when humans walked alongside creatures we are told they never knew. These anomalies raise a profound question. How many times has humanity been here before? And with that, our journey shifts once more, from petrified relics of deep time to another enigma carved in stone. Across the deserts of Egypt, Peru, and Bolivia lie megalithic structures so massive and precise they defy explanation. Could these be the handiwork of the same lost civilizations hinted at by the fossils and artifacts? Scattered across the world are stones so large, so precisely cut, and so impossibly arranged that they defy everything we think we know about the past. These are the megaliths, vast blocks of stone, some weighing hundreds of tons, shaped and fitted together with an accuracy that modern engineers struggle to explain. They stand as monuments to a forgotten science, a lost engineering genius that should not have existed thousands of years ago. And yet, the stones remain, silent witnesses to a chapter of history erased from memory. Take, for example, the enigmatic ruins of Baalbek in Lebanon. At its heart lies the Trilithon, 3 colossal stones each weighing nearly 800 tons, resting upon a foundation that itself includes blocks over 1,200 tons. To this day, no one can explain how such stones were quarried, transported, and placed with such precision in antiquity. Modern cranes, even at their limit, would struggle to move them. Some researchers argue that the Romans, who later built temples on the site, inherited a foundation that was already ancient when they arrived. If true, then Baalbek may represent a legacy of a lost civilization capable of manipulating stone on a scale we can hardly imagine. Equally baffling are the megalithic walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru. Here, massive polygonal blocks, some over 100 tons, fit together so seamlessly that not even a sheet of paper can slide between them. The stones are irregular in shape, yet locked together in a puzzle-like precision that resists earthquakes and the passing of time. Mainstream archaeology insists the Inca built these walls, but the Inca themselves credited earlier giants with the work, admitting they only inherited the site. How could a culture without iron tools or the wheel cut, shape, and lift such massive stones? And then there is Puma Punku, part of the ancient Tiwanaku complex in Bolivia. Here, scattered across the high Andean plateau at an elevation of nearly 13,000 feet, lie massive H-shaped blocks of andesite stone, cut with millimeter precision. Perfectly drilled holes, sharp 90-degree angles, and flat surfaces suggest the use of advanced stone-cutting techniques that resemble modern machine tooling more than primitive chisels. Scholars date Puma Punku to around 500 AD, but alternative researchers argue the site may be far older, perhaps built by an advanced culture wiped out by cataclysm. Even the pyramids, long seen as the crowning achievement of ancient Egypt, hide secrets that challenge explanation. The Great Pyramid of Giza, composed of 3 million stone blocks, some weighing over 70 tons, is aligned with astonishing precision to the cardinal points. Its base is nearly perfectly level, deviating by less than an inch across 13 acres. Within, the King's Chamber is constructed from massive granite blocks quarried hundreds of miles away. To this day, no one fully understands how such a feat of engineering was accomplished with copper tools and wooden sledges, as the textbooks claim. In Malta, megalithic temples like Akim and Najdra contain massive stones carved with complex spiral patterns. Some blocks weigh over 20 tons, yet they were set into place 6,000 years ago, before the invention of the wheel, according to mainstream timelines. In Turkey, the site of Göbekli Tepe, dating to 11,000 years ago, reveals megalithic pillars arranged in circular enclosures, covered with intricate carvings of animals and symbols. This site alone rewrote history, proving that advanced construction and symbolic art existed long before the agricultural revolution. But if Göbekli Tepe survived, how many other sites remained buried or lost, forgotten in the depths of time? The mystery deepens when we consider the logistics of megalithic engineering. Moving stones weighing hundreds of tons would require sophisticated methods of transport and lifting. Ropes and manpower alone seem insufficient. Some researchers suggest rolling the stones on logs, but in regions like the Andes, no such forests existed. Others propose ramps, yet the sheer scale of such constructions would have required more material and labor than the monuments themselves. Could these builders have possessed a lost technology, perhaps one that manipulated sound, magnetism, or vibration to move stone? Ancient legends hint at such powers. The Inca told stories of priests using chants and horns to levitate rocks. Egyptian myths speak of Thoth, the god of wisdom, who commanded stones to rise and fall at will. In Tibet, explorers recorded accounts of monks using trumpets and gongs to move heavy objects through the air. Could these myths preserve fragments of a forgotten science, a mastery of natural forces now lost to us? If megaliths represent not just brute force but advanced technology, then the question is, who were their builders? Mainstream history insists they were the early farmers and city-states of the Bronze Age. Yet the precision, scale, and complexity of these structures suggest knowledge beyond their supposed capabilities. Were they the handiwork of a precursor civilization, erased by cataclysm, remembered only in myth? Plato's tale of Atlantis describes a civilization that vanished in a single night, swallowed by the sea. Could Atlantis, or civilizations like it, have been responsible for the world's megaliths? Alternatively, could these structures reflect a global knowledge network, a culture so ancient it predates all others, leaving behind stone as the only durable witness? The implications ripple outward. If lost civilizations once commanded techniques to quarry, transport, and assemble stones beyond our own abilities, then our understanding of history collapses. Civilization is not a steady upward climb but a cycle, a pattern of rise, fall, and rebirth. The megaliths are not primitive curiosities, but fingerprints of a world erased, hints of technologies beyond our grasp. Standing before these stones today, one feels both awe and unease. They do not merely represent construction, they are statements, declarations in stone that echo across millennia. We were here, we knew things you have forgotten. And as we move from the megaliths themselves to what they may symbolize, we uncover yet another layer of forbidden history. For scattered across the globe are not just massive stones, but symbols carved into them, strange scripts, ancient glyphs, and petroglyphs that speak of knowledge older than recorded language. Could the carvings on these megaliths represent messages left for us, fragments of an ancient science waiting to be decoded? Language is one of humanity's greatest inventions, the ability to encode thought, memory, and knowledge into symbols that outlast the speaker. But what if language itself is older than we think? What if scripts carved into stone across the world are not merely primitive attempts at writing, but fragments of an unknown legacy, remnants of civilizations whose voices were silenced, yet whose words remain etched in rock? As we gaze upon the world's megaliths and ancient monuments, we find not only engineering marvels but inscriptions, glyphs, and markings that defy explanation. Some belong to known languages, but others resist translation, standing as mute testimony to something forgotten. These ancient glyphs and unknown languages carved in stone whisper of a hidden record, one that mainstream archaeology often refuses to hear. One of the most puzzling examples lies in Easter Island, where the mysterious script known as Rongorongo covers wooden tablets and stone carvings. The glyphs resemble stylized human, animal, and geometric forms, arranged in neat rows. Mainstream scholars struggle to interpret them, claiming they may not be a full writing system but a protoscript. Yet the islanders themselves spoke of it as a sacred knowledge, linked to gods and ancestors. Some researchers suggest Rongorongo may encode astronomical data or even a lost history of the Pacific. To this day, it remains undeciphered, a script without a key, a voice silenced before it could be fully understood. In Oman and Yemen, strange petroglyphs resembling hieroglyphic forms appear in desert caves. In North America, the so-called Ojibwa pictographs and the Mi'kmaq hieroglyphs hint at writing systems predating European contact, yet ignored in history books. Even stranger are markings like those at Despilio in Greece, where a wooden tablet inscribed with geometric patterns dates to 5200 BC, predating Sumerian cuneiform, long considered the world's first writing. If writing existed before Mesopotamia, then the entire foundation of written history is flawed. Then there are glyphs that seem to appear out of nowhere, unlinked to any known culture. The Indus Valley script, carved into seals and pottery over 4,000 years ago, has resisted every attempt at decipherment. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs, it has no Rosetta Stone, no bilingual key to unlock its meaning. Some argue it is not writing at all, but symbolic art. Yet the repeating patterns suggest otherwise. What wisdom lies hidden in those symbols? Could they contain the laws, myths, and technologies of a civilization erased by time? In Bolivia and Peru, at Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, researchers have identified mysterious symbols carved into megalithic blocks, markings that do not match Incan or pre-Incan cultures. They are not decorative. They look functional, almost like part of a code or blueprint. Some alternative researchers argue these are remnants of a universal symbolic language, fragments of a global knowledge network that stretched across continents before the rise of recorded history. Even more bizarre are glyphs found in places they should not exist. In the 19th century, stone tablets covered with unknown writing were unearthed in Michigan, depicting scenes of boats, animals, and figures resembling both Native American and Old World styles. Mainstream scholars dismissed them as forgeries, yet the sheer number of finds and their consistency puzzled even skeptics. Were they evidence of transoceanic contact, or echoes of a civilization that spanned continents? And what of the Ogham-like markings found on stones in West Virginia, resembling ancient Celtic script? Or the Phoenician-style inscriptions in Brazil? Time and again, glyphs appear where they should not, in cultures that supposedly had no connection. Are these coincidences, hoaxes, or signs of a forgotten global civilization, one that left fragments of its language scattered like breadcrumbs across the earth? The mystery deepens when we consider myths of the gods themselves. In Mesopotamia, the Anunnaki were said to have given humans the gift of writing. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl was revered as the bringer of knowledge, including symbols and calendars. In Egypt, Thoth was the divine scribe who recorded all wisdom. Could these myths point to a deeper truth, that writing did not slowly evolve, but was taught, delivered, or inherited from a source now lost? Mainstream archaeology insists that writing developed independently in a handful of cradles of civilization. But the similarities between distant scripts raise questions. The spiral motifs in Malta resemble those of Neolithic Ireland. The animal forms in Indus seals echo those of early China. The geometric glyphs of Easter Island faintly mirror those in Mesoamerican codices. Is this convergence mere coincidence, or could all these symbols stem from a single, ancient source? Some researchers suggest that language, true, complex language, may be far older than we think. They argue that humanity could have inherited writing systems from an earlier cycle of civilization, one destroyed by cataclysm. If true, then what we call proto-writing may in fact be survivals of a much older system, fragments passed down like broken pieces of a puzzle. The possibility is staggering. If the lost glyphs of Easter Island, the undeciphered symbols of the Indus, and the strange inscriptions scattered across the Americas all connect, then they may represent the voice of a world before ours, a single global script linking lost civilizations across oceans. A script we no longer understand, but one that endures as stubborn proof that human history is far deeper, far stranger, than textbooks allow. Standing before these inscriptions today, whether on an ancient seal or a weathered megalith, one feels the weight of silence. The symbols are there, carved by deliberate hands, messages meant to endure. But we cannot read them. They taunt us, whispering that knowledge was once ours but has been forgotten. They are the voices of the dead, speaking a language we no longer understand. And so the stones themselves become archives, mute libraries of forbidden history. They are reminders that our written record is incomplete, perhaps only the final chapter of a much longer story. From here, the trail leads us not just to lost languages, but to mysterious artifacts covered in unknown symbols, tablets, discs, and codices that claim to contain the wisdom of the ancients. Among them are objects so strange that even their authenticity is debated, yet their very existence keeps the mystery alive. Could these artifacts be the missing Rosetta Stones to a forgotten past? Throughout history, a handful of objects have emerged from the shadows of time that seem to whisper forbidden truths. They are not simply relics or curios. They are artifacts inscribed with symbols, glyphs, or writing that we cannot fully explain. They appear in places where they should not exist, carrying knowledge that should not have been known. These artifacts are often dismissed by mainstream archaeology as frauds, misinterpretations, or irrelevant curiosities. But to seekers of hidden history, they represent a tantalizing possibility. Fragments of a lost record, deliberately erased from our timeline, but preserved in stone, clay, or metal. One of the most controversial is the Phaistos disc, discovered in 1908 on the island of Crete. This clay disc, dating back to the 2nd millennium BC, is covered with mysterious spiral inscriptions made of stamped symbols. Some resemble humans, plants, or tools. Others are abstract. To this day, the script remains undeciphered. Was it a language? A ritual chant? A record of knowledge now lost? Some researchers even suggest it may have been a printing device, with the stamps representing movable type centuries before Gutenberg. Mainstream scholars shrug, calling it an isolated artifact without context. But the question lingers: why does a single disc, covered in an unknown system of writing, appear in the cradle of Europe's earliest civilizations, yet connect to nothing else? Equally baffling are the Dropa stones, discovered in 1938 in caves on the border of China and Tibet. These circular stone discs, resembling ancient records or phonograph discs, contain spiral grooves lined with microscopic symbols. Chinese researchers claimed they told the story of a people called the Dropa, who came from the stars and were stranded on Earth. Officialdom quickly buried the story, and the artifacts themselves vanished from public display. Skeptics claim the Dropa stones are a hoax, yet eyewitnesses and photographs remain. If genuine, they represent one of the most extraordinary finds of all time, a record not only of ancient history, but of contact with beings beyond our world. In Central America, the Codex Gigas, also known as the Devil's Bible, looms large as both a physical and symbolic mystery. Created in the 13th century, it is the largest surviving medieval manuscript, said to contain all human knowledge of the time. Yet within its pages is a full-page portrait of the devil, unlike anything else in Christian manuscripts. Legends claim the book was written in a single night, with the help of a supernatural entity. While historians explain it as a product of medieval monastic culture, its sheer scale, combined with its ominous imagery, fuels speculation that it encodes forbidden wisdom preserved through secret channels. Further south, in Colombia, the so-called Quimbaya artifacts continue to provoke debate. These gold objects, crafted by the Quimbaya culture, resemble modern airplanes, complete with wings, stabilizers, and tail fins. Some researchers dismiss them as stylized insects, but their aerodynamic proportions cannot be ignored. In fact, replicas scaled up by modern engineers have demonstrated the ability to fly. Were these artifacts symbolic representations, or did they preserve a memory of lost technology, perhaps even ancient flight? But the most haunting are those artifacts that bear unknown inscriptions with no connection to any known script. In Ecuador, Father Crespi, a missionary, was entrusted with hundreds of metal plates by local tribes. These plates were covered in strange engravings, animals, human figures, and inscriptions that resembled a mixture of Egyptian hieroglyphs, Sumerian cuneiform, and unknown symbols. Known as the Crespi collection, these artifacts defy classification. Many disappeared after Crespi's death, some sold off, others locked away. Those that remain raise an unnerving possibility. Were they relics of a global culture whose script combined elements we now associate with distant civilizations? In Bolivia and Peru, mysterious Fuente Magnabol has stirred controversy for decades. This artifact, resembling a ceremonial vessel, was found near Lake Titicaca. But inscribed upon it are characters resembling both Sumerian cuneiform and Proto-Sumerian writing. In South America, thousands of miles from Mesopotamia. Mainstream archaeology insists it must be a modern forgery. Yet the style and weathering suggest otherwise. If genuine, it could represent proof of contact between the Old World and the new thousands of years before Columbus, or evidence of a shared cultural origin stretching back into the mists of prehistory. Then there are objects whose inscriptions remain utterly alien. In Romania, the Tria tablets, discovered in 1961, date to around 5500 BC. Covered in symbols resembling early writing, they predate Sumerian cuneiform by over a millennium. Mainstream scholars are divided. Are these genuine writing systems, or mere ritual marks? But if they are writing, then they overturn the idea that Mesopotamia was the birthplace of literacy. Instead, Europe, or perhaps a global network, may have developed symbolic systems long before recorded history. The suppression of these artifacts follows a familiar pattern. First, discovery sparks excitement. Then controversy erupts, followed by dismissal, and finally the artifact is locked away, declared irrelevant, or lost. But alternative researchers argue this is no accident. To admit such artifacts as genuine would collapse the carefully constructed timeline of history. It would mean that civilizations were far older, far more advanced, and far more connected than we are taught. But what if these forbidden artifacts are more than relics? What if they are messages? Deliberately left for us, intended to survive catastrophe and time? The discs, tablets, and bowls may not just be records but warnings, instructions, or blueprints for survival. If humanity has lived through cycles of destruction before, floods, cataclysms, perhaps even cosmic disasters, then these artifacts may be the legacy of those who tried to pass on their knowledge to the next age. Standing before such an object, whether the Phaistos disc, the Dropa stones, or the Fuente Magnabol, one feels a strange pull. These are not mere curiosities. They are puzzles, deliberately inscribed, deliberately left behind. They ask questions we are not ready to answer, and they hint at a story far larger than ourselves. And so, the trail of forbidden artifacts leads us deeper still, into objects not just inscribed with symbols, but infused with technology beyond their supposed time. For alongside mysterious inscriptions, we find ancient machines, gears, and devices that suggest humanity once wielded knowledge of mechanics and astronomy far in advance of their era. Could these represent the next layer of the erased history, not just writing, but technology itself? Across the corridors of forbidden archaeology, there is a turning point where strange inscriptions and mysterious symbols give way to something even more difficult to dismiss: machines. Unlike language, which can be dismissed as ritualistic or decorative, machines are practical. They serve functions. They are built with purpose. And when we encounter machines in the archaeological record, machines that should not exist in the timeframes they found, we are forced to confront a disturbing truth. Our ancestors may have been far more technologically advanced than we have been led to believe. The most famous of these is the Antikythera mechanism, often described as the world's first computer. Discovered in 1901 in a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera, it sat unnoticed for decades in a museum collection until researchers realized it contained gears, dozens of them, intricately interlocked, capable of calculating the motions of the sun, moon, and planets. Dated to around 100 BC, the Antikythera mechanism is centuries, even millennia, ahead of its time. Its precision is so high that some researchers argue the technology to build it did not reappear until the 14th century, when clockmakers in Europe began crafting elaborate gear-driven mechanisms. Yet there it is, emerging out of the deep, a fragment of impossible engineering. What does this mean? Either the Greeks possessed far greater technical knowledge than mainstream history admits, or the Antikythera mechanism was a relic of an even older knowledge base, passed down through fragments and secret traditions. Its existence suggests not just genius, but continuity, the survival of advanced knowledge from a forgotten age. The Antikythera mechanism is not alone. In the ruins of Baghdad, researchers uncovered another baffling object, the so-called Baghdad battery. Consisting of a clay jar with a copper cylinder and iron rod, these devices date back at least 2 millennia. When reconstructed, they can generate small amounts of electricity when filled with an acidic liquid such as vinegar. Could these have been used to electroplate metals, to preserve scrolls, or to perform medical treatments? Mainstream archaeology insists the battery label is speculative, claiming they may have been used for simple storage or ritual. But the design is too perfect to ignore. Why would ancient craftsmen build such a precise copper and iron arrangement without a functional purpose? If electricity was harnessed in the ancient world, even on a small scale, it changes everything we think we know about human progress. Moving further east, in India, texts such as the Vaimnika Shastra describe flying machines called vimanas. These texts speak of aerial battles, engines powered by mercury, and craft capable of crossing great distances in the sky. While skeptics dismiss these as mythological allegory, the level of technical detail described is unnerving. Accounts mention propulsion systems, anti-gravity principles, and metals that resist heat. Even if partially symbolic, could these texts preserve dim memories of real machines once used by a forgotten civilization? Some Indian temples also contain carvings that look suspiciously like rockets, aircraft, or advanced machinery. Were they metaphors, or records? Closer to home, in the deserts of Peru, the Nazca culture left behind enormous geoglyphs visible only from the air. Many researchers argue they were ritualistic pathways or ceremonial designs, but others wonder, why design something so large and precise unless it was meant to be viewed from a sky? Coupled with the legends of flying gods, one begins to wonder if the technology of flight, machines soaring above the earth, may not be a modern invention, but a rediscovery. In Siberia, legends tell of the Valley of Death, where explorers discovered massive metallic cauldrons half buried in the ground. These objects, made of a strange alloy, reportedly resisted attempts at cutting, drilling, or melting. Some accounts even claim radiation levels in the area are abnormally high. Were these natural formations, or remnants of an ancient power system, perhaps reactors or engines left behind by a civilization that fell long before ours? Official expeditions are scarce, and many of the reports come from the 19th and early 20th centuries. But the consistency of the descriptions suggests that something extraordinary once rested there. There is also the dendrolite, a controversial interpretation of carvings found in the Hathor temple in Egypt. The reliefs appear to show large bulb-like objects connected to a form of cable, with a lotus flower acting as a socket. Some researchers claim these images depict oversized lamps or light bulbs, powered by a primitive form of electricity. If this were true, it would explain how the Egyptians illuminated the deep chambers of their temples without leaving soot stains from torches. Mainstream Egyptology dismisses this idea, insisting the carvings are purely symbolic representations of creation myths. Yet again, the imagery aligns suspiciously well with technological concepts. From Peru to Mesopotamia, from Greece to India, the same haunting pattern emerges: artifacts, carvings, and devices that point to lost technology. And when technology appears in the past, it does so in ways that suggest fragments of a larger system. A gear here, a battery there, a carving of a light bulb, a text describing flying craft. None of these exist in isolation. Instead, they resemble scattered pieces of a puzzle that may have once formed the technological foundation of a forgotten civilization. Why, then, are these machines so aggressively dismissed by mainstream archaeology? The reason is clear. To accept them would mean rewriting the entire story of progress. It would mean admitting that humanity has risen to high levels of sophistication before, only to fall into collapse. It would mean that our timeline is not a straight climb from caves to computers, but a jagged cycle of advancement and catastrophe, rise and erasure. This brings us to a haunting question. Where did the knowledge come from? Did ancient humans, through sheer ingenuity, invent these technologies independently, only to lose them? Or were they taught, either by a forgotten master culture or by beings beyond Earth? The Dropa stones, the Vimana texts, and the consistent global mythologies of gods descending from the sky all suggest that humanity may not have walked this road alone. As we peer deeper into these mysteries, the truth may be even stranger. For some researchers argue that the machines themselves are not random leftovers, but deliberately preserved artifacts. Like time capsules, they were created to survive, to be discovered when humanity was ready to ask questions again. The Antikythera mechanism was found in a shipwreck, the Baghdad batteries in forgotten ruins, the dendra carvings in a temple designed to last millennia. Could these have been seeds, planted in time, reminders of what once was? If so, the machines are not just objects, they are messages. Messages saying, "You are not the first. You will not be the last. Remember what came before." And with that haunting thought, we step further into the maze of forbidden archaeology. For beyond machines and batteries, beyond carvings and cauldrons, lie other impossibilities. Advanced metallurgy and material science far beyond their supposed eras. Glasses, alloys, and substances that should not exist, unless our ancestors knew more than we dare to admit. Beyond stones, glyphs, and strange machines, there exists another class of forbidden artifacts, metals, alloys, and materials that defy their time. These are objects so perfectly made, so refined, that they challenge the very foundations of archaeology and metallurgy. Found across continents and millennia, they suggest a knowledge of chemistry, heat treatment, and fabrication far beyond the capabilities attributed to ancient peoples. In examining these materials, one begins to sense a global pattern. Ancient civilizations were not primitive. They were, in some ways, masters of matter, wielding techniques we still struggle to replicate. Take, for example, the Iron Pillar of Delhi. Erected over 1,600 years ago, this massive iron column has resisted corrosion for centuries, despite being exposed to India's monsoon rains. Modern metallurgists marvel at its composition. Extremely high-purity iron, crafted without modern steelmaking techniques, yet impervious to rust. How was this achieved without the knowledge of alloys, temperature control, and protective coatings? No one knows. Some theorists suggest that the ancient blacksmiths possessed a chemical understanding of iron and phosphorus far in advance of the industrial age. The pillar stands as a monument not just of devotion, but of lost metallurgical genius. Even more mysterious are the Shamir stones and Damascus steel of the ancient Near East. Damascus steel, famed in legend for its strength, flexibility, and ability to hold a razor-sharp edge, was created using a technique that produced microscopic patterns within the metal, a process lost and only partially rediscovered in modern times. Weapons made from Damascus steel could slice through lesser iron blades and resist shattering. Yet no records fully explain how the ancients achieved the extraordinary temperatures, alloy composition, and forging techniques required. Were these methods purely experimental, or handed down from an older, advanced civilization? In South America, the Quimbaya artifacts reveal metallurgy that astonishes modern engineers. Thin gold sheets, some only a fraction of a millimeter thick, were hammered and molded without cracking. Small figurines show evidence of lost wax casting with precision far beyond the expected capabilities of pre-Columbian cultures. These artifacts, often depicting birds, insects, or abstract forms, suggest not only artistic mastery but also a sophisticated understanding of material properties, long before metallurgy was taught in formal schools. Further afield, in Africa, ancient Egyptian artifacts contain alloys that continue to puzzle scientists. Tools, ceremonial objects, and jewelry reveal combinations of metals, gold, copper, tin, and even trace elements, that produce hardness, flexibility, and corrosion resistance unmatched by later eras. The ability to create consistent alloys requires precise knowledge of temperatures, chemical interactions, and metal behavior. How did cultures with simple furnaces, no modern instruments, and limited fuel achieve these results? Then there are the so-called out-of-place metals, which appear embedded in ancient rock or fossils. In 19th century reports, miners discovered metal objects in coal seams over 300 million years old, iron tools, small rods, and even unusual metallic spheres. Skeptics argue they were intrusions, but the consistency of these finds across continents raises questions. Were these metals remnants of a civilization predating recorded history? If so, how advanced could their metallurgical knowledge have been? Some researchers turn to India and Tibet, where legends speak of shining metals and alloys that could resist cutting, bending, or melting. Texts describe materials called ashtadhatu, an 8-metal alloy used in sacred statues, combining gold, silver, copper, zinc, iron, tin, lead, and mercury. Modern testing shows these alloys have properties almost impossible to replicate without advanced control over temperature and chemical reactions. How could a civilization thousands of years ago achieve such refinement without the tools of the modern laboratory? Even meteoric iron poses a mystery. Ancient blacksmiths worldwide revered it, often using it for ritual knives, swords, and jewelry. Some objects, such as knives from Tutankhamun's tomb, were made from iron explicitly identified as meteoric in origin. The blade's quality was extraordinary. corrosion-resistant, sharp, and durable. Did ancient metallurgists understand the special properties of meteorites? And if so, did they know how to manipulate them for practical purposes? The patterns across continents are striking. From Delhi to Damascus, from Peru to Egypt, humans were manipulating metals in ways that suggest a lost, global knowledge. The precision, the alloy combinations, and the durability all indicate skills far beyond what we expect from the societies described in textbooks. Even more disturbing is the temporal dissonance. Metals appear where and when they shouldn't exist, whether embedded in fossils, buried under layers of rock, or found in tombs predating known civilizations. Some theorists argue that the lost art of metallurgy points to a forgotten golden age, a period of technological sophistication destroyed by cataclysm. Floods, earthquakes, or cosmic events may have wiped out advanced knowledge, leaving only fragments behind, inscriptions, megaliths, and extraordinary artifacts. Others suggest that some knowledge was deliberately preserved, passed down in secretive guilds, priesthoods, or hidden societies. Every surviving pillar, every blade, every alloyed figurine is a message from the past, hinting at abilities and wisdom that could have propelled humanity forward thousands of years before our modern era. The implications extend beyond mere curiosity. Advanced metallurgy is not just art, it is science in action. Understanding how ancient civilizations forged resistant metals, shaped alloys, and treated materials could revolutionize modern technology. Some modern engineers have tried to replicate Damascus steel, or recreate the properties of the iron pillar, but even today's labs struggle to achieve the same durability, flexibility, and corrosion resistance. Could it be that the ancients knew secrets we have yet to rediscover? And so, these ancient metals, alloys, and materials force us to reconsider the entire arc of human history. We have been taught a narrative of gradual, incremental progress, starting with crude tools and ending with modern metallurgy. Yet the evidence suggests peaks of knowledge, followed by long troughs, periods where mastery of metals disappeared and humanity was forced to reinvent what was once known. The forbidden artifacts we examine are fragments of that lost knowledge, clues to a civilization or civilizations far older and far more advanced than conventional history allows. The iron pillar, the Quimbaya artifacts, meteoric swords, and mysterious alloys are not just objects, they are time capsules. They ask us to look beyond the linear story of civilization and consider cycles of rise, fall, and erasure. They demand we ask questions about the origins of human skill, the possibility of lost eras, and the boundaries of what ancient people were capable of achieving. As we leave the metallurgical mysteries behind, we stand at the threshold of another enigma, one that moves from materials into motion. For if ancient civilizations could manipulate metals with such precision, could they also have constructed machines, vehicles, or devices far beyond our comprehension? The story of lost metallurgy leads inexorably to forbidden machines, not just inscriptions or static objects, but objects built to move, to fly, to harness forces we thought were modern discoveries. Long before airplanes, GPS, or the modern compass, humans were navigating oceans, rivers, and coastlines with astonishing precision. While textbooks insist that early civilizations were confined to regional travel, scattered evidence suggests otherwise. Ancient maps, some dating thousands of years, depict continents, coastlines, and oceans with a level of accuracy that baffles modern cartographers. These maps hint at voyages far beyond what history allows, suggesting that our ancestors were far more sophisticated explorers than we have been taught to believe. One of the most famous examples is the Piri race map, compiled in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral. While ostensibly a map of the known world, it astonishingly depicts parts of South America and even Antarctica, centuries before official discovery. The coastlines are surprisingly precise, showing details that modern mapping only confirmed in the 20th century. Scholars are baffled. How could a 16th century admiral, relying on limited exploration reports, produce a map that aligns so perfectly with frozen southern continents? Some suggest the map is a copy of much older source maps, passed down from an earlier, forgotten seafaring civilization. Even more mysterious is the Ploesti and Orens Fine maps, which contain depictions of the Earth's continents with remarkably accurate proportions, longitude, and latitude, long before such concepts were formalized. Certain maps even include inland rivers and mountain ranges that would have been inaccessible to explorers of the time. How could ancient cartographers obtain this level of detail without aerial reconnaissance, satellite technology, or global knowledge? These maps hint at voyages and observations that mainstream history refuses to acknowledge. The Khwarezmian maps of Central Asia, along with medieval Arabic and Chinese charts, suggest an interconnected world of knowledge, shared across cultures spanning continents. From the Chinese navigation charts used by Zheng He to the Arabian Sea charts meticulously detailing monsoon winds, there is evidence of advanced maritime skills. Yet even these fail to explain maps showing Antarctica free of ice, or the coastlines of South America in astonishing detail centuries before their official discovery. Were these maps copied from even older sources, passed down through forgotten channels? Some researchers argue that maps like these are evidence of a lost seafaring civilization, capable of circumnavigating oceans and mapping continents long before the Greeks, Phoenicians, or Polynesians were supposed to have done so. Plato's account of Atlantis describes a civilization that mastered the seas, with fleets capable of reaching distant lands. Could these maps be echoes of that vanished network, remnants of an age when humans sailed the globe, leaving behind traces in both stone and parchment? The Vinland map, purportedly from the 15th century, shows parts of North America before Columbus. Its authenticity has been debated for decades, but if genuine, it rewrites the story of exploration in the Atlantic. Similarly, Polynesian navigation, with no written records but astonishing oral tradition, demonstrates mastery of wind, currents, and stars. Polynesians colonized islands thousands of miles apart, using only observation and skill. The implication is clear: human beings have been capable of extraordinary maritime exploration long before modern technology. Ancient maps often show coastlines that no longer exist. Some depict lands now submerged, hinting at global flooding events or rising sea levels. Consider maps from the Indian Ocean region, including the Piri race sources and various Persian nautical charts, which suggest a detailed knowledge of areas now underwater. Could these maps be remnants of civilizations destroyed by cataclysm, leaving only their cartographic knowledge as evidence? The possibility is both thrilling and chilling. Even in the Americas, artifacts hint at maritime sophistication. Coastal settlements along South America and Mesoamerica show evidence of trade networks spanning hundreds of miles. Ancient Andean civilizations transported goods along rivers and seas, and myths of men of the sea suggest that early voyagers may have reached islands and continents now lost to memory. When combined with mysterious maps, these accounts suggest a hidden history of exploration, one that mainstream history has ignored or suppressed. The mystery deepens when we consider the level of mathematical and astronomical knowledge required to produce accurate maps, longitude calculations, proper scaling, and knowledge of tides and currents all demand precise observation. Many ancient cultures, from the Egyptians to the Babylonians to the Mayans, demonstrated sophisticated astronomy. Could this knowledge have been applied to global navigation centuries before we officially learned to measure it? The surviving maps hint at expertise we are only beginning to rediscover, a science lost to time but preserved in ink and stone. Some alternative researchers argue that these maps are part of a global puzzle, linking continents, myths, and technologies. If advanced civilizations existed before the rise of recorded history, they may have left behind maps as a form of guidance or legacy. Maps could have functioned not merely as navigational tools but as a way to transmit knowledge across generations, ensuring that the memory of distant lands and vanished civilizations was never fully lost. The existence of these maps forces us to question the official narrative of human history. Were civilizations isolated, slowly discovering their regions, or was the world once interconnected, with knowledge of distant lands passed along through trade, travel, and exploration? And if global voyages occurred long before recorded history, what other knowledge might have been lost along the way? Lost machines, lost metallurgy, lost languages, and lost cities beneath the waves. Finally, these ancient maps remind us that history is a living puzzle, constantly revealing fragments of what once was. Each coastline, each island, each accurately depicted river and mountain is a whisper from the past, urging us to reconsider what we know. They suggest a human story that stretches far beyond conventional timelines, one filled with courage, curiosity, and technological mastery that has been forgotten or suppressed. As we trace the lines on these ancient charts, connecting continents, rivers, and oceans, we begin to see a pattern emerge, a hidden global network of exploration, knowledge, and civilizations. One that challenges every assumption, every timeline, every textbook. And from these maps, our journey moves naturally to the artifacts of the explorers themselves, tools, instruments, and objects that further reveal the sophistication and daring of humanity's lost voyages. As we examine the traces of lost civilizations, one of the most compelling pieces of evidence lies not in stone or scrolls, but in tools and instruments that defy logic. Across the globe, archaeologists and treasure hunters have uncovered artifacts that should not exist in the timeframes assigned to them. precision instruments, metal tools, and measuring devices far ahead of their purported age. These objects hint at a knowledge of mechanics, engineering, and science that mainstream history struggles to explain. One of the most striking examples comes from ancient Egypt, where tools found at construction sites, tombs, and quarries reveal a sophistication far beyond what conventional textbooks admit. Copper chisels, dolerite pounders, and bronze saws were used to carve granite blocks weighing tons. Yet analysis shows that these tools, often polished and reinforced, could not explain the smoothness and precision of the cuts on pyramids and obelisks. Some researchers suggest that the Egyptians possessed lost mechanical aids, like simple lathes, pulleys, or even early forms of abrasive technology, now completely vanished from history. The evidence is subtle but persistent. Tool marks do not always match the implements supposedly used, leaving a gap that hints at knowledge erased from the record. In South America, the Inca and pre-Inca civilizations left behind stone walls and structures that again challenge conventional understanding. The famous walls of Sacsayhuaman and Pumapunku were constructed with gigantic blocks weighing tens of tons, cut and fitted with millimeter precision. Archaeologists have found chisels and hammers nearby, yet these tools appear insufficient for the task. Some researchers propose that the builders had access to advanced measuring instruments or leveling devices, long since lost, which allowed them to manipulate enormous stones with incredible accuracy. The precision of these tools, now vanished, remains a tantalizing ghost of lost technology. Moving to Europe, there are reports of Neolithic compasses and goniometric tools, objects that appear to have been used to measure angles and align structures astronomically. In megalithic sites such as Karnak in France and Stonehenge in England, stones are aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and celestial bodies. While some claim this was achieved through observation alone, the presence of sophisticated measuring devices at other sites raises questions. Could ancient engineers have had tools to calculate angles, distances, and alignment that we have no record of? If so, it would suggest a level of planning and understanding previously unacknowledged in prehistoric cultures. The Antikythera mechanism, though often cited as a singular anomaly, can also be understood as a tool, a mechanical instrument for measuring and predicting celestial movements. Its complex system of interlocking gears reveals an understanding of astronomy and mathematics far ahead of its time. Similar tools, if they existed in other parts of the world, may have been used to construct monuments, align cities, or navigate vast distances. The mechanism proves that tools were not merely for practical labor, but also for knowledge itself, a way of manipulating abstract concepts through physical devices. In Asia, ancient India, and China provide further examples. Archaeologists have uncovered astronomical instruments, armillary spheres, and gnomons used to measure the positions of stars and the timing of celestial events. In some cases, the precision of these devices rivals instruments created centuries later in Europe. For instance, the Jantar-Mantar observatories built in the 18th century were already astonishing, but texts suggest that even earlier civilizations constructed similar devices thousands of years before. The sophistication of these tools indicates a continuity of knowledge, and perhaps a lost lineage of engineers and scientists capable of advanced measurement. Metal tools themselves often appear anomalous. In the 19th and 20th centuries, miners in the United States and Europe reported finding iron implements encased in rock that, according to geological analysis, predates known metallurgy. Hammers, nails, and rods trapped in coal or stone seems appear millions of years old, far older than humans are supposed to exist. Some suggest contamination or intrusion, yet multiple discoveries across continents suggest a pattern. These tools, if genuine, imply that ancient humans or unknown beings had mastered metallurgy far earlier than we believe. Then there are the enigmatic telescopic and surveying instruments described in texts from India and the Middle East. Manuscripts from the medieval Islamic world describe devices capable of precise measurements of stars, distances, and even the Earth itself. While replicas can function today, there is little evidence of widespread use. Could these instruments represent the remains of a lost tradition, one in which engineers, astronomers, and builders possessed a global network of knowledge, linking science, construction, and navigation across continents? What makes these tools truly forbidden is not just their sophistication, but their disappearance. In most cases, the objects themselves vanish, are destroyed, or are ignored by the academic establishment. We are left with fragments, descriptions, illustrations, and occasional surviving pieces, tantalizing hints of knowledge deliberately concealed or accidentally lost. Each artifact poses a question. If our ancestors had tools of such complexity, why did the knowledge not persist? Was it lost through cataclysm, suppressed by ruling powers, or deliberately hidden? The presence of these instruments also suggests that ancient civilizations may have possessed broader technological capabilities than we assume. If they could measure with precision, cut stone flawlessly, and predict celestial events, could they also have built machines, vehicles, or other devices that are now gone? The line between tools for practical labor and tools for advanced technology becomes blurred, implying that the ancients were not simply surviving, they were inventing, experimenting, and mastering aspects of the world we are only rediscovering. Even simple-looking tools can have profound implications. A hammer, a chisel, or a plumb line, if constructed with unusual materials or precision, reveals an underlying mastery of physics and material science. When these tools appear in contexts that shouldn't exist, embedded in rock, associated with impossible architecture, or mentioned in texts describing vanished civilizations, they become evidence not of primitive work, but of forgotten sophistication. As we survey the scattered evidence, a pattern emerges. Across continents, cultures, and millennia, humans or human-like beings created instruments far ahead of their time. From Egypt to Peru, India to Europe, the tools are both practical and symbolic, functional and philosophical. They are remnants of civilizations that measured, calculated, built, and explored. Civilizations whose mastery was deliberately erased, lost through time, or preserved in fragments for future discovery. The lesson is clear. Tools are not merely objects, they are extensions of knowledge. They amplify skill, record understanding, and reveal the hidden capabilities of their creators. And when tools appear that should not exist, they challenge the very foundations of history, forcing us to ask, who really walked this earth? How advanced were they? And how much of their knowledge was lost, deliberately or accidentally, to the ravages of time? As we move from tools to texts, from instruments to inscriptions, our journey continues deeper into forbidden archaeology, leading to mystical devices, coded relics, and artifacts whose purpose remains a mystery, bridging the gap between physical skill and conceptual genius. Across the ancient world, some of the most tantalizing evidence of forgotten civilizations is not etched in stone or forged in metal, but written down in texts and scrolls that survive against incredible odds. These manuscripts, often hidden away in monasteries, caves, or secret libraries, contain knowledge that challenges conventional history. They speak of technologies, philosophies, and sciences that should not have existed in their time. Knowledge that mainstream scholars often dismiss as myth, allegory, or superstition. Yet the deeper we investigate these texts, the more it becomes apparent that they preserve fragments of a forbidden history, a record of human ingenuity and understanding deliberately hidden or lost. One of the most famous examples is the Nag Hammadi Library, discovered in 1945 in Upper Egypt. This collection of 13 codices, written in Coptic, contains over 50 texts, many of them previously unknown Gnostic writings. Among the spiritual and philosophical teachings, there are references to knowledge of the cosmos, advanced metaphysical concepts, and insights into human consciousness that seem startlingly modern. The texts challenge traditional religious interpretations and suggest that ancient civilizations possess knowledge of the universe and the mind far beyond what we give them credit for. For centuries, this knowledge was suppressed, hidden, and ignored, yet it survives, hinting at a deeper, lost understanding of reality. Similarly, the Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered between 1947 and 1956 near Qumran, include manuscripts that predate the Common Era by centuries. While most scholars focus on their religious and historical content, certain scrolls contain cryptic references to cosmic cycles, celestial events, and alchemical practices. These references suggest a level of sophistication in astronomy and chemistry rarely acknowledged in texts of that period. Could these scrolls be remnants of a secret scientific tradition, carefully preserved alongside spiritual teachings? The possibility raises profound questions about what knowledge existed before it was overwritten by mainstream narratives. Moving further east, India offers a remarkable body of texts that describe both philosophy and technology. The Vaimnika Shastra, allegedly dictated to sage Bharadvaja, details the construction, propulsion, and operation of flying machines known as vimanas. These texts describe engines, fuel systems, and flight capabilities that would astonish modern engineers. Skeptics dismiss them as allegorical, yet the specificity of measurements, materials, and procedures is difficult to reconcile with mere fantasy. Were these manuals the preserved memory of a forgotten technological civilization, encoded in myth and scripture to survive cataclysm and time? In China, the I Ching and other early texts offer more than divination. Hidden within their hexagrams and commentaries are systems of mathematical relationships, cosmic cycles, and natural laws that hint at advanced knowledge of astronomy and natural science. The text's longevity, surviving thousands of years, suggests that some civilizations placed extreme value on preserving knowledge, encoding it in symbolic forms to prevent loss. Could these texts represent a method of hiding practical and philosophical wisdom within spiritual allegory, ensuring that only those prepared to decode it could access the knowledge? Europe, too, contains its share of forbidden manuscripts. The Voynich manuscript, carbon-dated to the early 15th century, is written in an unknown script and filled with illustrations of plants, astronomical diagrams, and biological forms that do not correspond to anything recognized. Despite centuries of study, cryptographers and linguists have failed to decode its contents. Some believe it contains a lost science of medicine, botany, or even alchemy. Others argue it is an encrypted repository of forbidden knowledge meant to survive without revealing itself. The very existence of the Voynich manuscript suggests a tradition of concealing advanced knowledge, carefully encoded to avoid destruction or misinterpretation. In the Americas, the Popol Vuh, the sacred text of the Quiche Maya, preserves myths, astronomical observations, and calendars with incredible precision. While ostensibly a religious narrative, the text demonstrates deep understanding of celestial movements, mathematics, and cyclical time. The Maya were able to predict eclipses, track planetary motion, and construct highly accurate calendars long before European contact. Their texts preserve knowledge that merges science, religion, and philosophy, a combination that modern scholars often overlook, but which points to an integrated understanding of the cosmos. Even small fragments of texts can be extraordinary. The Trier tablets, dating to around 5500 BC, contain symbols that may represent proto-writing or early numerical systems. These seemingly simple inscriptions hint at cognitive abilities, symbolic reasoning, and record-keeping that precede Mesopotamian writing. If authentic, these texts challenge the traditional narrative of human intellectual development, suggesting that advanced cognitive and technological knowledge existed far earlier than acknowledged. The common thread running through these texts is not merely information, but intentional preservation. Ancient scribes, scholars, and priests appear to have deliberately encoded knowledge in forms resistant to time and loss, in allegory, encrypted scripts, or symbolic diagrams. In many cases, they seem aware that their civilization could be destroyed or that knowledge could vanish. The texts were written to survive, sometimes hidden, sometimes in plain sight, preserving ideas that modern humanity might finally be ready to uncover. This preservation raises critical questions. How much of what we consider myth or religion actually contains practical knowledge? How many ancient texts, discarded as superstition or allegory, are really repositories of lost science, mathematics, or engineering? And if knowledge was deliberately concealed, what does that imply about the civilizations that produced it? Were they protecting wisdom, safeguarding dangerous technologies, or encoding instructions for future generations? The implications are staggering. If texts like the Nag Hammadi Library, Vaimnika Shastra, Voynich manuscript, and Popol Vuh contain fragments of lost technological, astronomical, or philosophical knowledge, then the history we have been taught is incomplete at best, deliberately obscured at worst. The gap between what is officially recorded and what was truly known could span millennia, civilizations, and continents, leaving us with only fragments and echoes of a grand, forgotten human legacy. As we study these ancient manuscripts, one thing becomes clear: texts are not mere stories. They are time capsules, meticulously crafted to endure beyond the reach of war, fire, or natural catastrophe. They represent the intellectual fingerprint of civilizations that may have existed long before recorded history, civilizations that understood machines, materials, astronomy, and mathematics in ways modern humanity is only beginning to rediscover. These manuscripts also serve as a bridge. They link the megaliths, machines, metals, maps, and tools we have explored, showing that ancient knowledge was not confined to one domain. Science, technology, and spirituality were intertwined, preserved in forms that could survive cataclysm and decay. The scrolls and texts, in many ways, are the key to understanding the larger puzzle, a puzzle of forbidden knowledge, lost civilizations, and the hidden history of humanity. And so, as we leave the manuscripts behind, we turn next to the artifacts that combine text and technology, objects that encode instructions, symbols, and knowledge into physical forms. These relics challenge us to consider not only what humans once knew, but how far that knowledge extended into realms we are only beginning to explore. Beyond scrolls and manuscripts, the trail of forbidden knowledge leads us to artifacts that encode secrets, objects whose design, symbols, and construction suggest they were created to preserve wisdom in ways both durable and enigmatic. These relics do not merely tell a story, they contain it. They are physical vessels of knowledge, designed to withstand time, catastrophe, and the vicissitudes of history, hiding information that conventional scholars often overlook or dismiss. Across the world, from ancient temples to forgotten caves, such artifacts continue to challenge everything we think we know about our ancestors. One of the most iconic examples is the Phaistos disc, unearthed on the island of Crete. While often cited for its inscrutable symbols, the disc is not merely a linguistic puzzle. Its spiral arrangement, combined with repeating stamped glyphs, suggests a codified system of knowledge, potentially used to record astronomical data, religious instruction, or even technological schematics. Scholars remain divided, but its very existence implies deliberate encoding. Whoever created the Phaistos disc was not thinking of casual decoration. They were attempting to preserve information in a form designed to survive centuries, perhaps even millennia. In South America, the Quimbaya artifacts serve a similar purpose. These delicate gold objects, shaped like birds, insects, or even apparent flying machines, are more than ornamental. Many bear inscriptions or patterns suggesting a symbolic or instructional function, as if they encode principles of flight, mathematics, or sacred geometry. Modern engineers attempting to replicate their aerodynamic forms have found them surprisingly accurate, hinting at knowledge embedded in the artifact itself, a physical record of wisdom long thought impossible for that era. Closer to home, the Crespi collection in Ecuador consists of hundreds of small metal plates, each engraved with scenes of animals, humans, and unknown symbols. The plates were reportedly given to a missionary by local tribes, who described them as a sacred record of history, astronomy, and the movements of the stars. The combination of images and symbols suggests intentional encoding, a system of visual and symbolic communication designed to transmit knowledge without words. These relics remain controversial, some dismissed as forgeries, yet they persist as evidence of an ancient drive to preserve hidden knowledge. In Egypt, the dendrolite reliefs illustrate another form of encoded wisdom. At first glance, the carvings seem purely symbolic, part of the religious iconography of the Hathor temple. But alternative researchers have suggested that the bulb-like shapes, cables, and energy sources depicted may encode technological information, a record of electrical or energy systems understood by the Egyptians but deliberately concealed within art. If true, these carvings are not just symbolic, they are instructional relics, preserving knowledge in a form intelligible only to those who can decode it. The Fuente Magna Bowl near Lake Titicaca presents a remarkable combination of artifact and text. This ceremonial vessel bears inscriptions that resemble Sumerian cuneiform, yet it was found in South America, far from Mesopotamia. The bowl itself may have been a functional object, but the inscriptions encode knowledge, possibly astronomical, ritualistic, or technological, bridging continents and suggesting the existence of a global network of transmitted knowledge. Its existence challenges the conventional narrative that writing and record-keeping developed independently in isolated civilizations. In the Himalayan region, artifacts recovered from monasteries and hidden caves contain both inscriptions and geometric carvings. Small metallic or stone objects, often circular or disc-shaped, feature symbolic coding that some researchers interpret as instructional diagrams, potentially maps, mechanical schematics, or metaphysical guides. These relics suggest that certain civilizations prioritize preserving complex knowledge in miniature, encoded, and portable forms, ensuring that it could survive environmental destruction or political upheaval. Even smaller, seemingly mundane objects may encode wisdom. Ancient jewelry, amulets, and ceremonial tools often combine symbols, inscriptions, and proportions that reflect advanced mathematics, sacred geometry, and cosmic cycles. For example, pendants found in Europe and Asia sometimes mirror astronomical alignments or fractal patterns, encoding information in a wearable form. These artifacts are not just ornamental, they are portable libraries of information, designed to teach, preserve, and guide those who could read their subtle language. Across cultures, these relics share common traits. They are often made of durable materials, gold, stone, bronze, or fired clay, chosen to survive centuries. They frequently incorporate repetitive patterns, symbolic arrangements, or inscriptions, suggesting deliberate encoding rather than decorative intent. And they tend to appear in sacred or ritual contexts, implying that knowledge was considered both precious and dangerous, to be protected and revealed only to those deemed worthy or prepared. Some alternative researchers suggest that these artifacts represent a lost system of universal knowledge, passed from civilization to civilization across the globe. The repeating motifs, geometric precision, and integration of symbols and function hint at a continuity of thought, a hidden intellectual lineage spanning continents and millennia. In other words, the artifacts themselves may be a global memory bank, preserving knowledge that mainstream history has either ignored or deliberately erased. The implications are staggering. If these relics encode genuine knowledge, whether technological, astronomical, or philosophical, then our understanding of ancient civilizations is profoundly incomplete. The tools, texts, and artifacts studied separately are impressive, but together they form a cohesive pattern. Humans were capable of understanding the universe, developing technology, and encoding that understanding for future generations long before we were supposed to know how. The very existence of encoded relics forces us to reconsider what it means to be human, what knowledge is possible, and how much of it has been lost to time. Moreover, these relics challenge the traditional timeline of history. If objects like the Phaistos disc, the Crespi plates, the Quimbaya artifacts, and the Fuente Magna Bowl are legitimate, then knowledge of advanced technology, mathematics, and astronomy existed thousands of years before it was officially recorded. They are evidence that human progress is not linear but cyclical, with peaks of ingenuity erased or forgotten, leaving behind only encoded fragments for future generations to uncover. As we examine these relics, one thing becomes clear: they were not created for casual use. They were crafted to survive, to teach, and to challenge future civilizations. They are messages from the past, demanding careful study, patience, and an openness to possibilities that stretch beyond mainstream understanding. Each artifact, with its symbols, inscriptions, and encoded wisdom, represents a link in a chain connecting us to a forgotten world of knowledge, skill, and intellectual mastery. The study of these relics is more than archaeology. It is a journey into the forbidden history of humanity, a path that forces us to question everything we have been taught. They remind us that the past is not fixed, that human potential is far greater than textbooks suggest, and that knowledge, when properly encoded and preserved, can survive the collapse of empires, the passage of millennia, and the erasure of civilizations. From relics of encoded knowledge, the path naturally leads to the next mystery: ancient temples and sacred sites where artifacts, inscriptions, and architecture converge, forming blueprints of lost wisdom. Here, knowledge is not merely recorded. It is built into the very stones themselves, offering a permanent record of humanity's forgotten capabilities. As we move from relics and manuscripts to the monumental, the trail of forbidden knowledge leads us to sacred sites and hidden temples, places where ancient civilizations encoded wisdom not in words, but in stone, layout, and geometry. Across the globe, these structures demonstrate an understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering that defies conventional explanation. They are not simply religious monuments. They are three-dimensional manuscripts designed to preserve knowledge through architecture itself, a physical legacy of civilizations that were far more sophisticated than mainstream history acknowledges. Consider the Great Pyramid of Giza, perhaps the most iconic example. For centuries, scholars have marveled at its alignment, precision, and scale. Each massive block was cut, transported, and placed with astonishing accuracy, yet the tools and techniques supposedly available to the Egyptians should not have permitted such precision. Beyond the engineering, the pyramid's alignment to true north and its relationship to celestial bodies, including the stars of Orion's belt, suggest a deep understanding of astronomy and mathematics. The structure functions as a kind of coded device, encoding both cosmic cycles and human knowledge into a physical form meant to last millennia. In Central America, the Mayan and Aztec temples echo a similar sophistication. Sites such as Chichen Itza and Teotihuacan were carefully aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and planetary movements. The Pyramid of Kukulkan, for example, casts a shadow during the equinox that creates the illusion of a serpent descending the steps, a precise interaction of architecture, light, and time. Such design demonstrates more than religious devotion. It shows that the builders possessed advanced understanding of geometry, astronomy, and engineering. The temples are calendars, observatories, and laboratories encoded in stone, a testament to knowledge deliberately preserved across generations. In South America, the Inca citadel of Machu Picchu reveals mastery of both construction and landscape. Terraces, aqueducts, and buildings were integrated into the mountainside with minimal mortar, yet earthquakes in the region did not topple the structures. The precision of stone fitting, some blocks so perfectly shaped that not even a knife blade can slide between them, suggests engineering knowledge that is now lost. Scholars have long debated how the Incas achieved such feats without iron tools or draft animals, but the complexity of the site implies sophisticated planning and knowledge of material science encoded into the very architecture. In Europe, megalithic sites such as Stonehenge, Karnak, and Newgrange continue this theme. The alignment of stones to solstices, the incorporation of tunnels that direct light to specific chambers on key dates, and the geometric layout of the sites all suggest astronomical observation, ceremonial ritual, and advanced mathematics. These structures were not random piles of stone but deliberate, precise constructions designed to preserve and convey knowledge over millennia. They are the architectural equivalents of manuscripts, permanent records of understanding encoded in scale, shape, and alignment. Asia too offers extraordinary examples. The Angkor Wat complex in Cambodia demonstrates intricate design, symbolism, and astronomical precision. The layout mirrors the cosmos, with temples aligned along cardinal points, reflecting Hindu cosmology and celestial cycles. Water channels, terraces, and reliefs encode mathematical, hydraulic, and astronomical knowledge in ways that remain astonishing even today. The architects clearly intended the site to serve multiple functions: spiritual, observational, and educational, a temple that teaches through its very structure. Even less famous sites reveal similar sophistication. In India, the temples of Khajuraho and Konark contain carvings, alignments, and proportions that correspond to cosmic principles, sacred geometry, and even musical scales. The placement of columns, steps, and sanctums often corresponds to mathematical ratios, celestial alignments, and acoustic properties. These are not merely aesthetic choices but deliberate preservation of knowledge in architectural form, ensuring that wisdom survives long after the civilizations themselves have faded. The pattern is global. From the pyramids of Egypt to the temples of South America, from megalithic Europe to the Angkor complex and Indian sanctuaries, ancient architects encoded information in ways that transcend time. These structures are physical books, written not in ink or clay but in stone, metal, and spatial relationships. They teach, record, and preserve, and they do so in ways that are incredibly durable, surviving floods, earthquakes, and human destruction. What makes these sacred sites even more remarkable is the integration of multiple disciplines. They combine astronomy, mathematics, engineering, and symbolism, creating multidimensional records of knowledge. The Great Pyramid aligns to stars, Chichen Itza interacts with sunlight, Machu Picchu resists earthquakes, Angkor Wat mirrors the cosmos. These sites demonstrate an interdisciplinary mastery rarely seen in any single civilization, suggesting that knowledge was shared, global, and deliberately preserved. The hidden nature of some of these temples adds another layer of mystery. Many are located in remote, difficult-to-access regions, mountains, jungles, deserts, or underground. Their placement implies intentional concealment, perhaps to protect knowledge from misuse or destruction. Some researchers suggest that ancient civilizations understood the value of secrecy, encoding wisdom in places only those with skill, knowledge, or ritual insight could access. In this sense, sacred sites are not just records, they are guardians of forbidden knowledge, deliberately designed to survive time and remain hidden from those unprepared to comprehend them. Moreover, many sites incorporate mathematical constants, proportions, and ratios that suggest a sophisticated understanding of universal principles. The golden ratio, pi, and astronomical cycles appear in layouts across continents. For example, the Great Pyramid and the Parthenon in Greece exhibit proportions aligned with pi, while the Angkor Wat complex encodes both the solar and lunar calendars. These alignments are not coincidental. They indicate intentional encoding of universal knowledge, a deliberate attempt to merge science, mathematics, and spirituality into enduring monuments. The implications of these sacred sites are staggering. They suggest that humanity's past was far more advanced, interconnected, and capable than we are taught. The structures serve as living archives, demonstrating that knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, engineering, and cosmology existed centuries, even millennia before official historical accounts recognize it. When combined with the manuscripts, tools, machines, and relics we have already explored, the sacred sites form part of a cohesive tapestry of forbidden knowledge, woven across continents and preserved against time. As we leave the monumental behind, we begin to glimpse the next layer of the mystery: hidden chambers, secret passages, and underground complexes, where encoded knowledge, forbidden artifacts, and even traces of lost technology may still await discovery. These sites suggest that humanity's history is not linear, but layered, cyclical, and deliberately hidden, a story preserved in stone, waiting for the right seekers to uncover it. While towering pyramids, temples, and megalithic structures capture the imagination, the underground world of hidden chambers and secret passages may hold the most tantalizing evidence of forgotten civilizations. Across the globe, subterranean tunnels, caves, and concealed chambers reveal a deliberate attempt to preserve knowledge, artifacts, and technology far from the eyes of the uninitiated. These hidden spaces are not merely architectural curiosities, they are repositories of forbidden knowledge, echoing civilizations whose achievements mainstream history refuses to acknowledge. In Egypt, beneath the pyramids of Giza, researchers have long speculated about undiscovered chambers. The Great Pyramid itself contains the King's Chamber, Queen's Chamber, and a series of small passageways whose purpose remains uncertain. Recent scans using muon tomography have detected previously unknown voids within the pyramid, reigniting speculation about hidden rooms that may contain relics, scrolls, or machinery lost to time. Could these chambers be vaults of knowledge, deliberately concealed by the architects to preserve secrets of astronomy, metallurgy, or sacred technology? The possibility is as thrilling as it is mysterious. Further south, in South America, underground complexes of Tiwanaku and Puma Punku reveal sophisticated subterranean construction. Large stone blocks, some weighing dozens of tons, were precisely shaped and transported into underground chambers. These complexes include canals, drainage systems, and rooms that align with solar and lunar cycles, suggesting not only engineering mastery but also cosmic awareness encoded below the surface. The underground nature of these structures implies deliberate concealment, as if the ancients were safeguarding critical knowledge against the ravages of time and invaders. In Europe, numerous cave systems and underground cities hint at hidden civilizations. The Cappadocia region in Turkey is famous for its multi-level underground cities, some extending dozens of meters below ground. These labyrinthine complexes contain ventilation shafts, wells, stables, and communal areas, all meticulously planned. Many experts argue they were primarily defensive refuges, yet the precision, scale, and integration with surface structures suggest a more sophisticated purpose, possibly including storage of sacred relics, encoded texts, and even technological artifacts. India too offers remarkable subterranean enigmas. Temples and forts often conceal underground passages leading to secret chambers, some filled with inscriptions, relics, or geometric patterns. These hidden spaces were designed to be accessible only to the initiated, often sealed or disguised to prevent discovery. The preservation of knowledge in such chambers demonstrates that ancient civilizations understood the value of secrecy, deliberately hiding wisdom to protect it from misuse, destruction, or cultural collapse. Some underground spaces are even more enigmatic. In the deserts of Iran and Central Asia, explorers have reported subterranean tunnels connecting ancient cities, often stretching for kilometers. These tunnels, some reinforced with stone and brick, suggest the existence of a network of hidden knowledge and resources, possibly linking civilizations that existed long before recorded history. Artifacts found within these tunnels, unusual metal objects, inscriptions, and containers, hint at advanced technology and ritualistic practice deliberately concealed underground. The underground world also intersects with mythology. Legends of hidden chambers beneath sacred mountains, temples, or pyramids abound worldwide. In Peru, local lore speaks of tunnels under Machu Picchu and Cusco, supposedly leading to hidden treasure and sacred knowledge. In Europe, myths of the Agartha network describe subterranean civilizations connected by miles of tunnels. Whether purely mythological or based on real structures, these stories reflect a persistent human belief that knowledge and power were hidden underground, accessible only to those prepared to seek it. Even in North America, indigenous oral traditions reference hidden caves and underground sanctuaries used for ceremonial purposes and the preservation of sacred knowledge. Archaeologists have discovered artifacts and petroglyphs in some of these locations, suggesting that ancient peoples deliberately encoded lessons, astronomical observations, and cosmological principles within the Earth itself. These subterranean repositories demonstrate a continuity of intent. Civilizations around the world understood the need to protect knowledge by placing it out of reach, yet preserved for the future. The purpose of these hidden chambers extends beyond mere preservation. Many contain evidence of ritual and ceremonial activity, suggesting that knowledge was not only stored but also activated through specific practices or initiations. In some cases, architectural features such as shafts, aligned entrances, or reflective surfaces indicate that chambers were designed to interact with light, sound, or celestial events. The knowledge encoded in these spaces was experimental, meant to be understood through observation and practice rather than simple reading or viewing. Some researchers argue that hidden chambers and tunnels may also contain forbidden technology. Given what we know about lost metallurgy, advanced tools, and mechanical devices, it is plausible that some subterranean complexes were repositories for machinery or instruments too advanced to survive in the open world. The secrecy of these spaces would have protected these devices from destruction, theft, or misuse, preserving knowledge that may have otherwise vanished entirely. The global pattern is unmistakable. From Egypt to South America, from Europe to Asia, civilizations went to extraordinary lengths to hide, protect, and encode their knowledge underground. The combination of strategic placement, structural ingenuity, and encoded symbolism suggests deliberate intent. These are not merely storage spaces, they are architectural safes for humanity's forbidden wisdom. The implications are profound. If hidden chambers contain relics, texts, and technology deliberately concealed from the surface world, then much of human history remains unexplored and unacknowledged. These underground spaces are silent witnesses to civilizations that were technologically, scientifically, and philosophically advanced, and whose knowledge was carefully preserved for those who could unlock it. As we emerge from the underground, one question dominates our understanding. If knowledge was hidden beneath mountains, temples, and deserts, what other forms of forbidden wisdom might be encoded above ground, in stone, metal, and the very geometry of sacred sites? The hidden chambers are only part of a broader mosaic, one that reveals humanity's unseen capabilities and lost intellectual achievements, waiting for discovery. These subterranean legacies compel us to rethink what we know about history. They suggest a world where knowledge was cyclically preserved, hidden, and revealed, where civilizations rose, mastered incredible feats, and then deliberately guarded their wisdom from destruction or misuse. The underground is not merely a shadow of the past, it is a vault of humanity's forgotten genius, a testament to the ingenuity, foresight, and mystery of ancient civilizations. Beneath the surface of conventional history lies a provocative question. What if entire civilizations existed long before those recorded in textbooks, and were wiped out by cataclysms? From sudden floods to cosmic events, geological upheavals, and climate shifts, the evidence of lost epochs is scattered across continents, embedded in sediments, artifacts, and legends. These forgotten civilizations may have been technologically advanced, culturally sophisticated, and globally connected. Yet today, we know them only through fragments, whispers, and anomalies that defy explanation. Consider the mysteries of Atlantis, first chronicled by Plato over 2 millennia ago. Atlantis is described as a global power, possessing advanced engineering, architecture, and knowledge, which disappeared beneath the waves in a single cataclysm. Critics dismiss it as allegory, but geological and archaeological evidence suggests that massive flooding events did occur in ancient history. Submerged cities off the coasts of Japan, Cuba, and the Mediterranean hint at real, long-lost civilizations. These remnants may be echoes of societies that, like Atlantis, were far more advanced than we are taught to believe. In South America, the sudden decline of civilizations like the Tiwanaku and the disappearance of coastal settlements along Peru and Chile suggest abrupt environmental catastrophes. Some sites show evidence of massive flooding, seismic activity, or sudden desertification that destroyed cities almost overnight. The precision of Tiwanaku stonework, combined with its sudden abandonment, raises unsettling questions. Did these civilizations vanish not because of war or ignorance, but because the Earth itself changed too rapidly for them to survive? The story repeats in Asia. The Indus Valley Civilization, flourishing over 4,000 years ago, displayed urban planning, sanitation, and metallurgy that rivaled modern cities. Yet by 1900 BCE, many cities were abandoned. Scholars suggest shifts in river patterns, massive flooding, or climate change may have destroyed the infrastructure, forcing populations to scatter. Once again, knowledge that could have propelled humanity forward was lost, buried beneath silt and sand, leaving traces of brilliance overshadowed by catastrophe. Even in Europe, the Minoan civilization on Crete faced a similar fate. Known for their palaces, advanced plumbing, and maritime prowess, the Minoans were suddenly devastated by a volcanic eruption on Thera, Santorini, around 1600 BCE. The eruption caused tsunamis, ash clouds, and environmental collapse, obliterating cities and effectively erasing cultural and technological achievements from history. Archaeologists have unearthed artifacts and ruins, yet the full scope of their knowledge remains unknown, lost to catastrophe. Global legends support the reality of cataclysmic events. Stories of great floods appear in cultures worldwide, from the Epic of Gilgamesh in Mesopotamia to the Popol Vuh in Mesoamerica, from Norse myths of Ragnarok to the Aboriginal Dreamtime of Australia. While often dismissed as allegory, these narratives may encode collective memory of real, devastating events, hinting at lost civilizations destroyed by natural cataclysms. Could it be that our ancestors preserved their history in myth precisely because physical records could not survive? Supporting this notion are geological anomalies. Sedimentary layers indicate sudden shifts in climate, massive floods, and seismic upheavals that correspond roughly to periods of human abandonment of major sites. Underwater explorations reveal submerged cities and structures, some perfectly laid out, others in partial ruin, suggesting that entire cultures may have been swallowed by rising seas or volcanic activity. These are tangible reminders that civilization is fragile, and knowledge can vanish as easily as stone is eroded or cities are flooded. The timing of these cataclysms is intriguing. Many occur roughly 10,000 to 12,000 years ago, coinciding with the end of the last ice age. Rising sea levels, melting glacier, and shifting ecosystems would have forced migrations, destroyed settlements, and erased much of the material record. Could these environmental upheavals explain the sudden disappearance of advanced societies, leaving only scattered artifacts, encoded texts, and hidden chambers for us to discover millennia later? The pattern suggests a global phenomenon of loss and survival, repeated across continents. Evidence of lost civilizations also emerges in anomalies in metallurgy, architecture, and technology. Artifacts such as the Antikythera mechanism, advanced alloys, and intricately cut stones predate the civilizations that supposedly created them, hinting at knowledge inherited from an earlier, forgotten epoch. Hidden chambers, secret passages, and encoded relics, when combined with geological evidence, suggest that these civilizations did not simply disappear. They were obliterated, dispersed, or forced underground by cataclysmic forces beyond their control. Even human memory and mythology may preserve echoes of these lost epochs. Many cultures speak of antediluvian sages, divine engineers, or beings of extraordinary knowledge, often tied to floods, celestial events, or cosmic cycles. These figures may represent actual humans or entire civilizations whose technological, astronomical, and spiritual knowledge was preserved in myth after their cities and libraries were destroyed. In this sense, myth is not fantasy but encoded history, safeguarding information that physical structures could not survive. The implications of lost civilizations are staggering. If advanced societies existed and were destroyed by cataclysms, then humanity's trajectory is not linear but cyclical. We are not the first to achieve technological and architectural mastery. We are inheritors of fragments of wisdom, struggling to reconstruct what was lost. Every anomaly, submerged city, encoded artifact, hidden chamber, or advanced tool may be a remnant of these forgotten epochs, waiting for recognition and interpretation. The story of lost civilizations also forces us to reconsider our assumptions about human capability. If knowledge was deliberately preserved through text, artifact, architecture, and myth, then our ancestors were strategic thinkers and visionaries, anticipating the fragility of human memory and the destructive forces of nature. Cataclysms may have erased their cities, but they also inspired methods of preservation that continue to challenge and inspire modern researchers. In examining these civilizations, one begins to see a pattern of rise, apex, destruction, and hidden survival. Atlantis, the Indus Valley, the Minoans, Tiwanaku, and submerged sites across the globe may be part of a larger cycle. Societies rise, master knowledge, face catastrophic events, and leave behind encoded wisdom for future generations. This cycle reframes history, suggesting that what we know is only a fraction of what humanity has ever achieved. As we leave the era of cataclysms behind, our path leads to one of the most compelling questions. What did these lost civilizations leave for us to rediscover? The combination of encoded artifacts, sacred sites, hidden chambers, and anomalous tools implies that knowledge survived in hidden, accessible, or encoded forms, waiting for those who dare to uncover it. The legacy of forgotten epochs challenges the linear narrative of human progress, urging us to rethink what it truly means to be an advanced civilization. While hidden chambers, lost texts, and submerged cities offer tantalizing glimpses of forgotten knowledge, there is another, even more provocative category of evidence: ancient machines and technological devices that challenge the conventional timeline of human development. These objects, scattered across continents and centuries, suggest that civilizations long before recorded history may have harnessed mechanical, electrical, or even aerial technologies far beyond what textbooks acknowledge. Some of these artifacts defy explanation entirely, leaving historians, engineers, and archaeologists in awe, and sometimes disbelief. Perhaps the most famous example is the Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece in 1901. Often called the world's first analog computer, this intricate device features interlocking bronze gears capable of predicting eclipses, tracking planetary positions, and modeling celestial cycles with astonishing precision. Carbon dating places the mechanism around 100 BCE, yet its complexity surpasses any known device for centuries to come. How could ancient Greeks, or whoever originally designed it, achieve such precise gear ratios, calculations, and engineering without modern tools or mathematical theory? The Antikythera mechanism is not just a curiosity, it is proof that ancient civilizations may have been capable of advanced mechanical computation, entirely unrecognized by mainstream history. Other examples of enigmatic technology appear across the globe. In South America, golden Quimbaya artifacts resembling airplanes or gliders suggest knowledge of aerodynamics thousands of years before the Wright brothers. While skeptics argue they are symbolic, their precise forms cannot be ignored. Engineers attempting to recreate these objects find that, in theory, they could indeed fly. Are these mere coincidences, artistic flourishes, or remnants of an ancient civilization experimenting with flight? The artifacts force us to consider that aerial technology may have existed far earlier than previously thought, hidden in art, myth, and small golden relics. In Egypt, alternative researchers point to the dendrolite reliefs as possible depictions of electrical devices. Carved into the Hathor temple, these images resemble bulbs connected by cables and emitting energy. Some theorists propose they represent knowledge of electricity or energy transmission. While mainstream Egyptologists dismiss these claims, the very suggestion that ancient civilizations could have experimented with forms of power generation or electrical systems challenges conventional narratives. If true, it would mean that the ancients were not only building massive structures but also harnessing energy in ways modern historians consider impossible. Asia, too, holds remarkable examples. Ancient Chinese texts describe mechanical automata, advanced water clocks, and early forms of robotics, all predating similar European inventions by centuries. Engineers in the Tang and Song dynasties reportedly created devices that could move, perform tasks, or signal astronomical events. While few physical examples survive, the detailed documentation suggests a culture of mechanical innovation that rivaled or even surpassed Europe's later technological developments. The possibility that similar devices existed even earlier, perhaps lost to time, forces a re-evaluation of what we consider the origins of technology. Even metallurgy and material science reveal forbidden knowledge. Ancient artifacts from the Indus Valley, South America, and Europe display alloys, precision casting, and machining techniques not thought possible in their era. Tools, machinery components, and even jewelry demonstrate an understanding of material properties that was advanced for the time. Could these represent remnants of industrial-level knowledge, preserved in small artifacts, hidden underground, or encoded in symbolic texts? The evidence suggests that human ingenuity peaked long before the official timeline of technological progress, only to be lost to cataclysm or suppression. Some researchers argue that these forbidden technologies are part of a global tradition of experimentation, when knowledge was shared across civilizations and encoded into artifacts, machines, and temples. The Antikythera mechanism in Greece, the Quimbaya gliders in South America, the dendro-reliefs in Egypt, and automata in China all suggest a continuity of mechanical understanding that transcended continents. Could a network of ancient engineers, artisans, and philosophers have communicated and preserved technology in ways we are only beginning to uncover? If so, the implications are staggering. The history of human invention may extend thousands of years earlier than textbooks admit. It is not only devices that challenge conventional timelines but also their applications. Submerged structures in the Mediterranean, advanced stonework in South America, and precision-engineered temples in Asia may all reflect the use of machinery, tools, or knowledge that is now lost. If these technologies existed, they could explain how massive stones were transported and placed with millimeter accuracy, how underground chambers were constructed without modern equipment, and how astronomical alignment was achieved with such precision. Forbidden technologies may therefore provide the missing link between human ambition and monumental achievement, connecting physical artifacts to the intellectual genius of lost civilizations. The existence of these machines also raises profound questions about knowledge suppression. Many of these artifacts were discovered accidentally, in shipwrecks, tombs, or caves, and often ignored, misclassified, or dismissed as anomalous. Could it be that much of humanity's technological heritage was deliberately hidden, destroyed, or forgotten. Cataclysms, cultural upheavals, and societal collapse may have contributed, but the careful encoding of knowledge in artifacts and temples suggests an awareness by ancient civilizations that their discoveries were too valuable or dangerous to leave exposed. Perhaps most intriguingly, some forbidden machines appear interconnected with myths and legends. Stories of flying chariots, energy beams, and self-moving statues appear in Sumerian, Indian, and Greek texts. These legends, long dismissed as fantastical, may be encoded memories of real technology, passed down through oral and written traditions. By comparing myths with artifacts like the Antikythera mechanism or Quimbaya gliders, researchers begin to see a pattern. Technology may have been preserved in symbolic form, awaiting rediscovery by a civilization capable of understanding it. The implications of forbidden technologies are staggering. If true, they would append the entire historical narrative of human progress. Civilizations we consider primitive may have mastered mechanical, electrical, and aerodynamic principles long before they were officially discovered. Tools, relics, and texts previously dismissed as curiosities or anomalies may represent fragments of a lost technological age, encoded and preserved by our ancestors for future generations. These discoveries force us to confront a humbling truth. Human knowledge is cyclical, not linear, and what we assume is modern may in fact be a rediscovery of forgotten wisdom. As we move from machines to their applications, our journey naturally leads to ancient engineering marvels, cities, and structures that would have been impossible without these lost technologies. Understanding forbidden machines provides context for the construction of pyramids, temples, and megaliths, and sets the stage for the next revelation: how technology, knowledge, and civilization were once intertwined on a scale far beyond anything we have imagined. Across the globe, the evidence of ancient engineering marvels challenges our understanding of human capability. From towering pyramids to massive stone complexes, from intricately planned cities to perfectly aligned monuments, these structures demonstrate precision, planning, and skill that should have been impossible for the civilizations credited with building them. The more closely we examine these feats, the more it becomes clear these were not random constructions of primitive people. They are the remnants of civilizations that mastered engineering, mathematics, and logistics long before conventional history admits. The Great Pyramid of Giza remains the ultimate testament to ancient engineering. Constructed around 4,500 years ago, it contains over 2 million limestone and granite blocks, each weighing multiple tons. The precision of the placement is astonishing. Joints fit so tightly that not even a knife blade can slide between stones. How did the builders achieve this level of accuracy without modern tools? While theories abound, including ramps, levers, and sheer manpower, none fully explain the alignment with true north, the internal chambers, and the ventilation systems. The pyramid is not merely a tomb. It is a monument of precision engineering, carefully calculated to endure millennia. In South America, the Inca cities of Machu Picchu and Sacsayhuaman exhibit equally astounding engineering. Massive stones were cut with millimeter precision and fitted without mortar. The terraces and aqueducts show advanced knowledge of hydraulics and earthquake-resistant construction. Even today, engineers study these techniques to understand how these ancient builders achieved such stability and durability. The sophistication of Inca architecture suggests intimate knowledge of geology and material science, knowledge lost with the decline of the civilization. Central America offers further wonders. The Mayan city of Tikal and the pyramids of Chichen Itza were not only ceremonial centers but also astronomical observatories. Their temples and pyramids align perfectly with solstices, equinoxes, and celestial cycles. The precision required to construct these alignments implies a level of mathematical and astronomical understanding that we typically associate with far later periods. The builders were not simply constructing monuments. They were recording and applying cosmic knowledge in stone. Europe is home to equally perplexing examples. Stonehenge in England and the megaliths of Karnak in France demonstrate the use of massive stones transported over vast distances. The stones are arranged in geometric patterns that correspond to lunar and solar cycles, suggesting careful observation, calculation, and ceremonial purpose. How Neolithic people moved and positioned these stones with such accuracy remains a mystery. The architecture hints at engineering solutions that have been lost to time, requiring coordination, planning, and mechanical knowledge that exceeds what is often credited to early societies. In Asia, Angkor Wat in Cambodia and the city of Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley reflect similarly advanced planning. Angkor Wat is aligned with cardinal directions and incorporates canals, reservoirs, and water systems that control flow and prevent flooding. an ancient city designed with both utility and cosmic symbolism in mind. Mohenjo-Daro displays a grid layout, advanced sanitation systems, and standardized bricks, demonstrating meticulous urban planning. These civilizations engineered their cities not only for habitation but also as functional works of art and science, combining practicality, beauty, and cosmic awareness. Even smaller structures reveal an extraordinary degree of engineering. In India, the temples of Khajuraho and Konark incorporate precise geometric ratios, acoustics, and material selection that demonstrate a mastery of physics, mathematics, and astronomy. Carvings, steps, and columns are not arbitrary. They encode knowledge of musical scales, planetary cycles, and sacred geometry. The precision of these temples shows that architecture was more than structural. It was a means of preserving and transmitting knowledge. The pattern across continents is striking. Megaliths, temples, pyramids, and cities all demonstrate a global understanding of engineering principles. These structures share characteristics: precision, durability, alignment with celestial bodies, integration with water and terrain, and often encoded symbolism. Could there have been a shared body of knowledge, transmitted across continents and preserved in architecture, tools, and texts? If so, it suggests that ancient civilizations were far more interconnected and technologically sophisticated than mainstream. History acknowledges. These engineering marvels also suggest an advanced understanding of material science and mechanics. The precision cuts in granite, limestone, and basalt require tools and techniques that remain partially unexplained. Transportation of massive stones over long distances implies knowledge of leverage, rolling systems, and mechanical aids. Water management systems show understanding of hydraulics, gravity flow, and flood prevention. In short, these civilizations combined observational science with practical engineering, producing structures more durable and sophisticated than many modern equivalents. Moreover, the scale and ambition of these projects imply social organization, labor management, and logistical expertise. Constructing the Great Pyramid, Machu Picchu, or Angkor Wat required not only technical knowledge but also administration, planning, and coordination of large workforces. These were complex societies capable of executing long-term projects, often spanning generations, demonstrating foresight and societal stability. Their accomplishments challenge our assumptions about prehistoric and ancient societies being primitive or technologically limited. The mystery deepens when considering the potential applications of forbidden technology in these projects. Could some of these engineering feats have been facilitated by machines, tools, or techniques now lost? The precision, efficiency, and scale suggest that ancients may have used mechanical, lever-based, or even electrical aids, encoded in texts or artifacts we have only begun to rediscover. The combination of engineering and technology hints at a civilization capable of feats we struggle to reproduce even today. The implications of these engineering marvels are profound. They suggest that human history is not linear but cyclical and layered, with peaks of knowledge and capability lost to cataclysm, conquest, or cultural collapse. Each pyramid, temple, and city is a testament to forgotten genius, a reminder that civilizations of the past may have achieved technological and architectural sophistication equal to or surpassing our own. As we transition from structures to the knowledge they encode, one cannot help but ask, what secrets lie hidden in the very stones, layouts, and alignments of these ancient marvels? Could these cities and monuments encode instructions, astronomical knowledge, or even technological principles waiting to be decoded? The architecture itself may serve as a bridge between the tangible and the esoteric, connecting humanity to the forbidden knowledge of its ancestors. Across continents and millennia, a consistent and astonishing pattern emerges. Ancient civilizations possessed a profound understanding of the cosmos, encoded not just in texts and relics but in the very architecture of their monuments. From towering pyramids to stone circles, temples, and city layouts, countless structures demonstrate precise astronomical alignments, a level of celestial awareness that suggests advanced observation, calculation, and engineering far beyond what mainstream history credits to these societies. These alignments are not coincidences. They are deliberate, systematic, and consistent across cultures, pointing to a global tradition of forbidden astronomical knowledge. The Great Pyramid of Giza offers one of the most striking examples. Its sides are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal points, north, south, east, and west. This orientation is precise to within a fraction of a degree, an extraordinary feat considering the tools supposedly available at the time. More intriguing, the shafts within the pyramid align with specific stars, such as Sirius, Orion's belt, and other significant celestial bodies. Some researchers argue that these alignments indicate knowledge of precession, star cycles, and stellar movement, demonstrating that the ancient Egyptians were not merely constructing tombs but creating celestial observatories and repositories of cosmic knowledge. In South America, the Mayan pyramids and observatories offer equally compelling evidence. Sites such as Chichen Itza, Uxmal, and Tikal are precisely aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles. The Pyramid of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza is particularly famous for the serpent of light effect during the equinox, where shadows cast by the step terraces create the illusion of a descending serpent. This phenomenon is not just statistic. It reflects careful observation of the sun's path and advanced understanding of seasonal cycles. Such precision implies centuries of recorded observation, calculation, and experimentation, evidence that the Mayans were master astronomers centuries before European contact. In Europe, Stonehenge continues to baffle researchers. The stones are aligned to the midsummer sunrise and midwinter sunset, as well as to lunar cycles. The complexity of the alignments, combined with the sheer weight and placement of the stones, suggests a level of engineering and astronomical sophistication that is difficult to reconcile with the Neolithic period in which it was constructed. Stonehenge was not merely a ceremonial site. It functioned as a calendar, observatory, and celestial tracker, encoding astronomical knowledge in monumental form. Asia also boasts remarkable celestial alignments. Angkor Wat in Cambodia, for example, is aligned to the spring equinox, and the layout of the complex mirrors the cosmic Mount Meru, the center of the universe in Hindu cosmology. The precision of its construction demonstrates careful planning and an advanced understanding of celestial and solar cycles, integrating spiritual and scientific knowledge in architectural form. Similarly, Indian temples, such as those in Khajuraho, incorporate cosmic symbolism and alignments with solstices and cardinal directions, suggesting a sophisticated tradition of astronomical observation embedded in religious practice. The scale of these alignments is global, implying a shared understanding of celestial mechanics. In North America, Cahokia's Woodhenge and other mound complexes were used to track solstices and equinoxes, while indigenous peoples across the continent observe star positions for agricultural and ceremonial purposes. In South America, Inca terraces and observatories, including the Intihuatana stones, marked solar events with extraordinary accuracy, demonstrating an understanding of the sun's motion and the seasonal cycles essential for agriculture. Across all these sites, the evidence points to advanced astronomical knowledge encoded in stone, earth, and city layouts. One of the most compelling aspects of these alignments is the precision achieved without modern instruments. Observing, recording, and predicting celestial phenomena requires meticulous measurement and a long-term perspective. Many ancient cultures maintain observatories, shadow-casting devices, and sighting tools, which may have been used to track the movements of the sun, moon, and planets. The level of sophistication suggests that astronomy was not merely practical but deeply intertwined with spirituality, governance, and architecture, ensuring that knowledge survived across generations. Furthermore, astronomical knowledge appears encoded alongside forbidden or esoteric wisdom. The alignment of temples and pyramids often corresponds to mythological narratives, linking the cosmos to human destiny, divine order, and ritual practice. For example, the orientation of the pyramids, ziggurats, or temples often reflects constellations associated with gods, creation myths, or cycles of time, suggesting that celestial observation was integrated with philosophy, theology, and long-term societal planning. This fusion of science and spirituality hints at a holistic understanding of the universe that modern scholars are only beginning to appreciate. Some researchers argue that the precision and consistency of astronomical alignments across continents imply knowledge sharing or a lost global tradition. The similarities between Egyptian, Mayan, and European structures, despite the vast distances and apparent isolation, raise the possibility of either ancient contact or a common ancestral tradition of observation and record-keeping. The use of alignments as a tool to encode knowledge for future generations is a recurring theme, suggesting that advanced civilizations deliberately preserve cosmic wisdom even in the absence of written texts. The implications of these alignments are profound. They indicate that our ancestors were far more scientifically advanced than conventional history admits, capable of predicting celestial events, understanding the motion of stars and planets, and integrating that knowledge into architecture, agriculture, and spiritual life. The monuments themselves serve as durable records of cosmic knowledge, preserving the understanding of civilizations that may have been destroyed, forgotten, or deliberately hidden from view. As we study these celestial alignments, one realization emerges. The ancients were not only observers of the skies but engineers, mathematicians, and philosophers, integrating multiple disciplines into monumental works. Their understanding of the cosmos was practical, symbolic, and deeply philosophical, demonstrating that knowledge of the heavens was inseparable from human advancement on Earth. The monuments, pyramids, and temples are therefore more than historical curiosities. They are keys to unlocking forbidden knowledge encoded in stone, offering a bridge between the ancient world and modern inquiry. These observations naturally lead to the next stage of exploration: the possible connections between celestial knowledge and ancient technologies, machines, and artifacts. If monuments and cities align with stars, then artifacts like the Antikythera mechanism or Quimbaya gliders may not be isolated anomalies, but components of a broader tradition of astronomically informed engineering and technological sophistication. Understanding these connections could finally reveal the full scope of human achievement in prehistory, reshaping our perception of civilization itself. Beyond physical artifacts, temples, and monumental alignments lies another realm of forbidden knowledge: the mystical and esoteric sciences practiced by ancient civilizations. Across time and continents, cultures preserved wisdom that went far beyond metallurgy, engineering, or astronomy. Knowledge of the mind, energy, consciousness, and the hidden laws of the universe. Often encoded in sacred texts, symbolic art, ritual practices, and hidden chambers, this mystical science was deliberately concealed from the uninitiated, revealing that the ancients understood not just the material world, but the invisible forces that govern it. Consider the Egyptian tradition. Beyond engineering marvels, the priests of ancient Egypt reportedly possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy, medicine, mathematics, and what could be called metaphysical sciences. Sacred texts such as the Book of the Dead contain layers of meaning, practical instructions for embalming and navigation of the afterlife, as well as symbolic guidance on the transformation of consciousness and alignment with cosmic forces. Temples, tombs, and pyramids acted as repositories of both practical and mystical wisdom, integrating science, spirituality, and hidden knowledge into physical structures that could survive millennia. In India, the Vedas and Upanishads provide another extraordinary example. These texts are not merely spiritual manuals. They encode complex knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and metaphysics. Ancient yogic practices, meditation techniques, and energy systems suggest that the ancients understood the human body as a network of energy fields, a concept echoed in Chinese Qi or Egyptian Ka. The integration of mystical knowledge with practical applications, such as building precise structures aligned with celestial events, demonstrates that science and spirituality were inseparable, each enhancing the understanding of the other. Similarly, in Central and South America, the Mayan and Inca civilizations encoded cosmic and mystical knowledge in their architecture, calendars, and rituals. The Mayan long count calendar, for example, demonstrates an astonishing understanding of astronomical cycles, including the solar year, lunar phases, and Venus cycles. However, embedded within this precision is symbolic, mystical meaning, reflecting beliefs about time, life cycles, and human consciousness. Their temples, pyramids, and observatories were not merely observational tools but sacred instruments designed to align humanity with cosmic forces. Mystical knowledge also appears intertwined with forbidden technologies. Devices like the Antikythera mechanism, the Quimbaya gliders, or even enigmatic artifacts like the dendral reliefs may have served dual purposes: practical application and spiritual alignment. The ancients often encoded cosmic cycles and esoteric principles into machines, aligning material function with universal laws. This fusion of mystical insight and engineering suggests a civilization that did not see a distinction between science, technology, and spirituality. Knowledge was holistic, integrated, and sacred. Even in Europe, esoteric traditions hint at advanced mystical understanding. Druidic practices, Neolithic monuments, and megalithic sites suggest a deep comprehension of celestial patterns, geomancy, and energy flow. Sites like Stonehenge may have been used to harness or observe cosmic energy, aligning ritual practice with astronomical cycles and natural forces. The careful placement of stones, the geometric precision, and the integration with the landscape all imply an understanding of hidden laws of nature, knowledge deliberately preserved and transmitted to select initiates. In the Far East, Taoist, Buddhist, and Confucian practices incorporated mystical sciences, blending observation of the natural world with ritual, meditation, and philosophical principles. The construction of temples, sacred gardens, and observatories was guided by feng shui, astronomical alignment, and energy flow principles, reflecting the belief that the physical environment could influence both human destiny and cosmic harmony. These practices indicate that ancient civilizations encoded esoteric wisdom into their environment, ensuring that knowledge could survive even if cultural continuity was disrupted. The consistency across continents is striking. Mystical knowledge, hidden sciences, and esoteric wisdom are always intertwined with practical, observable phenomena, architecture, astronomy, artifacts, and city planning. The ancients appear to have understood that the universe operates through interconnected systems, and that mastery of these systems required simultaneous study of material, cosmic, and energetic laws. Knowledge was encoded in stone, metal, and ritual, deliberately concealed from the uninitiated, and preserved for future generations capable of understanding its full depth. Many researchers argue that this mystical knowledge was deliberately encoded as a safeguard. Just as hidden chambers protected artifacts and secret passages preserved texts, mystical wisdom was often hidden in symbolic form, accessible only through initiation, study, or understanding of cosmic laws. The repetition of motifs, patterns, and rituals across cultures suggests a deliberate method of transmitting forbidden knowledge, ensuring it could survive cataclysm, invasion, or societal collapse. The implications are staggering. If ancient civilizations mastered mystical sciences alongside technology, engineering, and astronomy, then our understanding of human potential is fundamentally incomplete. We have inherited fragments, artifacts, texts, ruins, and myths. Yet the broader knowledge, the integration of science, spirituality, and cosmic law, may remain largely hidden, waiting to be deciphered. Understanding this wisdom could reshape our perception of history, consciousness, and even the future trajectory of human civilization. Mystical knowledge also hints at human longevity, energy manipulation, and advanced perception, suggesting that the ancients experimented with practices that modern science is only beginning to explore. Meditation, breath control, sacred geometry, and celestial alignment may have been tools for accessing hidden dimensions of knowledge, blending observation of the material world with inner insight. In this sense, ancient wisdom was not merely theoretical. It was practical, experimental, and transformative. As we leave the realm of mystical knowledge, one realization becomes clear. The ancients did not separate technology from spirituality, observation from ritual, or science from philosophy. Their achievements, whether in astronomy, engineering, or artifacts, were rooted in a holistic understanding of reality, combining material and immaterial knowledge. This understanding sets the stage for our next exploration, the interconnection of artifacts, architecture, and cosmic alignment, revealing the hidden blueprint of human history that mainstream narratives have overlooked. As we examine ancient civilizations across continents, an astonishing pattern emerges. Remarkable similarities in architecture, artifacts, mythology, and astronomical knowledge suggest that these societies were not isolated but part of a global network of shared knowledge. From the pyramids of Egypt to the temples of South America, from the megaliths of Europe to the observatories of Asia, there exists a thread of connection that mainstream history struggles to explain. Could it be that civilizations thousands of miles apart exchanged ideas, technologies, and mystical wisdom long before modern travel or communication was possible? The most striking examples are the pyramids of Egypt and Mesoamerica. Both regions built massive step structures with precise alignments to celestial bodies, integrating astronomical observation, religious ritual, and social hierarchy. The Egyptian pyramids align with Orion's belt and other stars, while the Mayan and Aztec pyramids interact with the sun, moon, and Venus. The level of engineering, mathematical calculation, and cosmic understanding in both regions is astonishingly similar, yet separated by thousands of miles and centuries. How could two civilizations, apparently isolated, develop such parallel systems without some form of knowledge transfer? Archaeological evidence strengthens this possibility. In South America, stonework at Tiwanaku and Puma Punku exhibits techniques, including precise cutting, leveling, and fitting of massive stones, remarkably similar to the granite construction at Egypt's Aswan quarries. Some blocks weigh hundreds of tons and were shaped and transported with extraordinary precision, often without mortar, echoing construction methods seen on other continents. Could this suggest shared engineering principles, lost technologies, or even direct contact between civilizations we have long considered separate? Artifacts themselves hint at global connections. The Antikythera mechanism in Greece, Quimbaya golden aircraft in Colombia, and various ancient metallic tools from India, Europe, and the Americas all demonstrate advanced mechanical knowledge far beyond what the local societies should have possessed independently. Some researchers argue that these items reflect a global tradition of technological knowledge, passed between civilizations, preserved in artifacts, and deliberately encoded for survival. The similarities are too precise and widespread to dismiss as coincidence. Even mythology suggests intercontinental interaction. Stories of floods, sky gods, celestial journeys, and cosmic knowledge recur across cultures separated by oceans. Sumerian texts describe gods descending from the heavens. Egyptian myths recount celestial beings imparting knowledge. Andean and Mesoamerican legends speak of divine teachers bringing civilization to humanity. While these tales are often considered symbolic, the consistency across continents may indicate a shared history or cultural memory, one that encodes real events, technology, or knowledge in the form of myth. The distribution of sacred sites further reinforces this theory. Across continents, we find megalithic alignments, pyramids, and observatories constructed according to similar principles. Stonehenge in England, Giza in Egypt, Machu Picchu in Peru, and Angkor Wat in Cambodia all demonstrate an understanding of celestial cycles, precise geometry, and energy alignment. Could these patterns reflect a transfer of architectural, astronomical, or spiritual knowledge, perhaps via explorers, traders, or even ancient navigators who traveled across oceans long before recorded history? Trade routes, though primitive by modern standards, may provide part of the explanation. Ancient civilizations engaged in long-distance commerce, exchanging not only goods but also ideas, rituals, and technologies. Obsidian, gold, lapis lazuli, and other rare materials moved thousands of miles, suggesting the existence of complex networks of interaction. Within these networks, knowledge, from architectural techniques to celestial observation, could have been transmitted and adapted locally, creating the striking parallels we observe today. Some researchers propose even more provocative possibilities. Could ancient civilizations have used advanced navigation, perhaps even unknown technologies, to traverse oceans and continents? Evidence such as submerged structures off the coasts of Japan, Cuba, and the Mediterranean hints at the existence of ancient maritime capabilities that exceed conventional assumptions. If so, these networks of contact might explain how engineering, astronomy, and mystical knowledge were shared globally, long before the age of recorded exploration. The alignment of symbols and scripts also suggests connection. Similar motifs, astronomical markers, and geometric patterns appear in Egyptian hieroglyphs, Mayan glyphs, and European megalithic carvings. Even symbols representing cosmology, divinity, or energy recur across continents. While local interpretation varied, the underlying principles, geometry, cosmic cycles, and encoded knowledge are astonishingly consistent, hinting at a shared system of understanding that transcended culture and geography. The implications are profound. If ancient civilizations were globally connected, then history as we know it, isolated development, regional invention, linear progression, is incomplete. Instead, human development appears interconnected, advanced, and deliberately preserved, with knowledge traveling across oceans and epochs. The parallels in architecture, technology, astronomy, and mysticism suggest that humanity once shared a common foundation of wisdom, partially lost due to cataclysm, conquest, and societal collapse. Moreover, these global connections offer a framework for understanding anomalies that defy conventional history. Advanced machines, precise stonework, astronomical alignments, and mystical knowledge may all be remnants of shared intellectual heritage rather than isolated achievements. Viewing them as interconnected pieces of a global puzzle allows us to appreciate the scope and sophistication of ancient civilizations, and may provide insight into technologies, techniques, and wisdom that could still be recovered. The evidence challenges us to rethink what we consider possible. If pyramids in Egypt and Central America, megaliths in Europe, and observatories in Asia share principles, methods, and celestial alignments, then the human story is not merely one of local innovation but of global collaboration and transmission of forbidden knowledge. We are beginning to see traces of a hidden network of learning, preserved across continents, waiting for modern explorers and scholars to uncover its secrets. As we move forward, the next step is to examine the unexplained artifacts and technological anomalies that may serve as tangible proof of these global connections. These objects, often dismissed as curiosities, may reveal how knowledge was encoded, preserved, and shared across continents. From ancient machines to hidden manuscripts, from sacred relics to lost engineering techniques. Understanding these connections brings us closer to unveiling the true scope of humanity's hidden history, challenging everything we thought we knew. Among the most compelling evidence of humanity's forgotten past are enigmatic artifacts, objects that defy conventional history, challenge our understanding of technology, and raise profound questions about what ancient civilizations were capable of achieving. Unlike pyramids, temples, or observatories, which can sometimes be rationalized as extraordinary engineering feats, these artifacts appear out of place in time, belonging neither to their supposed period nor to the level of technology historians attribute to their creators. They are the tangible echoes of forbidden knowledge, preserved across millennia, waiting to be interpreted. One of the most famous examples is the Antikythera mechanism, a device discovered in a shipwreck off Greece, dating to around 100 BCE. This bronze mechanism, with dozens of interlocking gears, could predict eclipses, track the movements of celestial bodies, and model planetary cycles. It demonstrates a level of mechanical sophistication that would not reappear in Europe for more than 1,000 years. Historians struggle to explain how such a device could exist in an era traditionally considered primitive. Its presence suggests a continuity of knowledge that has otherwise been lost, preserved accidentally beneath the waves of the Mediterranean. South America offers equally mysterious artifacts. The Quimbaya artifacts of Colombia, small golden objects resembling airplanes or gliders, predate modern aviation by millennia. While some argue they are symbolic representations of birds or insects, their aerodynamic shapes cannot be ignored. Engineers attempting to recreate them found that, theoretically, they could fly. Whether intended as models, prototypes, or ceremonial representations, these artifacts suggest that pre-Columbian civilizations may have understood principles of aerodynamics long before modern science codified them. In India, ancient texts describe advanced metallurgical techniques and preserved artifacts, such as seamless iron pillars, which have stood for over 1,600 years without rusting. The Iron Pillar of Delhi is one of the most striking examples. Its resistance to corrosion and precise construction demonstrates mastery of metallurgy unmatched even by some modern standards. How the ancients achieved such feats without modern equipment remains a mystery, pointing to forbidden knowledge of material science that has been largely lost or ignored. Artifacts are not limited to machinery or metals. Ancient ceramics, crystal spheres, and intricate carvings also exhibit a precision and sophistication that challenge assumptions about early craftsmanship. For instance, the Nazca lines in Peru are not only massive geoglyphs but also appear as complex aerial maps when viewed from above. The geometric precision of these lines implies advanced surveying techniques and understanding of geometry, yet no records exist explaining how they were created with such exactness. The artifacts themselves serve as clues, hinting at a lost understanding of mathematics, engineering, and perhaps even flight or observation techniques. Even in Europe, enigmatic artifacts continue to baffle researchers. The Roman dodecahedra, bronze 12-sided objects of unknown purpose, have been found across multiple Roman sites. Their exact function remains debated. Some suggest they were measuring devices, others propose ceremonial or astronomical uses. Yet the uniformity, precision, and recurrence of these objects indicate intentional design and advanced knowledge, now obscured by the passage of time. These objects force historians to confront uncomfortable questions. What if civilizations we consider technologically simple possess specialized, lost expertise that did not survive to the modern era? The recurrence of anomalous artifacts across continents strengthens the case for shared or transmitted knowledge. From South America to Asia, from Europe to Africa, similar techniques, shapes, and principles appear in places separated by thousands of miles. Whether golden gliders, precise stone tools, or astronomical instruments, these artifacts suggest that knowledge was not isolated but communicated, possibly through trade, migration, or even ancient global networks now lost to memory. Each object, no matter how small, acts as a tangible fragment of a broader puzzle, pointing to civilizations far more advanced than textbooks admit. Some artifacts also hint at applications that were technological, ceremonial, and mystical simultaneously. The dendrolite reliefs in Egypt, for example, depict what some researchers interpret as electrical or energy-based devices. While debated, these depictions, combined with the Antikythera mechanism and Quimbaya gliders, suggest a world where technology was intertwined with cosmic knowledge and spiritual practice, not merely functional but symbolic. The ancients encoded understanding into artifacts to preserve both practical and mystical wisdom for future generations. Enigmatic artifacts also provide critical insight into lost civilizations and cataclysms. Submerged cities, hidden chambers, and buried temples often contain these objects, suggesting deliberate preservation. Could it be that civilizations, aware of impending disasters, floods, earthquakes, or societal collapse, intentionally concealed these artifacts to protect knowledge? If so, each object is more than a relic. It is a message from the past, a fragment of civilization's cumulative wisdom preserved against time and catastrophe. The study of these artifacts forces a reconsideration of mainstream historical timelines. If ancient civilizations possess machines, material science, and engineering techniques that modern humans can barely replicate, then our understanding of human progress is incomplete. These objects challenge the linear narrative of history and suggest that knowledge has been lost, forgotten, or deliberately hidden. Each artifact is a reminder that what we accept as ancient or primitive may have been far more advanced than we imagine, raising questions about what other technologies or wisdom might be waiting to be rediscovered. In essence, enigmatic artifacts serve as the physical proof of forbidden knowledge, bridging lost civilizations, mystical understanding, and global connections. They demonstrate that humanity once achieved remarkable technological and intellectual heights, only to have much of it lost to cataclysm, secrecy, or decay. These objects, when carefully studied and contextualized, provide a window into a hidden past, revealing patterns, techniques, and wisdom that challenge everything we thought we knew about human history. As we move forward, these artifacts lead naturally to an exploration of the implications for modern science and archaeology. They compel us to question assumptions, re-examine evidence, and explore the possibility that the ancient world was far more interconnected, technologically capable, and spiritually sophisticated than conventional narratives suggest. Understanding these artifacts may finally allow us to reconstruct the full scope of humanity's forgotten achievements, connecting the material, mystical, and cosmic threads of history into a coherent whole. Throughout history, evidence suggests that entire civilizations may have been wiped from the face of the earth by cataclysmic events, natural disasters so powerful they obliterated cities, buried knowledge, and forced survivors to scatter. These catastrophic events, ranging from floods and volcanic eruptions to massive earthquakes and meteor strikes, provide a chilling explanation for why advanced knowledge, technology, and culture seem to vanish from historical records. Across continents, the story is eerily similar. Civilizations rise, achieve greatness, and then disappear, leaving behind only fragments of their achievements, often encoded in artifacts, monuments, and myths. One of the most famous examples is the Minoan civilization of Crete. Around 1600 BCE, a volcanic eruption on the island of Thera, modern-day Santorini, triggered a massive tsunami that devastated coastal settlements. The Minoans, renowned for their palaces, intricate art, and advanced plumbing, were suddenly crippled. Archaeologists debate whether the eruption alone caused their decline or if it was followed by invasion or societal collapse, but the result was the same. A highly advanced culture disappeared, leaving behind only ruins and a tantalizing hint of lost knowledge. The precision of their urban planning and engineering suggests they possessed skills far ahead of their time, skills lost to the destructive forces of nature. Similarly, the Indus Valley civilization provides another haunting case. At its height, cities like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa were marvels of urban planning, with grid layouts, sophisticated drainage systems, and standardized bricks. Yet by around 1900 BCE, these cities were abandoned. Researchers suggest climate change, river course shifts, and catastrophic floods may have forced mass migrations, erasing urban centers and dispersing populations. What is remarkable is that knowledge of sanitation, metallurgy, and urban management vanished, leaving later civilizations to rediscover or reinvent these techniques centuries later. The Americas were not immune to cataclysms. Tiwanaku in Bolivia and the coastal civilizations of Peru show signs of abrupt abandonment, possibly due to environmental stresses such as prolonged drought, earthquakes, or flooding. Massive stone constructions, hydraulic systems, and terraces demonstrate advanced engineering, yet entire populations disappeared, along with the knowledge embedded in their cities. The recurring pattern of sudden civilization collapse suggests that environmental catastrophes repeatedly reset human progress, obscuring advanced knowledge from the historical record. In North America, legends of a great flood are found among Native American tribes, paralleling myths from Mesopotamia, India, and China. Archaeological sites like the submerged settlements beneath the Gulf of Mexico hint at ancient communities lost beneath rising seas, possibly due to rapid post-ice age melting or tectonic shifts. These events could explain why advanced settlements, maritime knowledge, and coastal technology seem absent from later periods. They were literally washed away, preserved only in memory, artifacts, and oral tradition. Geological evidence supports this theory. Sediment layers indicate rapid flooding, sudden climatic shifts, and large-scale fires corresponding to periods of societal collapse worldwide. Volcanic eruptions, like the eruption of Thera or the later eruption of Vesuvius, demonstrate how a single natural event can devastate a thriving civilization almost instantly. Earthquakes have toppled monumental structures and buried cities, as seen in Anatolia, Greece, and parts of the Middle East. Meteor impacts, although rarer, have left marks in the geological record that coincide with widespread disruptions of human settlements. These catastrophic events are more than mere coincidences. They appear to synchronize with the disappearance of civilizations that had achieved remarkable technological and cultural feats. Even myths and legends encode knowledge of these disasters. Across cultures, floods, fires from the sky, and cataclysmic battles between gods often mirror geological and astronomical events. For instance, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the story of Noah's Ark, and flood myths from the Americas and Asia all describe massive inundations. While often dismissed as allegory, these narratives may serve as collective memory of real cataclysms, warning future generations and preserving fragments of lost knowledge. The consequences of these cataclysms are staggering. Entire libraries, laboratories, workshops, and repositories of wisdom could have been obliterated. Cities housing advanced metallurgy, astronomy, mathematics, and mystical sciences vanished, leaving only scattered artifacts and ruins. In some cases, survivors may have preserved portions of knowledge orally or through ritual, but the bulk of technological, astronomical, and mystical understanding was lost, creating the gaps and anomalies that puzzle modern scholars. This pattern of destruction also explains why enigmatic artifacts and forbidden technologies appear out of place in history. Objects such as the Antikythera mechanism, Quimbaya gliders, and ancient precision tools may have been remnants of knowledge that survived cataclysms, preserved in isolated locations or hidden chambers. Similarly, cities and monuments aligned with celestial cycles may represent the last vestiges of wisdom encoded in stone, designed to survive natural disasters and cultural upheaval. These remnants provide tantalizing evidence of civilizations far more advanced than history records, knowledge partially lost, partially hidden, but never completely destroyed. Moreover, cataclysms may have reset human progress repeatedly, forcing societies to rebuild from scratch. This cyclical destruction and reconstruction could explain why certain technological or cultural achievements appear, vanish, and then re-emerge centuries later. It also suggests that history is not linear but layered, with peaks of advancement followed by sudden collapses that obscure humanity's true capabilities. Recognizing this pattern reframes our understanding of the past and underscores the fragility of civilization. In essence, catastrophic events acted as both destroyers and preservers. While they obliterated cities and disrupted societies, they may have inadvertently preserved fragments of forbidden knowledge, encoded in artifacts, monuments, and myths, awaiting rediscovery by future generations. These catastrophic resets remind us that human history is far richer, more complex, and more fragile than conventional timelines suggest. Understanding the impact of these events allows us to make sense of enigmatic artifacts, lost civilizations, and the scattered traces of forbidden knowledge that populate our world. As we conclude this exploration, it becomes clear that the destruction of civilizations was not random but part of a recurring pattern of cataclysm, preservation, and eventual rediscovery. This understanding prepares us to reflect on the implications of all these anomalies, artifacts, and mysteries, the final piece in our journey through erased history and forbidden archaeology, leading naturally to a powerful conclusion that ties together lost civilizations, enigmatic artifacts, and hidden knowledge. As we reach the end of this journey through erased history, hidden knowledge, and forbidden archaeology, one conclusion becomes increasingly undeniable. Our understanding of the past is incomplete and perhaps fundamentally flawed. Across continents, centuries, and millennia, human civilizations achieved feats of engineering, astronomy, metallurgy, and mystical understanding that challenge every assumption taught in textbooks. From the Antikythera mechanism to the Quimbaya golden gliders, from the pyramids of Giza to the submerged ruins of ancient cities, evidence abounds that humanity once possessed knowledge far beyond what we are led to believe. These anomalies, once dismissed or ignored, compel a reconsideration of history, prompting questions that mainstream scholarship is only beginning to address. The story that emerges is both thrilling and humbling. Ancient societies were capable of engineering marvels that rival or surpass modern constructions, from monumental pyramids and intricately planned cities to complex water systems and observatories aligned with the cosmos. They understood celestial cycles with astonishing precision, encoded advanced knowledge into artifacts, and explored mystical, metaphysical, and esoteric sciences that allowed them to see beyond the material world. The level of sophistication embedded in these civilizations challenges the linear narrative of human progress, revealing a hidden history of intelligence, creativity, and innovation that has been largely forgotten. Enigmatic artifacts provide the most tangible proof of this forgotten world. Devices like the Antikythera mechanism, tools with impossible precision, golden aerodynamic figures, and ancient ironwork demonstrate technologies that should not have existed, defying chronological expectations and forcing the conclusion that humanity's potential has been long underestimated. These objects are not isolated curiosities. They are fragments of a global, intercontinental network of knowledge that may have spanned oceans and millennia, preserved through deliberate encoding, ritual practice, and careful transmission. The sheer scope of these artifacts forces a re-evaluation of what ancient really means and raises questions about what other secrets remain buried beneath the surface of our world. Equally compelling is the evidence of lost civilizations and global connections. Across continents, civilizations that appeared to be isolated show striking similarities in architecture, mathematics, and astronomical observation. Egyptian, Mayan, Inca, Indus Valley, and European megalithic structures reveal patterns of knowledge that transcend geography. Cities were meticulously planned, monuments aligned with the stars, and materials crafted with precision, all pointing to shared or transmitted knowledge that contradicts the traditional story of independent, linear development. The recurrence of these patterns suggests a hidden network of learning, perhaps deliberately preserved by ancient societies aware of their fragility in the face of disaster. Speaking of fragility, the role of catastrophic events cannot be understated. Floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and other disasters repeatedly wiped entire civilizations from the record. The Minoans, Indus Valley people, South American cultures, and countless others suffered sudden collapses that erased infrastructure, knowledge, and societal memory. Yet in destruction, fragments survived. Artifacts, myths, architectural alignments, and symbolic texts preserved hints of extraordinary achievements. Catastrophes acted as both destroyers and guardians of knowledge, creating a cycle of civilization rises and resets, ensuring that only the most resilient knowledge and artifacts endured. This convergence of lost civilizations, forbidden technologies, and mystical knowledge illuminates a profound truth. Human history is not linear, but cyclical and layered. We tend to imagine the past as primitive, progressing steadily toward the modern era. In reality, humanity may have achieved great peaks of intelligence and understanding, peaks that were lost, forgotten, or deliberately hidden. The monuments, machines, and myths left behind are like breadcrumbs scattered across time, inviting us to reconstruct a history far richer, more sophisticated, and more mysterious than conventional scholarship admits. The implications extend beyond history and archaeology. Understanding erased civilizations and forbidden technologies has the potential to reshape modern science, engineering, and spirituality. If ancient people mastered precision engineering, astronomical observation, and esoteric knowledge, then modern civilization may be rediscovering principles that were already known thousands of years ago. The potential for insight is enormous. By studying these relics, myths, and monuments carefully, we may unlock new methods of construction, energy, navigation, and even consciousness, knowledge that was preserved, albeit fragmentarily, by civilizations long vanished. Moreover, these revelations force a philosophical reckoning. If humans once possessed advanced knowledge and then lost it, what does that say about the nature of intelligence, civilization, and our relationship with the natural world? The cycle of rise, catastrophe, and survival suggests that knowledge is fragile. Wisdom must be preserved deliberately, and that the past is filled with lessons we are only beginning to understand. Ancient civilizations were not merely primitive but deeply intelligent, spiritually attuned, and technologically sophisticated. Recognizing this forces a profound shift in perspective. We are heirs to a hidden legacy, not the originators of all knowledge. Perhaps most haunting of all is what remains hidden. Archaeologists continue to uncover enigmatic artifacts, submerged cities, and structures that defy explanation. Each discovery raises new questions and provides more pieces to a puzzle that may never be fully solved. From the precise stonework of Machu Picchu and Puma Punku to the Antikythera mechanism and global patterns of celestial alignment, every anomaly suggests that our textbooks tell only part of the story. The full scope of human achievement may still be buried beneath layers of earth, ocean, and deliberate secrecy, awaiting those willing to look beyond conventional boundaries. Yet there is also hope and inspiration in this knowledge. By examining the achievements of lost civilizations, we gain a deeper appreciation for human ingenuity, perseverance, and creativity. We see that extraordinary accomplishments are not exclusive to modernity, and that the past is filled with examples of innovation, vision, and insight. We also learn the value of preservation, of safeguarding knowledge for future generations, lest it be lost to catastrophe, decay, or neglect. The lessons of history are not just academic, they are practical and urgent, reminding us to respect knowledge, nature, and the cycles that shape civilization. In conclusion, the journey through erased history and forbidden archaeology reveals a narrative that is far more complex, wondrous, and enigmatic than mainstream accounts admit. Ancient civilizations achieved technological, architectural, and mystical feats that continue to astonish, yet were erased from a historical record by cataclysm, decay, or deliberate suppression. Artifacts, monuments, and myths provide tantalizing evidence of forbidden knowledge, a hidden blueprint of human potential. By studying these remnants carefully, we may begin to reconstruct a history that honors the sophistication, intelligence, and creativity of our ancestors, bridging the gaps left by millennia of obscurity. The past, it seems, is not lost. It is encoded in stone, metal, and myth, waiting for those bold enough to uncover it. And as we explore these secrets, we begin to glimpse a vision of humanity not as a simple progression from primitive to modern, but as a civilization with peaks of brilliance, moments of catastrophe, and knowledge far deeper than we have dared to imagine. The story of erased history is a story of resilience, ingenuity, and mystery, and it challenges us to ask, if our ancestors could achieve so much, what might we rediscover when we finally unlock the full scope of their forgotten wisdom? History is not just a record of the past, it is a map of human potential, waiting for us to read between the lines, interpret the symbols, and reclaim the knowledge lost through the ages. And in doing so, we may finally understand that the true story of humanity is not only what we have built but what we have forgotten, preserved, and are only now beginning to rediscover.